It is my firm belief that the infinite and uncontrollable fury of nuclear weapons should never be held in the hands of any mere mortal ever again, for any reason. Mikhail Gorbachev. Prologue, Moscow, January 1584. Ivan Chedvorty Vasilyevich was not a cruel man. Far from it. More careful, deliberate. He was in his 53rd year of life and 36th year of rule. He'd inherited a territory from his father vast in space, but lacking any semblance of unity or harmony. Moscow, at its center, was girdled by a ring of fortified posts, an open town, like a temporary settlement. The city proper, its Kremlin, existed behind tall battlements straddled with towers. Farther out, spreading in ever-expanding concentric circles, were lands that bore no resemblance to organized provinces. More like independent states, constantly warring with one another, accomplishing nothing. But he'd changed all that, forcing them all under his singular rule and bestowing upon himself a new title. His grandfather, Ivan III, now called Ivan the Great, speaking of Moscow, had long ago proclaimed, "Two Romes have fallen, but the third now stands, and a fourth there will not be." So he thought it only fitting to merge the secular and the sacred into one name, Tsar. He'd been born to the House of Rurik in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, only 3 years old when his father died, and he was proclaimed Grand Prince. His mother, the Blessed Elena Glinskaya, served as regent for the first 5 years until she was poisoned by enemies, dying in agony. With her protection gone, he'd been treated cruelly by the boyars, trotted out for official functions, then locked back away. Rarely was he fed, often neglected, both mentally and physically. And while subjecting the country to an intolerable tyranny, those same boyars taught him a valuable lesson. Fear was good. He grew up in an atmosphere of perpetual conflict, learning that brutality and mercilessness were prerequisites for strength. No one fears a weak soul. His earliest pleasures, shared with companions chosen for him, were unique. His great amusement had been to throw dogs from the top of the terraces, enjoying their anguish as they tumbled through the air and smashed onto the ramparts. He once ordered a friend executed over a petty argument. He cut off the tongue of another friend for cursing at him. He grew to manhood watching men being tortured and killed. Finally, at age 18, he was crowned Grand Prince, Ivan IV, and his revenge began. Nobody was spared. All his debts, especially the death of his mother, were repaid in blood. There came a saying, "Closer to the Tsar you are, the closer you are to death." Thankfully, he'd always been blessed with a strong constitution. He was tall, stoutly built, high-shouldered, and broad-chested. His nose was long and flat, turned up at the tip, his eyes an icy blue, small, but restless and ever-observant. He'd come to sport a long beard, reddish with shades of black, and a thick mustache. But like most of his subjects, he shaved his head. He was both common and noble. "Is all ready?" he asked his bodyguard. Bogdan Bielski had been with him a long time, through nearly every challenge. He may have been the only person left alive Ivan truly trusted. "As you ordered," Bielski said. The afternoon hung leaden with drab skies and a low heaven. They were walking across the open space inside the Kremlin's tall battlements, past an array of buildings he'd known his entire life. Fresh, dry snow had fallen during the night, now crunching under every step. Soft winter sunshine filtered through the clouds, but offered no respite from the cold that clung tight around his temples. The crisp air mentholated his nostrils. Armed soldiers occupied the towers and patrolled the top of the stone walls. A necessary precaution, though no one would dare attack this walled citadel. He reached the outer wall and climbed the wooden ladder. At the top, he stared out past the moat to the frozen river, a mass of solid blue ice that could be traveled across like hard ground. The filtered sun ignited the snow with pinpoints of bright light and dazzling brilliance. Toward the center of the wide river stood an iron cage big enough to hold 3 men. Per his orders, they were gagged, with hands bound behind their backs. These were no ordinary men. They were members of his private security force, specially selected a few weeks ago for a secret mission, their orders coming straight from his mouth. And they'd performed, without fault, which meant they now needed to die. He could see the 3 men scurrying about inside the cage, kicking the thick iron bars with their boots. None of them wore coats or much of anything to protect from the bitter cold. But that would soon not be a problem. More guards stood beyond the cage, past a dense layer of kindling that had been cut and stacked against the outside. What was about to happen was not unusual. In fact, it occurred almost every day in one form or another. His torture chambers created a peculiar form of hell. Punishment there came in biblical proportions. Sometimes he was but a mere observer, other times an excited audience. On occasion, he took an active role. Today's spectacle was a merger of the 3, held out in the open for all to see, but he noticed no one on the snowy riverbanks watching. Good. He preferred this be handled quickly and quietly. The 3 bound men had been chosen for their youth and lack of wives and children, all eager to please their czar, far less eager to question. He was coming to the end of his reign. His body was beginning to fail. Death was stalking him, but had not as yet caught up. He had a little time left, and planned to make the most of it. By his first wife, he had 2 sons. The elder, Ivan, had borne a considerable resemblance to his father. They had shared many occupations and amusements. But his heir was dead. Gone now 3 years. God help him, for he'd killed the young man. Not intentionally, more a fit of rage, but dead nonetheless. The anguish from that senseless act remained, and would never diminish. As a boy himself, he'd shunned studying, preferring instead the company of the Skamarohi, the pagan musicians. But he eventually saw the error of that foolishness, and came to embrace reading and learning. He wrote poetry, composed music, mastered foreign languages. At his court, doctors, astronomers, and scientists found a willing ear. He collected books, some of the most precious in the world, which he added to a collection that his father had passed down from his father. He became the scourge of the Ottoman Empire and enemy of Suleiman the Magnificent, defeating and vanquishing the Golden Horde. He'd headed the army himself, risking his own life, and his victories raised both his prestige and his prowess, earning him another moniker. Grozny. Strong, menacing, impressive. Now, at the end of his life, 2 things were most precious: the mortal remains of his mother, and the books from his grandfather. Both are safe, Bielski told him, safely hidden where you instructed, with the nuns at Ascension. He knew that once he was gone, the boyars would destroy everything he deemed precious. They all hated him. His new heir, his second son, Fyodor, was a good-natured, simple-minded man who took no interest in politics. He was sickly in body, weak in mind, and childless. His life was spent in prayer and contemplation. Through him, the house of Rurik would only end. So what he'd done, and what he was about to do, was all the more imperative. In a few short minutes, only he and Bielski would know. His bodyguard had been included in the conspiracy for a practical reason. "When I am dead," he whispered, each breath smoking around him like a cloudy haze, "put me with them. I shall, without fail." He had no desire to be buried inside the Cathedral of the Archangel, where his father, grandfather, and son rested, along with all the other grand princes. "The fortune-teller was right," he whispered. Seers had gathered from all over Russia after the appearance of a comet. One in particular uttered a dire warning. The Tsar will die within the year. Instead of having her executed, he'd listened and prepared. Dress me in a monk's habit, so I might achieve God's forgiveness for all the bad I have done. His old friend nodded. He turned his attention back out to the river and, with his right arm, slashed the cold air. The signal. The guards with torches approached the kindling that engulfed the cage and set it on fire. It took only a few short moments for the bone-dry wood to catch and dense smoke to curl into the afternoon sky. The men inside the cage moved away from the bars, toward the center of their prison, trying to escape the flames, but also surely wanting to soak in some of the warmth. The idea was neither to burn nor to suffocate them. They were gagged, so they could not cry out anything they knew, their hands bound to prevent them from removing the gags. No explanation had been given as to why they were being punished, but none was needed. Licks of fire played through the bars, surely welcomed at first, but growing in intensity to become unbearable. A loud crack echoed across the river. The ice was beginning to weaken. That had not taken long. The guards with torches retreated backward, away from the cage. The fire around the cage kept raging. Another crack. He stared up at the sky, which cast no depth, no hidden places, no shadows. A chilling breeze caused him to shiver under his cloak. A final crack, like that of a tree snapping under an axe, and the cage became an island. But its weight was too much for the floating ice supporting it, and the entire thing sank in one quick motion, disappearing beneath the river water, only a hiss of steam left in its wake. Done. All was safe. Present day. Chapter 1. Lisbon, Portugal. Monday, May 19th, 4 a.m. Luke Daniels knew there was a saying among mountaineers that reaching the summit was but the halfway point. Hard as hell to do, no question. But once you were at the top, the job wasn't over. Not until you made it back down to base camp, safe and sound. Then and only then were you finished. And while this, his latest assignment for the Magellan billet, a simple escort job across the Spanish border, was no mountain climb, the metaphor definitely applied. He'd successfully completed his mission yesterday and was now headed home. The problem? In staggered formation, the two dark sedans behind him had matched his last 4 turns on his way to the airport. They'd also kept their distance, like 2 fighter pilots flying on his wings, and making no real secret of the fact. Dawn was still 2 hours away, so Monday morning rush hour hadn't yet begun. The 4-laned median highway was largely deserted, though having never been to Lisbon before, he had zero idea what busy meant there. All he knew was what he could see, those 2 black sedans, and whoever was inside them, behind him. A mile or so ahead, he spotted the twinkling of the airport runway lights and navigation beacons. Base camp. Almost there. His options were to either make a run for the airport or find out more about his inquisitive friends. He decided on the latter. Why? First, the soldier in him didn't like being stalked. Army Rangers were the ones who did that, not the other way around. He was a former Ranger, and it was the principle of the thing. Second, he had no idea what these people wanted. Were their intentions hostile? Were they armed? No way to know. But he couldn't risk gunplay at an airport crowded with innocent bystanders. The downside, though, was that he was unarmed. If it came to a gunfight, he'd be little better than a bystander himself. To top it off, he was sleep-deprived, grumpy, and not looking forward to a 7-hour flight in coach across the Atlantic back home to D.C. You would think the United States government could spring for business class for its intelligence officers. But that wasn't the case. He took a moment to glance at his phone's map, then speed-dialed the Magellan billet's operations desk. The line clicked open, and he said, "I have followers in 2 cars, parties and intentions unknown." Then he rattled off the MGRS coordinates. The billet often coordinated with U.S. military assets, so it used the Military Grid Reference System, which was accurate down to 3 feet. He knew it well. Back in Afghanistan, during his Ranger days, knowing your exact location meant the difference between calling in a Hail Mary artillery barrage and a helicopter evac for a gravely wounded comrade. "Are you requesting support?" the voice asked. "No, but put me on the clock. 60 minutes. After that, come looking." He ended the call and glanced in the rearview mirror. The cars were still there, now only 100 yards back, staggered like a pair of hungry sharks. "You want to play? Okay, let's play." He stomped the gas pedal, gaining 20 miles per hour. Then, at the last moment, he swung hard right onto the upcoming exit and accelerated again, taking the curving off-ramp as fast as he dared. Behind him, the 2 sedans were skidding to a stop. He smiled. His pursuers had been caught napping and overshot. The downside? Now they knew their quarry was onto them. Almost certainly their tactics would change, perhaps becoming more aggressive. At the bottom of the ramp, he tapped his brakes and glanced left to make sure he wasn't going to T-bone an unsuspecting motorist. The way was clear. He blasted through the stop sign, spun the wheel hard, and accelerated into a fishtail turn. The road curved again, and almost immediately he found himself on the outskirts of a bairro. The typical Portuguese neighborhood loomed quiet this early in the morning. Out his window to the right was a half-mile-wide area of scrubland bisected by a canal marked by a serpentine line of tall and lush trees. Beyond that was the frontage road of another bairro, its contours lit by streetlights. He cast a glance in the rearview mirror. No sign of his pursuers. He hadn't lost them, of course, but he'd forced them into catch-up mode, which might make them a little desperate. Hopefully, a bit more careless, too. Ahead, he saw a turn onto a dirt track. He slowed slightly and swung onto it. Now he just needed the right spot. The longer this chase went on, the worse for him. He had to assume his pursuers would call in backup, and he didn't want to get pincered in a high-speed car chase. His best chance was to make them play his game, hunter-killer, on foot, on the ground, by his rules. The road swung right, parallel to the canal. He skidded to a slow roll on the shoulder, only stopping when the tall grass was slapping the car's undercarriage. He left the engine running and the headlights on and climbed out into the cool morning. He popped the trunk and leaned in, found a tire iron, then butt-scooted under the car until he was lost in the grass. He'd pulled this trick before, most recently in Liechtenstein, outside an abandoned Wehrmacht airbase. Worked then. Why not now? 30 seconds later, a pair of headlights appeared on the road, followed by a second set. Tires crunched on the dirt and gravel. The lead car slowed, then passed his rental and came to a stop a few feet off the front bumper. The trail car took up position at the rear, boxing him in. Smart move, all things considered, but the wrong one. Doors opened. "Check that car. Careful," a male voice said with authority. Feet swished through the grass on either side of him. "Clear," a woman called out. "Car's empty." "Trunk's empty," another voice said. "Must have taken his bags." "He's in the trees," the first voice said. "That's where he wants us." "Luke Daniels, come out. We need to talk." The shouted voice was familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Another pair of feet approached the trunk within arm's reach. "The tire iron's missing, boss." "Let's go get him," the female said. The feet beside the trunk stepped away, past him. He quietly wriggled out from under the car, rose to his knees, then smashed the tire iron into the man's ankle. The guy howled and buckled sideways, then hit the ground. His gun thumped into the dirt. Luke pressed the tire iron's wedge point into the man's larynx and whispered, "Not a sound." He grabbed the gun and motioned, "On your feet." "I can't. I think you broke my ankle." He bodily lifted the man to his feet. The guy hobbled, listing sideways, but was stable enough for Luke's purposes. He jammed the gun into the man's ear. "Weapons on the ground or I'm going to ruin this guy's day." A figure appeared and faced him, silhouetted by the twin beams of his rental's headlights. I suppose I should have seen this coming. Classic Luke Daniels. You didn't have to hurt the guy. Now he recognized the voice. Sean Fernando. A hard name to forget for several reasons, not the least of which was that it had always reminded him of a villain from a Mexican telenovela, or an ABBA song. But this man was a trained intelligence operative, CIA. You should know there are only rubber bullets in that gun. At point-blank range, it'll still get the job done. Are you really going to shoot him, Luke? Depends on whether I buy your explanation for why you're following me. We're sure as hell not here to hurt you. Didn't I announce our presence clear enough? A little too clear. I just wanted to test you a bit, see if you're still sharp. Did I pass? With flying colors. Let him go. I'm just here to talk. Fernando was from the CIA's Directorate of Operations, a.k.a. the Clandestine Service, a.k.a. the agency's field spooks. They worked under the radar, in the shadows. If they'd wanted him dead, he never would have seen them coming. Plus, Hollywood movie portrayals aside, the CIA was relatively circumspect when it came to murder. Fernando was here for a specific reason, and he had to admit he was curious. So he let his captive go, then helped him sit on the bumper. You broke my ankle, Daniels. You'll be fine. He racked the pistol's slide, ejecting a rubber bullet. He caught it in midair, popped the magazine, then pocketed both. He handed the weapon back to the man on the bumper. What's this about, Sean? He asked. What's so important that you might make me miss my flight? I'm tired and want to go home. Fernando stared him down. John Vince. Chapter 2. Luke followed Fernando's team back through the Baiho to an all-night diner on the outskirts of the airport. The mention of John Vince was enough to make him forget his flight, and Fernando's offer to buy him coffee seemed more than enough to marginally improve his mood. While the other people from the cars assumed protective positions near the diner's entrance, he and Fernando settled into a booth. Past the windows, he spotted the twinkling of the runway lights. A jet lifted off, banked, and disappeared from view, silhouetted from the east by the rising sun. Not to worry, Sean said. If you're not interested in what I have to say, I'll get you booked on the next flight home. Efficient as ever, he said, not impressed. Fernando was an interesting fellow. His mother was Sri Lankan, his father a lapsed Catholic Pakistani who'd left the church after meeting Sean's mother on a trip to India. It had been love at first sight, so they'd eloped a week after and moved to the U.S. before their respective parents could either protest or find them. Sean had wavy, thick black hair, cinnamon skin, and a pair of intense dark eyes. Near his hairline was a scar that looked suspiciously like a bullet graze, an oddity Luke had asked about in the past. The answers had ranged from drunk barber to lawnmower accident. Each reply had been accompanied by a smile, but the glint in those eyes told Luke it was all a bad memory. Coffee arrived, and Sean said, We got word 3 days ago. He held up his index finger, silencing Fernando, and enjoyed a sip. Then another one. Better? Sean asked. It's a start. Go ahead. We got word 3 days ago that Vince has resurfaced. He had about 1,000 questions, so he took a moment to prioritize the most important ones. You said word. What does that mean? A source? I see you're being the ever-true blue CIA officer, reluctant to discuss sources or methods. Stop dancing. What source? I was told it's a stringer agent who definitely has first-hand information. Level of confidence? In the stringer or the source? Both. The source I trust implicitly. The stringer? That's where you come in. Where's the source? He asked. Hungry. Kishvarda. Now he understood. That's no coincidence. You think? Sean asked. Kishvarda sat inside Hungary 15 miles from the Ukrainian border. It had been his and John Vince's base of operations for Operation Sommerhaus, something he would never forget. In fact, those thoughts had never been far from his mind ever since the operation had fallen apart 2 years ago. Its premise had been straightforward, but its execution perilous. Vince, a veteran of the CIA's Directorate of Operations and an expert agent recruiter, had been tasked with assembling a network of local spies inside Ukraine. Russian President Konstantin Franco's dictatorial saber-rattling had escalated into an armed incursion into Ukraine's Luhansk Oblast. So the Director of National Intelligence had ordered the CIA to begin preparing information networks into Ukraine, through which the United States could funnel both advisors and intelligence. Corralling local expertise was the natural place to start. Technical intelligence methods, like satellite imagery and electronic eavesdropping, were superb assets, but they were no substitute for live eyes and ears on the ground. Luke, on loan from the Magellan Billet, the Department of Justice's Covert Operations Branch, had served as Vince's security overwatch, shepherding agents and material back and forth across Ukraine's border with Hungary. He was needed since there'd been an influx of Russian SVR operatives determined to foil exactly what the CIA had planned. So tight was Sommerhaus' security that neither the Ukrainian nor the Hungarian government had been informed of the operation, leaving Luke and Vince to stand alone between two competing intelligence services, Russian and Ukrainian. 3, if you included Hungary, whose government was tipping toward hardcore right-wing politics and ever-increasing support of Franco's Russian ambitions. While Vince was accustomed to living in the shadowy world of plausible deniability, for Luke, there'd been an anxiety-ridden learning curve. In that pressurized environment, he and Vince had become friends, which made what happened 5 months into Sommerhaus all the more painful. Everything collapsed. Beginning with agents disappearing and dying, and culminating with John Vince vanishing one frigid night outside Ternopil. It had been reasonably assumed he'd been kidnapped by the SVR and either murdered or spirited back to Russia for interrogation and imprisonment. While the idea of both options haunted Luke, the thought of his friend living in the hell of a Russian black site had frequently kept him up at night. Years ago, he'd toured Lubyanka, the infamous KGB prison in Moscow turned museum and sightseeing stop. He'd walked the dimly lit corridors and stood in the cramped, cold cells, their walls covered in the same scabrous, mint-green paint its inmates had stared at while awaiting execution or torture. Few that went into Lubyanka left, and those who did were never the same. And though he'd been only an hour inside, he'd also left changed. Stepping back out into the sunlight that day had felt like a rebirth of sorts. It hadn't been the claustrophobia or the smells or sounds or even the brutal history of the place. It had been the hopeless feeling of inescapable doom. While he doubted the political prisoners in modern Russia looked anything like Lubyanka or any of the thousands of gulags that existed at the height of the Cold War, he was sure that under Konstantin Franco, imprisonment was no less grim. On those sleepless nights, he'd found himself mulling the same questions. Was John still alive? If so, what were they doing to him? What kind of walls was he staring at? Is Bloodhound involved? He asked. Sean's yes came in the form of a slight cocking of the head. Pavel Rishikovitz, codenamed Bloodhound, known to them as Pasha, had been one of Vince's first recruits, a stringer agent whose restaurant supply business had clients throughout Ukraine. The perfect false front. He and Vince had lived in Pasha's house and worked out of his warehouse. They had been treated like family. Bloodhound spoke with the stringer, he asked. I assume so. His message came to us via a back channel. It said simply, Squire may be up. Worth a look. Squire was Vince's operational name. Luke had been Gallop. Sounds fishy, he said, taking another sip of coffee. Pasha might be compromised. It could be the SVR tickling the wire to see if we've tried to re-establish Sommerhaus, crossing their T's, dotting the I's. We agree, Sean said, but we've got two options. Ignore it or investigate. We've got 0 options. If there's a chance Vince is alive, we go in. In fact, I'm going with or without your support. Like you say, it could be a trap to get another one of ours. I'll take that chance. Do I have your support? Me personally? Absolutely. The agency? Afraid not. Before now, we had no idea what had happened to John. But if you confirm the source is good, and he could be alive, then this all goes to the State Department. He knew what that meant. Years of talking, negotiations, until a diplomatic deal could be made to trade John for something or someone else. All part of the intelligence game. Every case officer knew the score. Pawns on a chessboard, there to protect the king and queen, nothing more. Officially, Sean said, I'm asking you to evaluate the source and report back. That's all. But he caught the glint in Fernando's eyes. Though he knew only a little about Sean's background, or even his current position at Langley, he'd seen how the man had reacted to losing John Vince. They'd exhausted a week's debriefing at a safe house following Luke's narrow escape. Sean had been genuinely heartbroken, and they'd spent days brainstorming ways to find out what had happened. No faking that kind of anguish. In the end, Luke suspected the higher-ups at Langley had quashed Sean's demands to go back into Ukraine for a look. He knew what had to be said. Officially, that's exactly what I'll do. He finished his coffee. I'll make the assessment. But he left the rest unsaid. Then determine if it's worth moving forward. If so, I'm going to get John out. The world of espionage was brutally pragmatic. If push came to shove and the choices were to sacrifice Luke to Vince's fate, or provoke an already volatile consent in Franco, Langley would choose the former. Going into another country and committing open acts of aggression, for whatever reason, was an act of war. But as long as there was a chance to get John out, he was going to take it. He owed him, big time. That whole area is now a boiling pot, Sean said. Ukraine is Konstantin Franco's trial balloon. Most Western intelligence agencies believe that Franco has ambitions for reclaiming a huge chunk of the former Soviet Union, which is now all sovereign neighboring territory. That means war, since NATO will never accept any of that, and rightly so. Franco is testing NATO's resolve to see who blinks first. He got it. Anything could set the region off. He refilled his mug from the carafe. One more thing. Since I don't actually work for the CIA, I assume you've already talked to Stephanie Nell. His boss at the Magellan billet. Sean smiled. She's waiting for your call. Chapter 3. Lake Biela, Russia, 10:12 a.m. Alexei Dilov stared out the window, well aware this was going to be an unpleasant visit, and possibly dangerous. Coming out of the shadows always was. The overlook on which his dacha sat had a sweeping view on one side of the nearby birch forest, its old-growth trees dusted in snow from yesterday's late-spring blizzard, the water on the other. Lake Biela had formed in a round shape, its diameter a little under 50 kilometers. It drained into the river Shechsnya, which led to the Rybinsk Reservoir, part of the mighty waterway that connected St. Petersburg with the river Volga. One of many wonderful innovations started by Peter the Great 300 years ago in an attempt to modernize Russia. The weather had turned cold again. He'd hoped they might have an early spring, but that did not seem the case. His favorite trout stream, which had been thawing nicely, was once again crusted with ice. Occasionally he could hear the crack and groan of newly formed sheets scraping against one another. Some fresh fish would be good, but that treat might have to wait a few days. He'd survived the collapse of a communist empire along with 2 violent coup attempts. He'd led the formation of the new Russian Federation, becoming its first duly elected president, serving 1 term, stepping aside voluntarily for others to rise to the occasion. He was nearing 93 years old and feared nothing. But he did dread what was about to happen. He checked his watch. His guest was already an hour late. By design, of course. In the playbook of power moves, Make Them Wait was Chapter 1. In fact, his contacts in Moscow had already relayed his guest's departure time and travel route for the 150-kilometer trek to the northeast. If his visitor wanted to be on time, he would have been. But that would have sent the wrong message. The copper kettle, almost as old as he was, began whistling and sputtering, which reminded him of the frenetic ending to Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture. Lots of cannon fire, ringing chimes, and brass fanfare. Quintessential Russian. Yet a common accompaniment to fireworks displays in the United States on their Independence Day. How ironic. He shuffled into the kitchen and filled the samovar with the kettle's boiling water, then replaced the lid to allow the loose-leaf caravan to steep. The blend was specially made for him, so intense it bordered on bitter. Just the way he liked it. The front door banged open and a figure bundled in a parka and mittens entered. For the 38 years he'd known Edmond Grishin, his friend had worn the same hat. An ushanka. The fur cap, with ear-covering flaps tied up to the crown, never seemed to age. Edmond liked to say it kept his balding skull warm, but the dense fur also offered protection against blunt impacts. It was, as Edmond was quick to point out, not made of sheepskin, rabbit, muskrat, or even sable, but rather bear. And not just any bear. One that had unsuccessfully tried to eat Edmond when he was a teen. Coming from any other man, Alexei would have suspected it was all fiction, but not with his bull-necked friend. In his youth, until a shoulder injury had sidelined him, Edmond had been a gold medal contender for the Soviet wrestling team. A 20-year veteran of the Moscow City Police, he'd been with Alexei since the Berlin Wall came down. As a cop, there was little Edmond hadn't faced, from machete-wielding PCP addicts and Chechen separatists to street gangs and serial killers. As his chief of security, they had weathered many a threat from all sources, friend and foe. "You're just in time for tea," he said. Edmond shook off his parka and hung it on the wall hooks beside the door. "I'll take 6 sugars, I know. 7. If you've let it steep too long." He chuckled. They were like an old married couple. They'd both lost their wives to cancer decades earlier and had never remarried. Of course, there'd been lady friends that came and went, but none could replace their beloved Sophia and Anastasia. Another unspoken bond they shared that nothing could break. Of all the people in the world, Alexei trusted just one. "His Highness's ridiculously big convoy just passed the outer security checkpoint," Edmond said. "They'll be here in 3 minutes. What is it they have in America? The parade where a bunch of men in red hats ride around in those tiny cars? They are called Shriners, I believe. That's what I'm expecting to see." Alexei chuckled and dumped the last spoonful of sugar into the mug, then handed it over. "The boss should not be making tea for his subordinates," Edmond grumbled. "1 more spoonful, please." "This again? It's a matter of protocol." An old argument, half-hearted and with tongue firmly planted in cheek, but it was classic Edmond. One of the many rituals that anchored their friendship. He'd been president, Edmond his bodyguard, and both knew where the line was drawn. neither ever breaching it. "Next you'll be picking out my girlfriends," Alexei said. "You must admit, your taste is questionable. What was the last one's name? Dagmar? She made excellent borscht. Your taste in borscht is also questionable, my friend." He let out a grunt and said, "Beets are beets." He approached the blazing hearth and stood close. "The jackass has 5 vehicles," Edmond said. "All SUVs. I'm fairly certain I heard drones flying around, too." He frowned. Jackass? Who was Edmond talking about? It took a second, but his troubled brain finally remembered. How could he have forgotten, if only for a moment? "The man is cautious," he finally said. "The man is paranoid. And if he thinks I'm letting him crowd this dacha with his shovel-faced goons, he's dead wrong. He will do whatever he wants to do." "We'll see about that," Edmond said, and blew on his steaming mug. Alexei heard the growl of engines outside. "They're pulling in." He placed his cup on the mantel, buttoned up his wool cardigan, and smoothed out the front. A wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by a sharp stabbing behind his eyes. He blinked, reached for the wall. Then Edmond was at his side, hands on his shoulders. "Again? The same pain?" He squeezed his eyes shut and nodded. 30 seconds passed, then 60. Vertigo. The room spun. Nausea roiled in his belly, his mouth filled with bitter saliva, which he swallowed. Finally, the sensation eased and the waves subsided. He gave his old friend's hand a pat. "It is better now. Stop fussing. This is happening more and more frequently. You should talk to—" "I have. Yesterday on the phone. This is to be expected. I took something before you came. It will pass." He breathed in and out until the world stopped swimming before his eyes. Then he straightened his spine and nodded. "Let us greet our guest." Together, he and Edmond stepped out onto the front porch. The motorcade swept onto the circular driveway, trailing a cloud of billowing snow. The third vehicle drew parallel and stopped, tires skidding on the frozen gravel. In perfect unison, a dozen bodyguards exited the SUVs, glancing about for threats and setting a perimeter around the motorcade. Each wore his own ushanka, surely of plain wool. "Shriners," Edmond muttered. "Manners, my friend. All they're missing are the red hats." A pair of bodyguards assumed a position beside the third SUV's rear door. One of them opened it. A figure emerged. Tall, sinewy, with a shock of thick salt and pepper hair above a shelf of tall, smooth brow. His intense blue eyes were the talk of the media, and just one of many traits women inexplicably found attractive. And there'd been many of those. In fact, for a man so careful with his political life, he was somewhat careless with women. A weakness? For sure. But not one that had slowed this ambitious devil down in the least. The face and voice were known around the world, carrying the calm expression of a man who does not expect others to pick a quarrel with him. Konstantin Franco, President of the Russian Federation. Chapter 4. Alexei stood as straight as his old body would allow and watched as Franco scanned the house and surrounding landscape before finally focusing on him. "Mr. President, welcome to my dacha," he said, forcing a smile. Franco whispered something to his nearest bodyguard, then mounted the porch steps until he was face to face with Alexei. "Thank you for coming, Konstantin," he whispered, extending his hand to shake. Franco glanced at it, frowned slightly, then removed his leather glove and shook hands. "You said it was urgent, and who am I to refuse the summons of a legend?" He knew this was a sore spot. Alexei held a unique place in the hearts of Russians. He'd been there to guide them through the difficult times between the fall of the communists and the rise of some semblance of democracy. He'd been the first president of Russia that the people themselves chose through a free and open election. Franco had likewise been elected, but he had held on to the office long after the constitutionally mandated term limits expired, through a manipulation of legislation that allowed him to essentially be president for life. And none of the elections he'd won were considered fair or open. He decided it best to ignore the jab. "Come in, please." He turned toward the door. "I have just made tea." A trio of bodyguards mounted the steps behind Franco. Edmond stepped forward to block their path. For a tense 5 seconds, Edmond and Franco's men stood staring at each other. A hint of a smile on his old friend's face said, "Go ahead and try me, young pups." In his youth, Edmond had been a Volga fisherman's son, which, when added to his wrestling, had left him with hulking shoulders, steel cable forearms, and massive hands. Though he was well into his 70s, the impressive physique remained. Years ago, in his early days on Alexei's security detail, Edmond had intercepted a knife-wielding attacker single-handed. His subduing grip on the man's hand had crushed 11 bones. In his prime, few ever bested him, and though time had also caught up to his old friend, it would not be advisable for anyone to seriously mount a challenge. "May I suggest," Alexei told his guest, "that privacy is preferable. We have things to discuss between us." Franco nodded curtly and told his bodyguards, "There's nothing to fear here. I will not be long. Wait outside." "The house has not been secured," one of them said. "It is more than secure," Edmond declared. He and Franco stepped inside, and everyone else, Edmond included, waited on the porch. He took Franco's coat and gloves and hung them up, then poured his guest a cup of tea. Together they settled into a pair of worn leather chairs before the fireplace. Franco enjoyed a sip, his face wrinkling for a moment at the bitterness. "You like this?" Franco asked. "It keeps me humble." Franco chuckled. "I am sure it does. This place lacks a woman's touch, do you not think?" "I am a simple man," he said. "Indeed. Tell me, Alexei, are you well? You look pale. You have lost weight. I understand you were in the city last week. A doctor's appointment?" The use of the first name instead of President Delov signaled some semblance of equality, though age and experience widely separated them. The additional information about his presence in Moscow had been offered for a more specific reason, to show that the President of Russia was keeping tabs on a predecessor, no matter how far removed in years they may be. None of which was surprising. It seemed a uniquely Russian thing to watch people, but he nevertheless felt a quick pang of anxiety. Does Franco know? "I was there for my annual checkup," he said. "A touch of anemia and a bit of high cholesterol. You know doctors, always about the waistline and diet. I would not know about that. I am quite fit." Which Franco loved to display in official photographs of himself, bare-chested, riding horses, shooting rifles, playing hockey. "How are things in the Kremlin?" he asked. "Busy. A challenging time, I am sure, both at home and abroad." Franco waved a dismissive hand. "The West is doing what it does best, being a thorn in our side. China remains a problem, but they are all fearful, weak. The party conference is coming soon," he said. "All is ready." Party congresses, the nominal policy-setting conclaves of the old Communist Party of the Soviet Union, had been held at intervals ranging from 1 to 5 years. The first was in 1898, the 28th and last in 1990. Then it comprised about 5,000 delegates from the party's local organizations. The Congresses had been empowered to elect the Central Committee, to determine party rules, and to enact resolutions that laid down basic policy. Nowadays, they were still grand events, but much different, merely a place for autocratic leaders like Franco to show off their power. We will have a huge gathering, about 6,000 from around the Federation. Good to know. You, of course, will preside. Absolutely. Just as you did in your day. Even better to know. And your family. Everyone is well? You didn't summon me here to discuss the Congress or family, did you? I did not summon anyone. I asked to speak with you, in private, and thought this the best place. And given your past service to Mother Russia and your continued popularity, I am showing you this courtesy by being here. I appreciate the gesture, Mr. President. The words burned his mouth, but he reminded himself of the larger picture. So much more was at stake than personal feelings or ego. So he tried. I also thought perhaps a visit to the countryside might be a welcome respite from Moscow. I need no respite. Franco set his cup aside and picked a piece of lint from his trouser leg. What is this about, Alexei? Come to the point. He savored a breath, steeling himself. I want to talk about the future. Of Russia. The motherland is in good hands. Do not worry yourself about that. Motherland. It wasn't the word itself that troubled him. It was, after all, the historical moniker for Russia, regardless of the time period. But from Franco's lips the words sounded ominous. Authoritarian. Ultra-nationalist. Worry is part of my character, he said. It is a leader's onus. One that lifted from your shoulders decades ago. Now is your time to enjoy life, fish, drink tea, and do whatever else holds your attention. Change is challenging, Konstantin. I know that all too well. You were there at the end. You saw the pain and struggle as we left communism. Unnecessary pain, born of weakness. The Soviet Empire was crumbling. There was no stopping it. The Cold War had bled us dry. Our policies were out of step with the rest of the world. The rest of the world was out of step with us. Our people were hurting. No hope, no vision of the future, all our horizons dim. And now I fear we are slipping back toward that living hell once again. Back? Franco barked out a laugh. We are marching forward, into the light, into greatness. Your problem, Alexei, is you were seduced by the illusions America casts. Roses and rainbows. A world of nations sitting around the campfire, holding hands, each looking after the other. It is nonsense. Unrealistic. International politics is a blood sport. It always has been. It is also a selfish endeavor. Nations only look after themselves. Weakness begets weakness. It is a disease. A finger was pointed. One you let in our door. I presided over a bloated corpse. The communist system was so corrupt it was devouring itself. Not the apparatchiks, of course, not them or their cronies, but the working class. Lenin's revolution had long ago left them behind. Communism was a facade, nothing more, and had been for decades. Stalin did what was necessary, Franco shot back. He slaughtered millions of people for nothing, as did the communists who came before and after him. Leadership is not a popularity contest. You do what must be done for the greater good. That is another thing you never understood. Franco leaned forward, chin jutting outward. I saw you at the end, Alexei. I watched you. I was a mere low-level administrator then, but you had a chance to stand up and make the right choices for Mother Russia, to be tough and unrelenting, to keep what is ours. Instead, you backed down. That was not exactly the truth. Franco wasn't just there at the end. He was part of a hard-line KGB faction that refused to let the USSR go down without a fight. In fact, there had been rumors out of Lubyanka that the KGB wanted to assassinate Alexei. For whatever reason, the plot never materialized. Had Franco been involved with that? More than likely. The Cold War was over. We lost, he said. The only chance we had was to change, which was coming no matter what we did. You gave away Afghanistan. After our brave soldiers sacrificed, they were fed into a meat grinder is a more accurate description of what they faced. How dare you? How dare you? His voice rose. The Soviet Union was in a storm, Konstantin. When you are in a storm, you survive by steering into the waves. But now, what you're doing is... Chapter 5. Alexei did not finish the thought. He'd sworn to himself he would keep his temper and not be lured onto the path of blame. That would only stiffen Franco's resolve. Unfortunately, he might have already gone too far. Go ahead. Let's hear it, Franco said. Share your aged wisdom. I am simply saying there is a middle way. Extremes always end badly. For example, Ukraine. Ukraine is part of Greater Russia. It always has been. The majority of the Ukrainian people want reunification. Says who? Protesters march in the streets. They are begging for change. He knew that was all manipulated footage, staged for the camera. Propaganda that would make Lavrenti Beria, Stalin's old secret police chief, proud. That change will come from you at the tip of a spear, he said. Hundreds of thousands will die. Even more refugees will be displaced. Hard choices, resolute action. It takes spine, Alexei, to command this country. Ukraine is a sovereign nation. You cannot... Words on paper, lines on a map, they mean nothing. Do you think NATO will sit back and let you have Ukraine? They have no stomach for a fight. Do not be so sure. You are marching us toward a world war. And to dictatorship. In the last election, Franco had received 88% of the vote, which was ludicrous. Rivals had been imprisoned or died in all too convenient accidents. The media bullied into towing the line. Voters terrorized. Was he too late in having this conversation? Should he have spoken out sooner? Probably. But he'd not known then what he knew now. They will all back down, Franco declared. They have no fight left in them. Once you have brought Ukraine back into the fold, who is next? Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. If that is their wish, I have no doubt you will make sure it is. Eyes glinting, Franco leveled another finger at Delov. Careful with your accusations. He spread out his hands in what he hoped Franco saw as a conciliatory gesture. Surely you can see the old ways were disastrous. In the right hands, the old ways are often the best, but not without democracy. People need a voice. They deserve a voice. It is the only way forward. If history has taught us anything, It is that Russians do not know what they want until it is handed to them. This nation has been dominated for centuries. First by Mongols, then Tsars, and finally communists. Russians do not crave democracy. They seek authority. They deserve to live in a land they can be proud of, not one that goes hat in hand to Western powers begging for peace. And you are going to give them pride with war? Small prices to pay, in the grand scheme of things. Franco definitely had all the makings of an unrepentant tyrant. Stalin would have been proud. I know what this is about, Franco said, his blue eyes narrowing. How could I not see it before? This is about your legacy. The great reformer, Alexei Delov, darling of the West, Nobel Peace Prize winner. It is so clear now. You are worried about yourself. That is simply not true. I had my time. Now my days are dwindling. More rapidly than he once thought. Now is your time. You can still go down in history as a great leader, Konstantin. I share your vision of Russian greatness, but not like this. We are better than this. Please, reconsider the course you are taking before it is too late. The damage you and your successors caused is immeasurable, Franco said. You once spoke of political corruption. Weakness is also corruption. Irresoluteness. No more. My way is the only path forward. Is there anything I can say or do to change your mind? No. But you can stay out of my way and keep your opinions to yourself. Live here in your dacha to your dying days. Otherwise, I am going to give your legacy much more thought. How will history remember you, former President Alexei Delov? A great man? A mediocre man? Or a criminal? He should have expected this. I control your legacy, Alexei. Never forget that. Cross me, and there will be no state funeral. No speeches or monuments. In our history books you will be nothing but a footnote, forgotten by everyone. School children will spit on your grave. Which mattered not to him. Konstantin, slow things down. Ease your rhetoric. Talk to the American president. He is a reasonable person. There is nothing to talk about. Franco glanced at his watch. Is there anything more? Are you done lecturing me? He closed his eyes, took a breath, then let it out. This madness could not continue. His options had run out. He had no choice. That was clear now. Which had been the main purpose of this entire confrontation. He had to be sure before he acted. Now, he was. Thank you for coming, Mr. President, he said. I will take no more of your time. Franco stood. He did too, and extended his hand. Franco glanced at it once again, but this time offered no hand in return. Remember my words, Alexei. Do not insert yourself into the affairs of state. You will not receive another warning. Next time, I shall act. You have made yourself perfectly clear. Franco donned his coat and gloves, then stepped out, leaving the door standing open. Alexei watched, with Edmond on the porch until the motorcade had disappeared down the driveway. Bastard, Edmond muttered. He returned inside from the cold and sank into one of the chairs. He had no intention of staying quiet or still. He'd tried talking, reasoning, but that failed. Thankfully, another route remained. One last gambit that would solve the problem. He fished into his shirt pocket and found a small scrap of paper. On it was scrawled a single line in Cyrillic. "Red star still flies. Let us talk." Chapter 6. Budapest, Hungary. Tuesday, May 20th, 2:05 p.m. Luke stared out the window as the plane banked into its final approach to Ferenc Liszt International Airport. The pilot throttled back, bleeding off speed, applying flaps to bring the commercial jet down. Outside, he watched the wing's air brake lift, further slowing the aircraft. True to his word, Sean Fernando had in fact already talked to Stephanie Nell, who'd given Luke the green light to return to Hungary. If he so chose, which he did. Damn right he did. "You know the outer limits, right?" Stephanie had asked him. "It's a sneaking peek to evaluate the source. If credible, then the diplomats take over to get Vince out." "I got it." "You know you might be walking straight into the lion's den." He did. The report of Vince's sighting might simply be bait. Given the current standoff between Russia and Ukraine, exposing an American plot and catching a real live spy would be a public relations coup for Konstantin Franco. Imperialist America meddling in the affairs of European nations. Again. Franco would argue that the only counter to such provocation was a strong Russo-Baltic alliance, of which Ukraine was the cornerstone. "Lions and me, we get along fine," he told Stephanie. She surely knew what he was going to do if the source panned out. If you get caught, no one's coming. He was having none of it. "I know I'm toast. Just one thing. Don't let Pappy come to the rescue." But he knew Cotton Malone would be the first to jump to his aid. Unfortunately, though, the former Magellan billet agent, now Danish rare bookshop owner and occasional contract help, would never let Luke hear the end of it. And rightly so. "Just so we're clear, you know I'm your boss," Stephanie said. "I call the shots." "Yes, ma'am. But I gotta do this." "Is the CIA providing anything?" "You get a fully backstopped passport to get you into the country and some cache locations they pre-positioned before Summerhouse. But they made it clear your authority does not include a rescue mission." He was happy to hear about the passport, a new one created by the wizards at Langley's Directorate of Science and Technology would pass even the most stringent scrutiny. More important, though, having a fully backstopped identity meant anyone digging into his bona fides would find no inconsistencies. And dig they would. "If you go beyond that," she said, "you're on your own. How about any field support from our end?" He hoped she knew what he meant. "Marcia Pooler will be available. She'll also act as your liaison. Send everything through her." While Marcia had a contract with the Magellan billet, she wasn't an employee of the U.S. government. After taking a computer literacy class at her local community college, she'd discovered she was something of a marvel when it came to all things computer. She quickly surpassed the teacher's knowledge base, and that guy, instead of begrudging her virtuosity, guided her into the world of freelance work. Within a year, she was consulting for Apple, Deutsche Telekom, Raytheon, and the Department of Defense. Most recently, she had proven a literal lifesaver during Luke's off-the-books mission in Belgium. Good to know she was aboard. Stephanie was taking a big chance here, and he appreciated it. "Thank you," he told her. "We both know what you're going to do. I can't let you be totally bare-ass to the wind. Marshall will be there 24/7. One last thing, at the risk of offending your ranger sensibilities. Are you up for this? Mentally, I mean." Actually, the question was a good one. Sommerhaus and the loss of John Vince had left a mark, no doubt about it. Going back into Hungary and Ukraine, he needed to be unsentimental, focused, on his A-game with no mistakes. "I'm solid, but I appreciate you asking. Part of my job. Good hunting, Luke. Try to come back alive." A whine and a thud signaled that the landing gear had extended and locked into place. The pilot's voice came over the intercom. "Flight attendants, prepare for landing." His memories of Budapest were hazy. During Operation Sommerhaus, he'd flown into and out of Ferenc Liszt several times, but his interaction with the city itself had been confined to getting into a car for the 3-hour drive to Kishvarda near the Ukrainian border. Beyond that, the country was a mystery. The plane's tires kissed the runway with the barest of jostling. A few minutes of taxiing and they stopped at the gate. He was well practiced at impromptu travel and quickly gathered his lug shoulder bag and was one of the first out the door and onto the jet bridge. His fresh-off-the-press CIA passport, bearing the name Lucas Hopkins, saw him easily through the customs desk. On the form's space for reason for visit, he'd written "Scouting Locales for Blazebird Games." Blazebird was, he presumed, a CIA front company that did, in fact, produce role-playing games for eager customers, while serving a plethora of other intelligence functions, including, apparently, backstopped identities. In this case, as a locale scout, he would have cover for purpose. In other words, a reason to be where he was, doing what he was doing, without arousing suspicions. He followed the signs beyond passport control to ground transportation, walked past the rental car desks, and found a seat in a nearby bar, where he nursed a local beer for half an hour. Confident he wasn't being watched, he paid his tab and crossed over to the rental counter. Little had changed in the 2 years since he'd last been in Budapest. His car options consisted of an assortment of compact manual transmissions, which he loved. His pride and joy, a wonderfully restored 1967 Mustang with a crapload of horsepower and a stick shift, rested in a garage beneath his D.C. apartment. He flipped a mental coin and chose a black Ford Puma, an ambitious name given its size. 10 minutes later, he left the airport and merged onto the M3 for his journey to Kishvarda. Chapter 7. Luke noticed that spring had come early to Hungary, the landscape changing from gray-brown to lush green. Save for a range of mountains that partially spanned the northern border, Hungary was mostly flat, little bigger than Indiana, with its middle dominated by the sparsely populated Great Hungarian Plain, a mass of river-fed grass and farmlands. It wouldn't take much to mistake the whole area from Montana. Roughly halfway to Kishvarda, he followed his phone's directions and found the village of Polgar. From there, he drove north 5 miles before pulling into a driveway of a seemingly abandoned saltbox house with peeling white paint and a fence that was missing half its pickets. The owner, Henriette Jacob, had moved out a year earlier, but the CIA continued to own the house under her name. She was, according to his cover, a potential local guide. The key Sean Fernando had provided unlocked the side door. He stepped inside the darkened interior, took a moment to let his eyes adjust, then quickly cleared the house on the off chance he had company. No one was there. In the hallway bathroom closet, he found the secret compartment under the floorboards. Inside was an olive-drab Pelican case. He dialed in the 3-digit code he'd been given and opened the lid to reveal some foam-ensconced camera equipment. Beneath that, in a false bottom, lay a Heckler & Koch 9mm pistol and an MP5 submachine gun, each equipped with a sound suppressor. He didn't need to look to know the weapons bore no serial numbers. Standard CIA practice, as the company had an understanding with most gun manufacturers. The MP5 was military issue with a firing mode selector for single-shot, 3-round burst or full auto. A weapon, he knew. Reliable, accurate, virtually no recoil. Also inside the case were extra magazines, a pair of night vision binoculars, 3 miniature GPS trackers, and sundry other tools that might come in handy. He shoved the holstered 9mm into his waistband beneath his jacket, then sealed the case. Inside the cavity beneath the floor was another metal box with a variety of currency. Hungarian forints, Ukrainian hryvnias, Russian rubles, American dollars. He opted for rubles, removing a few thousand in 3 bound stacks. He then replaced the box and floorboard, but took the Pelican case with him. After locking up the house, he got back on the road. The rest of the drive went quickly, with him alternating between enjoying the scenery, watching for surveillance, and running scenarios in his head about what might await him in Kishvarda. Would the source be there? Or would it be a cutout, a trap coiled and ready to spring? Speculation was a fool's game, but it kept his mind busy. There was, though, only one logical first step. Check the veracity of the John Vince sighting. He arrived in Kishvarda around 5 p.m. The place had changed little during the past 2 years. Home to roughly 17,000 people, it dated back over 1,000 years to when the Hungarians ejected a small army of Turkish nomads and occupied the area's castle. Spread among its various shops and restaurants were historic sites, marking people and events that dated back centuries before the Pilgrims ever sighted Plymouth Rock. For operational reasons, he and Vince had kept to themselves while in Kishvarda. Still, it had come to feel like home. He recalled jogging the cobbled streets and exploring the quaint nooks and crannies, trying to stay anonymous. But the place had never felt more strange than on the night John Vince disappeared. Chapter 8. Luke was headed for another routine debrief at their safe house outside Ternopil, something he and Vince had done dozens of times since Sommerhaus started. Tonight it was to be with their agent known as Trumpet, a low-level communications officer stationed at the Zhytomyr army outpost, who fed them logistical chatter from Ukrainian troops in Luhanska Oblast. Luke had been held up at the Tarpa border crossing and was half an hour from Ternopil when Pasha called. John missed his check-in. "How long overdue is he?" he asked. 30 minutes. His alarm bells went off. Vince was meticulous with his tradecraft. Once he reached the safe house and found nothing suspicious, he never failed to make a safe-in-place call to Pasha, who, with his array of CIA-crafted secure burner phones and SIM cards, served as their communications relay whenever they crossed into Ukraine. "I sent a ping," Pasha said. "His phone is on and receiving." Damn it. Something was wrong. He checked his phone's map screen. "I'll be there in 15. The safe house, an old fishing shack owned by a friend of Pasha's, lay south of Ternopil on the banks of the Seret River. Ternopil was a big place, about 200,000 people. Luckily, the police presence outside of town was minimal, so he traveled at nearly twice the posted speed limit and was able to cover the remaining distance to the safe house in short order. He'd nearly reached the end of the dirt road on which the shack sat when he saw the glow of multiple car headlights in the trees around the property. Too late. He backed down the road until he found a wider section of shoulder, then parked and got out. Immediately, he heard voices calling through the trees. His Russian had improved enough in the last 5 months that he caught the gist of what they were saying. Spread out. Set up perimeter. Could not have gone far. A lack of red and blue police strobes told him this wasn't a local operation, which meant SVR, Russia's version of CIA. In the last month, SVR operatives had been flooding Ukraine, doing the same thing he and Vince were trying to do, but with opposite intent. Namely, to set up intelligence networks to aid the invasion. He and Vince had felt lucky that most of the Russian SVR actively seemed west of Kyiv. Or so they thought. His phone vibrated with a text message from Vince. 4209. This random number matched their daily changing call and reply code. It told him he was in fact communicating with Vince. He typed in 1567, which returned the confirmation. "Stay clear. Compromised. Already here. Where are you? Sanitize up. Exfiltrate others if possible, but get out. Negative. Coming to get you. Go now. That's an order." While this wasn't the army, Sommerhaus was John's op. He was the boss. But leaving someone behind wasn't the Ranger way. Wasn't his way, either. He switched his phone to map mode and changed a few settings, revealing Vince's position on the screen as a pulsing red dot, not moving. He hadn't left the safe house. Why? He felt a knot of fear in his belly. Was he being set up? Was Vince trying to lure him into a trap? No, that made no sense. The only reason Vince could still be in place was that he hadn't had time to run. He was hiding in either the attic or the crawlspace beneath the floorboards, both of which they'd converted into bolt holes for just such an occasion. This, too, told him something. However the SVR had gotten onto them, it wasn't by penetrating their communications. Otherwise, they wouldn't be scouring the area for Vince. Even so, John wouldn't stay hidden for long. The Russians would eventually find him, even if that meant tearing the shack down to its studs. Unless he gave Vince an opening to escape. He typed a new text. How many bad guys? There was a long pause before the 3 dots appeared on Luke's screen, indicating a reply was coming. 6 to 8. Too many. On my signal. 2 rounds. Make a break for it. Negative. Meet at rally point. He stuffed the phone in his pocket and felt the buzz of John's reply, but ignored it. He paused a moment to gather his thoughts. He carried a Grach pistol with a full magazine. The Russians would be carrying far heavier weaponry, but that wasn't all he had. As Hollywood-esque as it was, their CIA phones came with a self-destruct function. Not all that impressive, but it might do the trick here. Would it work? Could he split their force enough that John could slip away? Worth a try. He gathered the rain-sodden leaves and pine needles before him until the mound was almost thigh-high. He punched a code into his phone, then shoved it into the bottom of the mound. 30 seconds later came a whoosh as the phone's lithium-ion battery ignited. Smoke began rising from the wet leaves. He wasn't keen on starting a forest fire and could only hope his ploy merely created a lot of smoke, which it did. Within a minute, acrid fog was rising through the trees. A breeze began carrying it toward the cabin. It didn't take long for the Russians to notice. Voices rose to shouts. He drew his Grach and fired a round into the sky. Then another. More shouting. He allowed himself a half-smile. Definitely had their attention. Time for some hide-and-seek. For the next 20 minutes, he played cat and mouse with the Russians, getting them to chase him away from the cabin before doubling back, using the smoke, the thick foliage, and an occasional gunshot to hopefully distract them enough to give John a chance to escape. He managed to hit and wound 2 of them. Their response? Lots of firing blindly through the trees. Then a voice yelled in English, "Get your hands off me!" Vince. "I want to talk to the American embassy." John was putting on a show, not for the Russians, but for him. The message clear. They have me. It's too late. Run. Car engines growled to life, followed by tires skidding on gravel. Within seconds, the sound faded. Silence reigned. Vince was gone. Chapter 9. Luke always found himself picking apart the memory, looking for things he could have done differently. If he'd chosen a different border crossing, could he have reached the Ternopil safe house sooner? Or if he'd gone on the offensive instead of trying to draw the SVR away from John's hiding place? Or maybe... He stopped himself. The shoulda-coulda game never made him feel better. Truth was, nothing he could have done would have prevented John's capture. That was logic talking, but guilt was deaf. He came to the end of his drive on the northern outskirts of Kishvarda, in a run-down industrial neighborhood. There he found Pasha's restaurant supply warehouse. Butter-yellow facade with a green awning bearing the words Rishikevets and Sons. just like 2 years ago. Pasha had only a daughter, Neda, who ran the day-to-day operations. When he'd started the business 40 years ago, Kishvarda had been a conservative town with backward ideas. Naming the business Rishikovets and Daughter would have doomed it, and changing it now would cause too much confusion. Pasha did, however, take great satisfaction in the fact that Neda was a respected community leader and an excellent businesswoman. He circled the warehouse but saw only 2 other empty cars on a nearby side street. Aside from a dog walker and some kids playing soccer in an abandoned lot, no one was about. He returned and parked in a spot beside the front door. Through his windshield, he spotted a fisheye security camera. That was new, which gave him a moment's pause. He looked around. More graffiti than he remembered, along with a few broken windows, which might explain the increased security. Plus, following the demise of Sommerhaus, Pasha had been worried about receiving a visit from grim-faced Russians with more on their minds than buying bulk sugar and glassware. He walked to the front door and entered. The office hadn't changed. 2 beat-up gray steel desks, filing cabinets, and 1 wall covered in pictures of businesses Pasha supplied. Overhead, a lone fluorescent panel glowed a milky white. He reached back and gripped the 9mm. "Anyone home?" he called out. A figure emerged from the far storeroom doorway. Pavel Rishikovets. Pasha. Not much had changed in the intervening 2 years. Short, not quite 5.5 feet tall, with wavy auburn hair and a jawline that suggested, rightly so, pig-headedness. A battered felt hat covered the head. "Good to see you, Luke," Pasha said in English, "but not happy it had to be this way." Something felt off. He withdrew his gun and let it dangle at his side with a finger loose on the trigger. "How many are there here, and where?" "Just one, and I'm right here." A woman's voice, behind Pasha, in Russian-accented English. She materialized from the dimly lit doorway, her arms raised toward him in a decent isosceles stance, gun aimed. "Move, and I shoot you in leg," she said. "The chest is an easier target. I need you alive." I don't much like the sound of that. Alive meant imprisonment, interrogation, torture. His gun was ready, and he could definitely drop her, but he'd take a bullet in the process. And despite her earlier response, she might not be alone. He was playing the angles in his head when Pasha said, "Before you do anything rash, Luke, maybe you listen to her." He wanted to know, "Why'd you burn me?" "To save Vince." Good answer. "How about we trade shots and see who comes out on top," he said to her. "You will lose." "Let's find out. Both of you, stop. This is my place. Enough!" Even amid the hairiest of moments during Sommerhaus, he'd never heard Pasha raise his voice. He decided to blink first and replaced the gun at his spine. You had to give to get. Still, the woman did not move. Finally, after a long 5 seconds, she lowered her arms and stepped into the light. She was tall, thin, with a mop of ash-blonde hair brushed straight back from a wide forehead. The eyes were sharp, observant, like a cat, maybe mid-30s, relatively attractive in a Catwoman kind of way, and not the Eartha Kitt version, more the Lee Merriweather. She moved confidently with the ease of a gymnast, dressed for battle, too, tight jeans above a long-sleeved, scoop-necked bodysuit. "What's this about?" he asked her. "Let us start with why you betrayed John Vince." Chapter 10. Red Square, 6:15 p.m. Edmond Grishin spotted Alexei Delov exiting the Mercedes limousine. The driver, one of Edmond's most trusted associates, closed the door behind Alexei and gave Edmond a nod, holding up one finger, then two, which meant all clear, save for one surveillance team consisting of 2 men. He glanced around. It took only a moment to spot the black car stopped along the curb on the road beside St. Basil's Cathedral. This would be whatever FSB team Constantin Franco had assigned to watch Alexei after their contentious meeting yesterday. If he wasn't on the radar before, the former president was now. He'd expected no less, just as he expected Franco was probably, at this moment, having Alexei's dacha bugged and his phone and emails marked for interception. The only thing countering that supposition was that Franco's minders were allowing themselves to be seen, sending a message. We are watching. So maybe the dacha and phone lines were still clean. For now. He and Alexei had chosen here in public to talk, since the easiest place to hide was in plain sight. Their message back to Franco clear. We know. The weather was typical for a Russian spring day. Cold, with a bright sun in a nearly cloudless sky. Wind swirled the recent snowfall into flurries that peppered his face like grains of sand. Discomfort seemed a way of life in Russia. Who'd said that? Tolstoy? Dostoevsky? Maybe Solzhenitsyn? They'd all spoken eloquently about Slavic fatalism. He viewed it in a more simplistic way. Life sucks, and then you die. Despite its distinctly unliterary ring, he enjoyed the cynical observation. He had neither the aptitude nor the interest in science, but Alexei's medical diagnosis was etched in his memory. His old friend preferred to hear the unvarnished truth. So, the doctor had obliged. Glioblastoma multiforme, grade 4 astrocytoma. As brain tumors went, GBMs were the nastiest and fastest moving. They were almost always fatal, as few were detected before it was too late. And that was the case with Alexei. 4 months of life left. 6 at most. The tumor was too large and too invasive for surgery. Radiation and chemotherapy might slow the growth, but the side effects of those treatments would be a dagger in the quality of life. Alexei was not a young man, so his old friend had made a decision. No intervention. He would live life on his terms as long as he could. Whatever happened, and however fast it happened, so be it. Of late he'd noticed the symptoms piling up. Headaches, blurred vision, vertigo, no appetite, weight loss, anemia. But he'd also begun noticing more troubling signs. Hints of cognitive decline, flashes of uncharacteristic anger and confusion, memory loss, trouble finding words. Those symptoms, the doctor had said, would continue to worsen until the tumor finally killed him. Thinking of that brought on waves of unfamiliar sadness. Alexei Delov, the man who'd changed the world, was crumbling before his eyes, and there was nothing he could do about it. But he could honor his friend's last request. Red Star. Repeatedly, he'd been confronted by the gut-wrenching possibility that Alexei's decision to pursue Red Star was born of that ugly, ravenous thing devouring his brain. And while he shared his boss's alarm over Constantin Franco's march toward dictatorship, was Red Star the only course left? Compared with Alexei Delov, what did he know about world affairs, or Russian politics? Aside from watching from the sidelines, he was ignorant of such things. Alexei understood the world stage and its players with a genius he could not begin to imagine. And Franco had really left little choice as to what to do, given his arrogance that contained no room for compromise. So, if Alexei said Red Star was the only course left open to stop him, Who was he to question? "You are early, my friend," Alexei called out. "As always." "Good. Keep everything open and casual for the prying eyes and ears." He'd left the dacha last evening and immediately gone to work choosing his team with care. 5 men, all former police who had paid their dues on the streets. 3 of them had once served with him on Alexei's protective detail. The other 2 had retired with honors from the Moscow force. One of them was a man he'd trust with his life. If Red Star was findable, these men could do it. He reminded himself, though, not to get overconfident, especially with Franco's FSB involved. Their bailiwick, counter-espionage, was a wheels-within-wheels affair. There was every chance this visible surveillance team here in Red Square was a stalking horse for invisible ones. The real problems. The question was whether Franco was merely interested in keeping tabs on a possible powerful voice of dissent, or if he was actively suspicious of what they intended. He would have his answer as soon as his hunt for Red Star began in earnest. "And you are precisely on time," he said. "How you manage that I will never understand. Practice, and good handlers. I like this, you know, being back here in Moscow. As a nobody." Alexei smiled. "That especially." When he was president of the Soviet Union, and for perhaps a decade after, Alexei's face was well known in Russia and around the world. But decades away from the spotlight, more wrinkles, thinning hair, and 30 pounds of weight loss had rendered him just another Russian pensioner. Alexei looked around with an exaggerated surreptitiousness. Edmond waited for instructions. "What do you say we go see the old graybeard?" Chapter 11. Alexei hated everything and anything related to communism, especially Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov Lenin. A lawyer, revolutionary, and theorist who founded the Soviet Socialist state. A foolish idea that had no hope of enduring. In the end, it lasted less than 90 years before imploding. And while speaking of Lenin in anything but reverent tones would not get someone arrested anymore, it would probably earn some dirty looks, especially from old-time hardliners who whiled away their days in Red Square, remembering something that never really existed. He'd walked a fine line while in office since back then the communists were still a threat. 2 times they tried a coup and failed. Finally, he'd struck a bargain with them. "I will leave you alone if you will leave the country alone," making clear that if they wanted political power, then they needed to convince a majority of Russians to vote for them. That simple. Which never happened. He and Edmond strode toward the Kremlin's northeast battlements until they reached the squat, ziggurat-shaped building with a wide glass facade. Constructed of red granite, Karelian quartz, and black labradorite, the tomb was designed to withstand not only the test of time, but also the vibration of tanks passing by during May Day parades. The foundation slab alone weighed nearly 20,000 kilograms. Overkill, for sure, but such was Russian brutalist architecture. Inside, beneath a glass-enclosed sarcophagus, lay Lenin himself, dead since 1924. The body was meticulously maintained. If a patch of wrinkling or discoloration occurred, acetic acid and ethyl alcohol worked miracles. Hydrogen peroxide was used to restore the decaying tissue's original pale coloring. Damp spots were removed by means of desiccants. The entire body was soaked in a solution of glycerol and potassium acetate on a yearly basis to slow down retardation. Up until the fall of the Soviet Union, The government paid for the preservation work, which had cost millions. He'd ended that, intent on closing the mausoleum and finally burying the bastard. But there'd been too much opposition. So to placate those factions, he'd backed off on burial, but still cut off the money. Private donations then supported the preservation. Then, years later, another Russian president, trying to curry favor with the communist fringe, reinstated state funding. Incredible. Hero worship on the order of a saint for nothing more than an arrogant, megalomaniac mass murderer. "Do you want to go in?" Edmond asked. "Gaze upon his personage." He gave his friend a sideways glance and smile. "That is quite the fancy phrase. I read books. Louis L'Amour westerns. Other things, too. Let us stay out here. It is just too Soviet for me in there." Also, he was mindful that visitors were searched by armed guards, and photography, filming, eating, smoking, and hats were forbidden. No talking was allowed either, and it was important they put on a good show for Franco's surveillance detail. Being seen so near this so-called sacred spot would earn him a few points. "Seeing those mummified remains is also too much of a reminder of one's own mortality," he said. "A death sentence tends to make one introspective. Does Franco know about that?" "I am not sure. He definitely has been watching me. He made that clear. And my doctor could be compromised. But learning of my fate would only make him happy. No need to do anything rash. Nature will take care of things soon enough. He might be more concerned than you think." He smiled. "You overestimate my importance. I doubt Constantin Franco is concerned with me. I am no threat to a man like him." "His mistake. We can only hope. Let us stroll. As you taught me long ago, moving targets are a challenge for parabolic listening devices." They wandered away from the mausoleum, placing it between them and those they knew were watching from beyond the square. He'd always thought it a paradox how Red Square appeared so large on television or in photographs, when in reality it was quite a compact place. "What have you learned about Red Star?" he asked Edmond. "There are no records anywhere. No reason existed to keep them. Officially, the program ended. Back then, everything was paper, and as best I can tell, none was transferred to digital. According to the archived personnel records, only 2 of the members of the original program are still alive." And he knew one of them, Yefim Kozar, who'd headed the program. He'd spoken to him several times while president. "Who is the other?" "Ilya Masher, the lead scientist." They kept walking, 2 old men on a stroll. Not unusual at all for Red Square. "Kozar is the one who sent me the message," he said. "Red Star still flies." It had come inside a Russian post envelope with no return address. "He wanted to remind me," Alexei said. "He hated the communists and is surely no friend of Franco's. I learned that he is in prison." "New information? Are you sure?" "Definitely." "It makes sense now," he said. "He wants out and is using Red Star as bait to draw me in to help. Do you know where he is being held?" "I have not been able to learn the location." Between he and Edmond, they had a network of contacts built over decades of bribery, favor trading, and friendship. In recent years, Franco's rise to power and the fear he inspired had begun to erode those relationships, or at least made their use more perilous. But they still existed. "I suspect it is inside one of Franco's dark sites," Edmond said. He nodded. "The new gulags." The nickname was apt. Of late, political rivals, dissidents, and journalists had been disappearing. With a population of 150 million and a landmass of 17 million square kilometers, Russia held half the people of the United States with almost twice the space. Building and running secret facilities was laughably easy. That vastness had always driven the Americans crazy. Finding an ICBM site in 2.5 million square kilometers of dense Siberian forest made the proverbial needle in a haystack look like a toddler's game. Alexei said, "Let me see if I can cultivate a source in the Federal Penitentiary Service and find out. Tell me about Ilya Masher." "From what little I could gather, the man is not much for a conversation, or people, or anything that isn't science. But he's gifted, a savant. He breezed through every Moscow polytech his parents threw at him, starting at the age of 12. Degrees in physics, advanced math, engineering, speaks 5 languages. When computers started gaining momentum in the late 1970s, he was teaching physics at Lomonosov. Masher announced he was taking a sabbatical. 3 months later, he came back and took over the computer science department. Supposedly, the man had no equal. Where do we find this genius? He went off the radar 8 years ago. The rumor is he's working for an oligarch. That doesn't narrow it down much, does it? Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, a new breed of ultra-wealthy had emerged across Russia. Some of them were merely industrialists, others entrepreneurs with ties to organized crime. Regardless of the variety, all shared a common trait besides unimaginable wealth: political influence. Few doors were closed to them. Dealing with any one of them came with a warning label: handle with care. The rich most definitely protected the rich. "Do your sources mention what he might be doing for this oligarch?" he asked. Edmond shook his head. "Take your pick. His specialties are apparently boundless. My guess would be something digital: banking, cryptocurrency, stock market manipulation, ransom attacks." "How will you proceed?" "We will start with Kozar, then go from there. I will need money for bribes and hired help." He drew a thumb drive from his jacket pocket and handed it to Edmond. "I have set up a special account. Spend as you see fit. If you need more, I will get more. Do you have people you trust?" 5, but they will be told only what is necessary to get the job done. As it should be. No one, besides them, could know what they were planning. The 2 men went silent for a minute as they continued to walk the square. Finally, he said, "There's something on your mind." "How do you know that?" Edmond asked. "I've known you too long not to notice that furrowed brow." He grinned. "I don't know how to say this." "Just say it, old friend. This thing in your head is bad and getting worse, yes? Correct on both counts. Your personality is different sometimes. Do not misunderstand. It is just that you are worried the tumor is affecting my judgment." Edmond stared at him. "I wonder about that myself," he said. "Those personality changes you mentioned, I have noticed them. I feel different in those moments. I have almost come to recognize when they are coming. But know this, when I consider Red Star, I am clear-headed. It is such a bold step, unprecedented. Sadly, it is all they will understand. Constantin Franco does not realize how much the world has changed. His dictatorial tendencies play here in Russia. No one can stop him, perhaps not even the oligarchs, but projecting that power beyond Russia's borders is another thing altogether. America and NATO will not back down. If Franco pushes too far, he will plunge us into a world war. Any allies we now have will abandon us. We will be left out in the cold. Sanctions will button us up so tightly we'll struggle to breathe. Our economy will crumble. That is when oligarchs and organized crime will swoop in and fill the void. The ensuing chaos will be unsustainable. Russia will again become a failed state. You paint a terrifying picture. With what I propose to do, Russia's pain will be agonizing. No question, but that will be short-lived. We will rebound and move ahead. You are right to have doubts about this. If you did not, you would not be the man I know. And if your doubts are too great to bear, I will not blame you for stepping away. No harm done. Our friendship will survive. I cannot do that. If you tell me this is the right course, I trust your judgment. He stopped walking and turned to face his friend. I also want you to trust me on one last thing. Name it. I am ashamed to admit it, but until now I have given no thought to your future. There is no need, Edmond said. There is every need. If we succeed with Red Star, and it is tracked back to me, my fate will be short-lived. I am dying anyway. You will not have that luxury, not unless we plan for it. I am not afraid of Constantin Franco. It is not him you should fear, but those who survive him. You must respect their need for vengeance. On that thumb drive are 2 bank accounts. The first for Red Star, the second for you. It will be enough to see you safely out of Russia. Plan your exit before this finishes. Go somewhere safe. Set up a life for yourself. Perhaps Germany. Find yourself a plump, blue-eyed wife. Drink beer. Eat sausage. He laid a hand on Edmond's shoulders. Do that for me. If we succeed, leave. If we fail, leave. No hesitation, no goodbyes. Understood? Edmond nodded. Understood. He smiled. Now, find Yefim Kozar. Chapter 12. Kishvarda, Hungary. Luke stared hard at the woman and considered her question. Let us start with why you betrayed John Vince. She'd gone straight for the jugular, but he kept his cool and asked what he and Sean Fernando wanted to know. Who are you, and what the hell are you talking about? Her name is Danielle Otera. He held up a finger, silencing Pasha, then texted Sean Fernando's direct line. It was afternoon in Washington. The source is Danielle Otera. You know her? Sean's reply came 10 seconds later. I'm afraid so. Trouble. But evaluate. He shoved the phone into his pocket. Pasha, you were saying. She came to me last week. You should hear what she has to say. You're not exactly on my good side right now. I'm sorry for that, but I did not know a better way to get anyone's attention. You've got it, that much is certain. As for you, Ms. Atera, I'll ask again. Who are you? She stepped past Luke. Sean Fernando never mentioned me. You're one of his assets, he asked. Was, during Sommerhaus. Agent or informant? Both. As answers go, that one sucks. It is all you get now, she said. By the way, call me Danielle. We are going to spend a lot of time together. Don't be so sure. He looked at Pasha. When did you know about her? Last week. But I was hesitant to call. I wanted to be sure. Are you? Pasha nodded. To Danielle, he said, You were an asset during Sommerhaus? What does that mean? When everything blew up that night and John disappeared, I was cut off. I reached out to Sean, but no reply. So, I became a ghost. What did I have answered enough questions, she said. I want to know why you left, John. You were there. I did everything I could to get him out, to give him an opening to escape. But they took him anyway, Danielle said. Excuse me, were you there? She squeezed her eyes shut, then shook her head. I came a few minutes after they took him. Now he saw it. John Vince had meant something to her. So he pressed further. Why were you there? Second set of eyes. I did not see you. His back stiffened, and he took a step toward her. She stood nose to nose with him and said, Explain why you are not responsible. Because I wasn't. I tried my best, but it didn't work, and I've regretted that outcome ever since. Is that what this is about? Getting me back here so I can satisfy your curiosity? Or is it a pound of my flesh you're after? It is not like that, Pasha said. She thinks John is still alive. Finally, to the point. Where? I do not know for sure, she said, but he is alive. At least a week ago he was, in a prison to the north on the White Sea. How do you know this? Since Sommerhaus, finding John has been my life. It has taken me 2 years to find out he is alive. So far, every answer she'd offered only compounded his unanswered questions. Let's go back to square one. Say I believe you that John's alive. He is. And you figured that by getting me here we'd team up and get him out? And to ask you why you left him. We're past that, he said. I am not. Then put a damn pin in it. I came here to find John and get him back. So we're clear, I don't partner with people I can't trust. Like I care. You better, or else you won't be having anything to do with this. Are you going to stop me? Yes, I am. Tell me how you got involved in Sommerhaus. I've never heard of you, and I was there. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she studied his eyes as though searching for a sign. He held her gaze and tried to telegraph that she really needed to offer a good answer. Finally, she said, I work with John before Sommerhaus, about a year before you show up. You are not going to like what comes next. I don't like any of this. Keep going. I was SVR. Chapter 13. Luke glanced at Pasha, who shrugged and raised his hands. Apparently, he'd had no idea about that shocking revelation. The SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, succeeded the first chief directorate of the old KGB. It was tasked with intelligence and espionage activities outside of the Russian Federation, similar to the CIA's statutory mandate. Everything about it was a classified state secret, the goal of every intelligence agency across the globe to have an inside track to its activities. Operatives were trained at the Academy of Foreign Intelligence, once known under the Soviets as the Red Banner Institute. Perhaps as many as 15,000 total employees, from agents to support personnel, though no one knew exactly how that broke down into the 8 active directorates. But if it was anything like the CIA, the number of support personnel vastly outweighed field operatives, who were the tip of the spear, the best of the best. And SVRs were good. Damn good, in fact. So he had to ask her, "Does Jean Fernando know? Maybe it is better we speak alone." He agreed and faced Pasha. "This might be a good time for you to take a break. The less you know, the better." His friend nodded. "I will be in the warehouse if you need me. You two behave." And Pasha laughed. "You and John met where?" he asked her. "The U.S. Embassy in Chisinau, Moldova. I was a walk-in." An intelligence term for someone who simply shows up, knocks on the door, and offers to spy for them. Walk-ins were exceedingly rare and treated with instant distrust, for good reason. "Bold move," he said. "I plan ahead. Went to Moldova on holiday, made sure I was clean, then made approach. John was my handler." Absently, Luke wondered whether Vince had been stationed there as part of the CIA's contingent, or had been flown in to shake her down. That was a question for Sean. "How long did your debrief last?" 5 days. I could not stay longer without raising suspicion." Debriefing a walk-in agent was an intentionally grueling process, designed to poke holes in the person's story, test veracity, establish credibility. "What was your motivation?" "I had been ordered into a new group, new mission, called Parok, means threshold in English." "Why that word?" She shrugged. "No idea. We were deployed to Ukraine. Franco had made his intentions known. War was coming. Porok would be looking for sabotage targets, hidden military installations, pipelines, along with identifying VIPs and families for assassination or blackmail." He thought he understood. "You drew the line at going after non-combatants?" "Did not want any part of that." "Then why not simply resign?" "No quitting the SVR. I would have been killed. If I could not live with doing those things, how could I live with doing nothing to stop them?" Good answer. His respect for her ticked sharply upward. Either she meant every word or she was a superb actress saying what was expected to be heard. What came after the debrief? "John gave me a secure cell phone. Once a week I report anything I discover about Porok, or anything else I pick up. He would ask me questions, and I find answers." He knew what that meant. John had been pressure testing her, not only dissecting the information she volunteered, but also tasking her to find answers to questions the CIA had already independently verified. An old lawyer trick. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. If they lie, even in the slightest, you know you've got a double agent on your hands. This went on for 6 months. When my Porok unit was ready to deploy, John and I arranged to meet in Kyiv. "And that's where it started?" Luke asked. "You and him becoming personal?" She nodded. "I'm not ashamed of it. He is good, kind man." "On that we agree," he said. Zomerhause's sole purpose had been agent recruitment. Now he realized that there'd been a second, secret part. To foil the Porok program that John had not told him about. No surprise, though. He didn't have a need to know for that side of the story. He was Magellan Billet, on loan. John was career CIA. "So, you and John team up," he said. "Then what?" "I work my Porok assignments in Ukraine, feed him information. Assets were put in position. The night John disappeared, I was to be pulled out and sent across border into Hungary to meet him." "That's why you were headed to the cabin?" "Yes," she murmured, lowering her eyes. "But I ran late." Now he understood. She blamed not only Luke for John's loss, but herself too. How much of her antagonism toward him was mere projection he didn't know, but her pain was real, and it had been gnawing on her for the past 2 years. That he could understand. "And you've been living under the radar in Ukraine since?" he asked. "John gave me new passport. I went to ground, change my appearance, and stay away from Porok hotspots." "Does the SVR think you defected or were killed?" "Hard to say. But Porok kept going after I disappeared. He was curious. How? I watched some of my old team members. They were going about their business. If the SBR thought I'd turn, they would have paused operation. That made sense. Even so, she'd been smart to keep her head down. He was impressed. A lesser person would have hightailed it out of Ukraine. She stayed, and set about trying to find John. Should he have done the same? No. The Russians would have probably caught up to him, and given his knowledge of both Sommerhaus and Magellan billet operations, his capture would have had serious repercussions. During Ranger training, the truth about enemy interrogation was made plain. Everyone breaks. Everyone talks. It's just a matter of how soon you do it and how much you give away. If you're lucky, your captors will mistake the inconsequential bits you offer as valuable. Otherwise, they squeeze and squeeze and squeeze until you're nothing but a husk. Had that been John's fate? Probably so. Unless Danielle was wrong and John was in fact dead. He felt guilty for thinking it, but maybe that was the most merciful outcome. Why didn't you reach out when you first found out John was alive? He asked. I need to know who burned him. Someone did. Your whole network rolled up. Except for Pasha, he said. It is not him. He had to agree. John had handpicked Pasha, who had a vested interest in seeing Franco's invasion plans foiled or at least blunted. Plus, the CIA had vetted him before Sommerhaus and electronically surveilled him for months afterward. That leaves you, Sean Fernando, and whoever else knew Sommerhaus, she said. I do not think it was you anymore. I'm touched. Why not? You showing up. If you, this is the last place you would come. Then the same logic applies to Sean. He reached out to me. Why do that if he's worried about me unraveling his secret? Which leaves the others who knew of Sommerhaus. Who that might be, he did not know. But how could he pose that question to Sean? Tricky, telling a guy that a colleague might be a traitor. But maybe there was one other possibility. Chapter 14. Luke's analytical mind was spiraling with a flurry of thoughts, some of which he dismissed as either unnecessary or impractical. Others warranted more consideration. He was an intelligence officer. His job was to make assessments, the kind of tough decisions that Cotton Malone had warned him about. It's all on you. Nobody else can make the call because nobody else is there with the information you have. That's why we get the big bucks. He'd smiled at the last part. Magellan billet agents made little to nothing considering, but no one did the job for money. It's possible, he said to Danielle, that for whatever reason the SBR was watching one of our agents and got suspicious. Or they picked up some electronic chatter and tracked it back. It all could have come from their end, not ours. She frowned, considering his theory. Possible? Sure. Porok was not the only operation they were running. They could have come across Sommerhaus. If they did, why I not targeted? No play has been made on me. They knew me. Whoever on your end burned John did not. How do you know that? He told me he ran me on his own. That raised a multitude of questions, but he let them slide. Let's get back to John. You know he's alive, and you know he's imprisoned at the White Sea, and it took you a year to find this out? My new passport says I am Livia Tut, a Hungarian university student. First I worry about getting into Russia, not knowing if my picture was posted at border crossing. Then Livia Tut wandering around Russia asking questions about a missing American spy? How long would that last? He got her point, and understood about being on your own. Like here, right now. He was still assessing, and part of that was trying to feel her stress, her anxiety, and over not just the possibility of SBR capture, but also the uncertainty of whether she'd ever again find the man she clearly cared for. He should say something supportive, though he doubted she wanted to hear that right now. But what did she want? How did you finally learn John is alive? I find the prison guard open to bribery. He works for FSIN, that runs Russia's gulags. Where he works is short-staffed. He rotates through 3 different sites, 5 days at a time. He saw the handwriting on the wall, and he won't tell you which prison until you pay him more. Worse than that. At last meeting, he brought along a friend, ugly-looking, with bad tattoos and a gun at his waistband. Something tells me that wouldn't be much of a problem for you. Problem was more immediate. If I balk at price, they might turn me over to the SVR or FSB and hope for bigger reward. Strange woman asking about an imprisoned American? Anyone can do math. He appreciated her levity. The SVR teach you English? She nodded. Required learning. So you came back to life and contacted Pasha because you need help. No choice. I had to. Pasha told me yesterday you would come. I wanted to meet you. I make a good first impression? She snickered. You seem capable. Did you get proof of life? She nodded. I had him ask John what Livia's favorite flower is. What was the answer you got? It is him, no doubt. John is alive. There was also something else in his reply. 3 words. He waited. Need Luke urgent. Now he knew exactly why he was here. How quickly can you arrange a meeting with this guard of yours? I hear what you say. The SVR may have discovered all on their own, but I think somebody burned John. I think somebody in the Zomerhaus team. Your point? Until I decide otherwise, all are suspect. He wondered whether he'd feel any differently in her shoes. Probably not. She'd essentially been living behind enemy lines on wit, instinct, and guts. When it came to dealing with traitors, the SVR was as vicious as its ancestor, the dreaded Cheka. So she'd earned the right to be paranoid. That include me. For now, no. At some point we have to get on the same page, he said. If not, our chance of saving John drops from low to non-existent. She hesitated for a moment, clearly considering everything. Finally, she said, I have call to make to the guard. Fair enough. What is your favorite flower? Hollow root. They cover forest floor here in spring with beautiful purple bloom. Then they wither and die, like they were never there. Chapter 15, Wednesday, May 21st, 6:05 p.m. Luke felt a shiver of anxiety as he and Danielle entered Orodnia. Aside from a trio of cannons that had been presented to the Ukrainians there by Peter the Great for their heroism during the Swedish invasion of 1709, the town had only one other fascinating feature. As Danielle explained, the road north, where the borders of Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus met, was largely unpatrolled. Whether due to oversight or laziness, at the right time of night, especially from 2:30 a.m. to around dawn, you could cross from Ukraine into Russia without being noticed by either cameras or watchtowers. There's got to be a reason it's not patrolled, he said. Any idea why? That whole area is crisscrossed with unfinished oil pipes. The road is some kind of commercial hub with construction trailers, cranes, dumpsters. You see this all over Russia, especially at borders. Big projects run out of money. Do you have any overhead imagery? Just Google Earth. From border, there is nothing for 30 kilometers north, to Klimova, inside Russia. He was still skeptical that the Russians had such a glaring leak in their fence, but after all, there were thousands of miles of border to patrol. Still, the whole thing could be a honeypot. What made this one unique was the fact that a war raged just to the south of the crossing in Ukraine. It seemed territory like that would be jealously guarded. Earlier in the day, they'd slipped into Ukraine from Hungary and driven fast through the country northward. The war had taken a toll. Destruction lay everywhere. But this area had recently been retaken by Ukraine from Russian troops and was now relatively calm. Traveling through war zones was never easy. He knew them well, having served multiple tours in Afghanistan as a ranger before cycling out and going to work for the Magellan billet. Horodnia had taken heavy shelling, and the buildings showed the scars. But its residents were trying to live some semblance of a normal life. He and Danielle had not lingered and quickly left the town behind, staying on a path northward. Finally, she'd reached a small diner. He was amazed the place was still open. She eased off the road and parked, dousing the headlights. He'd decided her rusting Volkswagen Polo, with Russian license plates, was a safer choice than his rental car. How she'd managed to get a hold of the Polo he had not asked, and she probably wouldn't have told him anyway. But he did want to know, how did you find out about this crossing? After using main border checkpoints for a month, my nerves were gone. I was certain my luck would run out, so I started looking for a better spot. I decided Horodnia the place, so I got job as waitress at this diner. She pointed through the windshield. I work the night shift and spend my days scouting border. That's a good way to draw attention to yourself. Better than skulking at night. I took up jogging, stopped a few times by border patrols, but they got to know my face and leave me alone. Some even start calling me Fitlivia. Nice play, he said. Your turn. You keep quiet all day. What did Sean Fernando say? Back at Pasha's, he'd called Sean, for two reasons. First, he needed to pass on Danielle's suspicions about a mole on the Sommerhaus team. Second, he had to find out more about her. I hear you, Luke, Sean said. But without evidence or hell, even a thread to pluck at, you don't start interrogating your colleagues. Aside from me and the deputy director himself, only two people had full access to Sommerhaus details, both veteran analysts with impeccable records. I'm talking about folks who get vetted and dissected 4 times a year. It can't be here. Finding out who burned John is almost as important to Danielle Atera as getting him out. What's her story? What makes you think I know? You do. Like she told you, she was trained at the SVR Academy. Operational security, agent recruitment, espionage network management, psychological operations, hand-to-hand combat, communications, the whole litany. Porok was her first field operation, so her hands-on skills had yet to be battle-tested. She's green as an apple, though she wants you to think she's a pro. We checked her out after the walk-in. She studied fundamental and applied linguistics at Lomonosov Moscow State University. Her language skills caught the attention of the SVR. In the last year at university, she was approached by a recruiter. She started out in Directorate R, Operational Planning and Analysis, but always had her eye on Directorate S, Illegal Intelligence. He knew about that directorate, which involved hardcore spying abroad. But she was disillusioned. Our sources on the ground in Moscow confirmed that she told her superiors that she was not aboard with Porok, which means she was not on their Christmas card list, to say the least. Do we need to talk about why you didn't give me a heads up? If I'd had an inkling it was her that reached out to us, I would have said so. Pasha kept that to himself, and I trusted him. There's no hidden agenda here, Luke, promise. But watch yourself with her. There's no telling which team she's really playing for. We never actually answered that question. Why are we here? He asked Danielle, motioning toward the diner. She checked her watch. We have 8 hours before window opens for us to go north. We need sleep. She stepped from the car, walked into the diner, then re-emerged 5 minutes later and climbed back behind the wheel, driving the car around to the back of the diner. He followed her up a set of wooden steps to a glass-paneled door, where she inserted a key and stepped inside. Yana, who owns diner, lets me stay here when in town, she said. She lives below, so do not clump around." Much of the apartment was cramped by a low-angled ceiling. The space, he decided, seemed a converted attic. The walls were painted bright white, the hardwood floors covered in thick rugs, the furniture a mix and match of flea market decor. But everything was clean and tidy. There was a kitchenette, a small sitting room, one bedroom, and a bath. "Couch is yours," she told him. "Not so fast. Tell me what the guard said when you called." "I will, once across the border. I prefer now. Think of it as a trust-building exercise." She let out a sigh and dropped into a vinyl recliner. He sat on the dusty sofa. "He will meet us in Vologda 2 nights from now." "Where's Vologda?" 6 hours north of Moscow. That's a long way from here, and a lot of dangerous enemy territory to infiltrate. For her, not a problem. For him, like, what could go wrong? "He lives there," she said. "What else do you know about him? Wife, kids, outstanding debts, enemies?" "I know he knows where John is. That's enough for me." "You only know that he says he knows. He's a wild card, and we can't afford to take the chances he's demanding. We'll be bare-ass to the wind once we're in Russia." He decided to use some of his southern charm along with what he'd been told was a winning smile. "Danielle, you've got to let me help. If you don't want to trust Sean or the CIA, fine. Remember what you said back at Pasha's. Why else would I have come here if not to find John? I want to keep distance between what we are doing and CIA. I'm not CIA. I work for a unit in the Justice Department called the Magellan Billet. I was on loan to the CIA with Sommerhaus. I have no love for Langley either. I'm here for John." She seemed to seriously consider what he'd said. "Okay, Mr. Justice Department. We do this together. We're going to need some intel help. I have someone who can provide that, and she's 100% on our side. Give me the guard's full name, and I'll turn her loose on him." "Who is her?" "Marcia Pooler. She's attached to the Magellan Billet, not CIA. I trust her with my life." No field operative could work in a vacuum. Even James Bond had M and Q. "Fedot Osipov," she finally said. "He lives in Vologda, works for FSIN, drives a brown pickup truck. Should be enough to get started. Oh, and he has a really ugly friend with lots of tattoos." Chapter 16, Thursday, May 22nd. Luke woke and checked his watch. A little after midnight. The sitting room was empty. He'd been ranger dozing, a state somewhere between actual sleep and wakefulness. One ear in his dreams, the other on his surroundings. An unteachable skill, one acquired through living and working in an active combat zone. Part of staying alive. What had roused him? He heard it. Again. A creak on the wooden steps outside. Then a scratching sound. Metal grating on the door's lock plate. He grabbed the 9mm from the floor beside the couch and clicked off the safety. Then quietly pattered into Danielle's room and shook her awake, placing a finger to his lips, mouthing, "Company." From under her pillow she retrieved a gun. She might be green and unproven, but he liked she was prepared. Then again, she was trained SVR. Together, they crept down the hallway toward the front door. He gestured for Danielle to position herself toward the bathroom doorway. He sidestepped her and made it to the kitchen, dropping to one knee. He placed his fingertips on the doorplate in the hope of feeling the scratch of a door pick on the other side. Nothing. Outside all was quiet. No more squeaks. He waited and listened for another full minute before signaling Danielle to join him. "Window," he whispered. She duck-walked into the kitchen and rose beside the window overlooking the cafe's back parking lot. She watched for a while, then glanced at him and shook her head. The look on her face said, "Are you sure you heard something?" He nodded, and motioned for her to stay there while he retreated to the couch, where he switched out the 9mm for the MP5. Then he returned to the kitchen and whispered, "I'm going to have a look around." He slipped out the front door, then made a careful circuit of the diner. No lights burned in any windows, no one in sight. 2 cars sat in the parking lot. He checked both, pressing his palm against each hood. Engines cold. He returned to the apartment and Danielle let him in. "I must have been wrong," he said. "When it comes to these things, it's better to check and be wrong than other way around." He agreed. "I'm going back to bed," she said. "We can still get a couple more hours of rest." But he was still bothered. Somebody had been out there. At 2 a.m., Luke's watch alarm buzzed. He checked his phone. Nothing new from Marcia. Earlier, before going to sleep, he'd sent her a text with Fedot Osipov's particulars. She sent her standard "working on it" reply. That meant she was all over it, doing everything she could to provide him with viable working information, and she'd make contact when she had something to offer. She prided herself on her work, and he'd come to depend on her when he needed accurate intel fast. He was damn glad to have her on this mission. He stepped into the hallway and found Danielle standing in the bathroom. "You make coffee," she said. "I will shower." He located some instant in the refrigerator and scooped some into a pair of smiley-face mugs from the cabinet, then filled the electric kettle and turned it on. He'd just added the boiling water when Danielle appeared in the doorway, dressed but vigorously rubbing her hair with a towel. She bathed fast. He handed her a mug. "The shower is yours," she said. "We leave in 10 minutes." He stood under the cold water for 3 minutes, which definitely woke his senses, then toweled off, downed the rest of his coffee, and brushed his teeth. He emerged from the bathroom in fresh clothes from his lug bag to find Danielle leaning against the front door, backpack slung over her shoulder, ready to go. "How long does it take to get ready?" she asked. "You can't rush beauty." "Okay, we go with that." Good to know she had some semblance of a sense of humor. He packed his travel bag and grabbed the weapons. Then they left, locking the door behind them. She drove around to the front of the diner and shoved the apartment key through the mail slot. Then she settled back behind the wheel. "Ready?" He reached into the back seat, grabbed from the Pelican case 3 magazines, then laid the MP5 across his lap. "Ready." "You expect trouble?" "Every minute of every day." He checked his watch. It's 2:30 in the morning. The window is opened. Dawn is a few hours away. "Those my words, not yours," she said. "You copyrighted them?" She smiled. "Something like that." They left Orodnia behind and soon found themselves on a winding road bordered by dark fields. The headlights revealed they were freshly plowed and ready for spring planting. He knew from news reports that the war had moved more to the south and east, which explained the lack of Russian and Ukrainian forces. "What's the crop here?" he asked. "Do I look like farmer?" "Somebody needs a second cup of coffee." "You not wrong." "Sorry." "Mainly wheat." He knew Ukraine was often described as the breadbasket of Europe. Nearly 10% of all the wheat in the world came from here. But maize, barley, and rapeseed were also high on its list of exports, and the country's sunflower oil made up nearly half the world market. The prolonged war with Russia had caused severe reductions in production, jeopardizing the food security of many countries around the globe, which made this war everyone's problem. "You bothered by what happened earlier?" he asked her. "You say someone was there. So, someone was there. Question is who." He agreed. "And why?" They kept heading north without seeing another vehicle until Danielle slowed and took an unmarked turnoff. The road narrowed and changed from asphalt to gravel, then to dirt. The headlights showed a pair of ruts leading up into the deep gloom of evergreens. Rocks scraped the rear axle. If the ruts grew much deeper, they could bog down. They were seriously in the woods. They climbed around a hill shoulder, and the path ahead deteriorated into 2 irregular channels, that surely formed stream beds in wet weather. Finally, the terrain leveled, and she stopped the Polo beside a waist-high white pole with red spiral stripes. "This is it," she said. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't this. No fencing, signage, or ramshackle guard shack. No lights. Nothing to suggest you were about to cross an international border except something that looked like a barber pole from the shop back in Blount County, Tennessee, where he was born and raised. "A bit anticlimactic," he said. "It is what it is." As she'd described, the area was a labyrinth of pipes suspended across the makeshift path, through the trees, on massive A-frame supports. Construction trailers mounted on cinder blocks abutted the dirt road, 3 on one side, 4 on the other. Half a dozen dumpsters piled high with rubble and scrap metal sat alongside them, 3 to a side. This was not a routine checkpoint, more a place where construction crews had once moved back and forth between two nations. Now, it seemed forgotten. A stripe of light passed over the Polo's dashboard. He turned and glanced through the rear window. A pair of headlights had appeared on the path behind them, out of nowhere. "Has that ever happened?" he asked. "Never." The headlights stopped. Their height off the ground told him it was either an SUV or a pickup truck. "Border Patrol?" he asked. She shook her head. "Any patrol would have flashers on by now. Why are they just sitting there?" "I think we have our answer as to who was scoping us out earlier. Somebody made us, and now here they are, waiting." He was nearly inside Russian territory, illegally, as an American intelligence officer on an unsanctioned mission. If he was caught, his own country would disavow him, and Russia would at worst torture him, at best kill him. Moments like this was when the Ranger Creed became important. "Energetically I will meet the enemies of my country. I shall defeat them on the field of battle, for I am better trained and will fight with all my might. Surrender is not a Ranger word. I will never leave a fallen comrade to fall into the hands of the enemy, and under no circumstances will I ever embarrass my country." "What are they waiting for?" Danielle asked. "For us to commit ourselves." "Got it," she said, and she jammed the gas pedal to the floorboard. Chapter 17. Luke was glad that whatever the Polo lacked in aesthetics, it made up for in pep. The car surged forward and broke through the border barrier. He stole a glance back through the rear windshield. The SUV still had not moved. If they weren't suspicious before, they were now. "A few more seconds and we will have too much of a head start," she said through clenched teeth. "They will never catch us." He knew better. They won't have to. Spotlights above each construction trailer's door suddenly popped on, casting the dirt road in stark white light. Like fighter jets in formation, 3 SUVs appeared from behind the dumpsters and took up station astride the road. The car doors opened and men climbed out, 8 or 9, Luke estimated, all armed with assault rifles. He also felt another flash of déjà vu, to a Luxembourg warehouse, heavily armed bad guys in more SUVs. All part of a larger, more painful memory that he'd like to forget. "I'm turning around," she said, voice rising. "No, keep going. Are you crazy? They'll pump 100 bullets into us before you make the turn. Floor it and aim for the center vehicle." Playing chicken was a rite of passage in Tennessee, and he'd been really good at it. He rolled down his window and maneuvered his body until he was sitting on the doorframe, right foot hooked onto the dashboard. He had as stable a firing platform as he was going to get, so he leveled the MP5, took aim on the center SUV's engine, and opened fire with short 3-round bursts. The noise suppressor worked great, the cycling of the gun's bolt louder than the gunfire itself. One more volley was all it took to puncture the radiator. Steam gushed out, engulfing the 2 nearest men. He switched the MP5 to single shot, shifted his aim, laid the scope's reticle dot on a man standing beside the left-hand SUV, and fired. Down the man went. The one behind didn't seem to have the stomach for a firefight and darted toward a construction trailer. He managed 5 steps before Luke dropped him with another round. As he'd hoped, the precision and speed of his attack had caused them to momentarily freeze, but he knew it wouldn't last long. And it didn't. Muzzles flashed orange. "Head down," he shouted to Danielle as he pressed himself tighter to the car, offering a smaller target. A bullet pinged off the Polo. 2 more snapped past his head, then 3 more grazed the roof beside his left elbow. "Faster," he shouted. "Slalom." "What does means?" "Weave." The Polo slewed right. He felt himself tipping backward. A bullet thudded into the Polo's rear window. He looked back. The trailing SUV was coming up fast, but it wouldn't be in better shooting range for another 10 or 15 seconds. He switched the MP5 back to 3-round burst, took aim on the few men stupid enough to not take cover behind the car doors, and emptied the magazine, dropping one and scattering the others. Whoever these guys were, they were well-armed but poorly trained. So much the better. Skill nearly always beat a superior force. "We're getting awfully close to them," Danielle shouted. She was right. The line of SUVs was just 100 yards away now. While one of the enemy vehicles was out of action and a second one's grill was steaming, Luke knew he and Danielle had no chance of outrunning them. Better to make their stand here, where at least they had some cover. He wiggled himself back into the car. Danielle was crouched in her seat, eyes level with the dashboard, driving. "More slalom," he said. "Their aim isn't worth a damn." Another sign these guys had little to no experience. Shooting stationary targets was one thing. Hitting moving bodies that shifted back and forth while returning fire was a whole different ballgame. She whipped the wheel and forced the Polo into a series of erratic S-turns. "We're making a stand here," he told her. "See that first construction trailer on the left? When I give the word, turn hard behind it. I'll dive out. You keep going and bail out behind that line of dumpsters." "Got it." But he recalled she was not the most experienced in the field. "You up for this?" "Watch me." He liked the confidence, but offered, "Put something between you and them. Fire from cover. Shoot, move, repeat. Make them come to you. Be a distraction. I'll do the heavy lifting." "Understood. Now, turn left." She spun the wheel hard over. For a moment, the Polo's passenger side tires lifted from the ground before she corrected and they bounced back down. The construction trailer loomed. "If you can get inside one of those," he said, "do it. Lie on the floor." Luke stuck his MP5 out the window and fired 2 more bursts. The Polo swept past the edge of the trailer. He opened his door, tucked himself into a ball, rolled out, and crashed to a stop against one of the cinder block supports. Danielle disappeared from view, clipping the open passenger door on the trailer's corner, slamming it shut. The gunfire, which had momentarily slackened when they disappeared around the trailer, erupted again at the Polo's re-emergence. Now was his moment. With any luck, these guys were undisciplined enough to forget a firefight was 3-dimensional. He tucked the MP5 into his shoulder, rounded the trailer, and hustled to the front corner. Back on the road, the trailing SUV skidded to a stop amid a cloud of dirt. He poked his head around and spotted muzzles flashing, but none in his direction. The bad guys were focused on Danielle. Time for some darkness. He planted a bullet into the spotlight above the trailer's door, dousing it, then did the same thing to the one across the road. The doors to the trailing SUV opened. He aimed the MP5's reticle on what he guessed was the driver's door and waited for the dirt cloud to dissipate. He caught the curve of a head and sent a bullet into it, then shifted right, found center mass on the back seat passenger, and fired rounds into him. Scratched 2 more. 5 down in total. Half crouched, he spun on his heel and retraced his steps to the rear of the trailer, sprinted down its length, and swung around the next corner. When the trailer opposite him came into view, he shot out its spotlight, then stepped out far enough to clear his weapon and scan for the nearest target. 30 feet away. Half turned away from him, firing at the dumpster across the road. A figure ducked out from behind the dumpster, fired twice, then disappeared out of sight. Way to go, Danielle. Chapter 18. Luke felt a momentary pang of guilt. These men were making no attempt to flank Danielle, something any Army boot camp graduate would know to do. Instead, they were leaving themselves exposed on two fronts. They had no business being out here. Time to convince them of that. "Hey!" he shouted at one of them, trying to garner his attention. The guy whirled around. Luke shot him in the chest. Then he reversed course behind the trailer, keeping low and close to its side. Bullets punched through the thin metal wall above him. Ahead, a figure rounded the trailer's corner, weapon up. Luke shot him twice. Never hesitate, not once. In a firefight, you did only one thing: fire. A second man appeared, his weapon dangling from his right hand. Luke was 10 feet away and yelled, "Drop it!" The man froze. Another firefight rule: always keep your weapon up and aimed, finger on the trigger. The man dropped the rifle. You also did not shoot unarmed people. "Do you understand English?" The man nodded. "Run back down that road fast. If you stop or turn around, you're dead." The man sprinted away. He cleared the next corner, paused to insert a new magazine into the MP5, then sprinted toward the trailing SUV and crouched behind its open door. He braced the MP5 on the frame and surveyed the situation. There were 3 of them, clustered together, frantically scanning their surroundings. Spooked? Stunned? He'd been there himself. The fog of battle hit like a sledgehammer. The trick was to conquer the fear and think your way through it. "Hey!" he shouted again. In unison, they turned in his direction. "Nobody moves, and you live through this," he told them. 2 of them did as ordered, but the third sidestepped, trying to get an angle to fire. His weapon started coming up. "Last warning," Luke called out. The guy ignored him and kept moving. He ended him with 1 shot. "Any more volunteers?" The 2 survivors required no further convincing, dropping their weapons and raising their hands. Behind them, a figure suddenly stepped out from behind a trailer and fired a single shot. The round whizzed by him. He took aim on the shooter with the MP5, his finger on the trigger. Silhouetted by one of the remaining trailer lights, he saw a mop of curly hair. Danielle. Firing at him? "Behind you!" she called out. He turned around. Lying in the dirt 20 feet away was the man he'd sent running, a pistol in his splayed hand. So much for showing mercy. And so much for her being inexperienced. She might be, but she could clearly shoot straight. "Much obliged," he said. Then he advanced, ordering the 2 men prone to the dirt, hands clasped behind their heads. Danielle frisked each one in turn, then piled their belongings off to the side. "Either of you want to chat?" Luke asked in English. One of the men, taller and more muscular than his compatriot, spoke up in Russian. Danielle translated. "He said they have nothing to say." Luke fired a bullet into the dirt beside the guy's head. "How about now? Tell him I want to know 2 things. Did he scope us out earlier on the other side of the border? And who sent him?" Danielle posed the 2 questions in Russian, but no one spoke. He decided to try honey instead of salt. Tell them that whoever it was doesn't give a damn about them. Their boss will not lose any sleep when he finds out most of them aren't coming back. She did. More silence. He waited, allowing them to think about it. He also kept reminding himself that he was standing on Russian territory and had just killed a lot of people. Those 2 definitely did not go together. One of the men finally spoke, and Danielle translated. "He wants to know what we are going to do with them. Go through that SUV and see if there's anything that might help us identify these people," he told her while he thought on the question. She hustled off. And he considered what he was going to do with them. Let them go? Not good, since, as he reminded himself again, he was in Russia and the last one he let go came back to haunt him. How long would it be before these guys reported to their boss? Not long. So, kill them? It was an option, but not for him. Not his way. In the heat of battle, absolutely. He'd pulled the trigger many times and just ended several lives a few minutes ago. But in cold blood, never. Or almost never, anyway. Nothing but silence kept coming from the men on the ground. Good little soldiers, he'd give them that. Danielle emerged from the SUV and gave him a shake of her head. Nothing there. Do the same for the bodies, he asked her, hoping there might be something. He stood in the darkness, dawn a few hours away, and pondered his dilemma. These guys had no idea where he and Danielle were headed. Or did they? Had Danielle's negotiable guard and his tattooed sidekick sent them? Or was someone else involved? Hard to say. But one thing was clear. He had to keep going. For John Vince's sake. Danielle returned, leaned in, and whispered, "Nothing on the bodies. No ID, no phones. They came clean. Nothing to link them to anybody or anywhere, which meant they were flying blind. But somebody clearly knew their business. Find some rope, something we can use to tie these guys up. It should buy us time to disappear." "Why not just shoot them?" "Trust me," he said. "That's a road you don't want to go down. A friend of mine once told me that killing people isn't easy. And he was right. We won this fight. Let's take our victory and go." Chapter 19. Republic of Karelia, 9:40 a.m. Edmond followed a guard through the door and down a long corridor until the man stopped before another door, which stood open. The room beyond contained only a steel desk and two hard-backed chairs. No windows, no decoration, the walls cracked and the wood paneling warped. "Please wait here, Colonel Grishin," the uniformed guard said. Colonel? He liked the sound of that about as much as he liked the stiffness of the MVD uniform Alexei had arranged for him to wear. It had been a while since he last was formally dressed, and he missed nothing about the experience. Though the uniform was real, the document he carried, authorizing him to interview prisoner 2275, was fiction, save the real Ministry of Internal Affairs letterhead and department authorization code. True to his word, and testament to his enduring influence, which Edmond never doubted, Alexei had discovered the exact prison at which Yefim Kozar, former head of the Red Star program, was being held. Something called Site 6439. Whatever that meant. "Is this your first time in the Northwestern Federal District?" the guard asked. Not at all. He was quite familiar with Karelia's official designation. It sat in northwest Russia against Finland, a huge swath of territory, home to 500,000 people. Founded as an autonomous republic in 1923, it remained a republic in the old Soviet Union and stayed part of the Russian Federation even after the 1991 dissolution. The town of Kem was home to the prison's off-site reception center. It sat on the shores of the White Sea where the river Kem entered. Only about 12,000 people lived there. In Lenin and Stalin's time, Kem had been the departure point for boats headed off to gulags located in the Solovetsky Islands, carrying political prisoners. During the Cold War, the town was the site of an airbase. Not much in Kem today besides an impressive wooden cathedral erected 300 years ago. All in all, the perfect out-of-the-way place to stash a secret prison. "It is my first time here," he lied to the guard. Important was the fact that, documents or not, even a colonel in Russia's federal police was not allowed to set foot inside Site 6439. Contact came only through an off-site visitor center. That meant Site 6439 was one of Konstantin Franco's important gulags. There, but not there. Neither he nor Alexei had been told the prison's exact location, only that it was near Kim. This far north, distances were vast. Nearby could be anywhere within 300 kilometers. "Please make yourself comfortable," the guard said. "The prisoner will be here shortly." The man was young and skinny, with a protruding Adam's apple and a sweaty face. "Can I get you a cup of tea, Colonel?" Edmund sat. "No, thank you." Time to probe. "I am sorry. I have forgotten your name," he said to the guard. "Goga Sorokin." "Are you nervous, Goga?" "A bit, sir. I hope it's not me. I do not bite." "No, sir. It is just that this is my first off-site prisoner transport. It has taken me 2 years to get assigned here. I do not want to make a mistake." "That I can understand. Site 6439 does have something of a reputation. I think you are doing just fine. Rumor is, one does not get assigned here unless the bosses see great promise. How do you find the duty?" "Everything still feels new, though the salt air and humidity play hell with the paint. Our maintenance guys always complain about it." First hit. The prison was somewhere near the coast, or perhaps on an island. He decided to take a shot in the dark. "Please tell me you do not get seasick," he asked with a chuckle. "Thankfully, no. That would be a mighty long 2 hours otherwise." Second hit. An island. 2 hours away. That narrowed it down. Information was golden. "Do you oversee a lot of inmates?" "I am sorry, Colonel. I probably should not talk about such details." Finally, the well ran dry. He held up the palms of his hands. "Say no more, I understand. But please tell me they pay you well. Stationed up here, especially in the winter, must be a hardship." "Money is always tight, but that is just the way of things." He wondered how young Sorokin would react if someone put a year's worth of salary in his hands. "Do you have family nearby?" he asked. "Surely that is not a state secret." "A wife and son in Arkhangelsk." "You see them often?" "On my free weekends." "Such a joy to be with family." They kept chatting, Edmond gently extracting details about Sorokin, and, to a lesser degree, Site 6439, until finally a second guard arrived with a disheveled older man in baggy green coveralls and a matching cap. Yefim Kozar was painfully thin and pale as a corpse. His hands, almost skeletal in appearance, roped with veins, trembled from the cold. The eyes were tired and rheumy. Sorokin and the second guard led Kozar to a chair, then cuffed his legs and hands to the steel frame. "Those will not be necessary," Edmond said. The second guard said, "It is standard procedure. Gentlemen, I appreciate your concern, but this old man is no danger to me. Let him have a few moments of comfort." This last line he delivered directly to the young guard Sorokin, who nodded and said, "Okay, we will make an exception this time." Chapter 20. Edmond watched as the restraints were removed and the second guard left the room. "We will be right outside, Colonel," Sorokin said. "I appreciate that." Then he dropped his voice into conspiratorial whisper. "Goga, I need complete privacy with this prisoner. It is a national security issue. Tell me truly, is this room under video surveillance?" "No, Colonel." "Listening devices?" "That I do not know." "I appreciate your honesty. I have changed my mind. Could I trouble you for that tea? One for him as well." Once Sorokin departed, Edmond sat in the other chair and stared at his clasped hands until Sorokin returned with the tea and the door was again shut. From his jacket's inside pocket, he removed a device the size of a pack of playing cards. He switched on the power and placed it on the table. Kozar's eyes focused on it. Frequency skipimeter. You came prepared. I prefer no one listen to our conversation. He motioned to the cups. Tea. What is in it? Edmund took a sip, then traded cups and sipped the other. Just tea. No poison. Kozar snatched up one of the cups and quaffed it in one swallow. They do not give you tea inside the prison. Not hot. More colored, tepid water. He smiled. That is no way to treat a man of your talents. What do you know of my talents? Red Star still flies. The eyes came alive. Who are you? Edmond Grishin. I know that name. He watched as the old man rattled through his memory before a spindly finger pointed his way. You were Alexei Delov's personal bodyguard. He tipped his head. I still am, at your service. The old man appraised him with skeptical eyes before saying, Delov got my message? He did, and sent me. You were one of the Soviet Union's most gifted scientists. Not was. I still am. He nodded. Fortune does favor the bold. Kozar reached for the other cup and enjoyed another long swallow of tea. Why are you in prison? He asked Kozar. I gave a lecture comparing the reign of Stalin to that of Konstantin Franco. Quite enlightening, too. Not insulting or threatening, just an intellectual exercise, a hypothesis. Apparently one of the students posted a recording of it to the web. A few days later, I was arrested and brought before someone I assumed was a judge. He said the evidence of my crime was sufficient to find me guilty and sentenced me to 60 months for sedition. It seems that judge does not know the definition of sedition. I thought too, but here I am. I have 35 months left on my sentence. Can Delov shorten it? That depends. How did you get that message out? They needed to know. Through my wife. They allow us visits with family and an occasional phone call or letter. I thought Red Star might catch Alexei Olegovich Delov's attention. So, she sent him a post. You know Delov? The old man nodded. I was on the front line the day they tried to oust him. As was I. On which side were you? The one that does not champion ignorance. Then we are alike. Are you allowed newspapers in prison? Bits and pieces. All censored. Are you familiar with what is happening in Ukraine? The old scientist's shoulders sank and he squeezed his eyes shut. Painfully. I am. Something in Kozar's tone prickled the hair on the back of Edmund's neck. Is that why you brought up Red Star? We left it up there for just this situation. Who is we? Delov and I. The old man pointed skyward. It is still there, waiting, ready to act, provided you know how to wake it. And you do? Kozar nodded. But I will need someone else to assist. Ilya Masher. You have been busy, Kozar said, then nodded. He designed the entire Zenit and Red Star programs. He felt for this old man, helpless, totally at the mercy of Konstantin Franco, imprisoned for nothing more than having an opinion. But why would Franco object to being compared to Stalin? Seems he would consider that a compliment since the man loved everything about totalitarianism. He assumed it was just a matter of principle. No one spoke ill of Franco. "What is the price to make all this happen?" he asked. He already knew the answer, but wanted to hear it. "My freedom." "Do you know where Masher can be found?" Kozar shook his head. "I do not. But Red Star is useless without him. Someone has to wake it. That technology is decades old. You must have someone familiar with that. He's the only one left." The old man sat silent a moment, then said, "Do we have a deal?" "Why do we need you? Masher can get the job done without you." Kozar finished off the tea. "Not true. There are documents, codes within codes that only I can decipher. As I said, that technology is old. I have those documents, but Masher will be needed to use them. I will need those documents. Now." He knew nothing about Red Star, as Alexei had been stingy with information. But he was aware of what his old friend was planning, so he said, "You know what Red Star is capable of?" "Of course. I was the one who created it." He decided to probe further. "What do you think Deloff will do?" The old man's parched, cracked lips grinned, revealing rotten teeth. Instead of replying, Kozar pointed to the ceiling with an extended index finger, which he arced out and brought down toward the tabletop, where he flared out both hands and said, "Boom." He knew. So he made clear, "We are your only hope of getting out of here." Then, "For 2 more cups of tea, my new fake colonel friend," Kozar said. "I will tell you what else you need know." Chapter 21. Alexei sat on his front porch and allowed the chilly northern air to soak into his bones. He'd always loved the cold. Every true Russian did. And if he was nothing else, he was Russian. Born to a poor peasant family of Russian and Ukrainian heritage, he grew up under Stalin's rule. In his youth, he operated combine harvesters on a collective farm before joining the Communist Party. He studied at Moscow State University and married a fellow student, eventually receiving a law degree. After Stalin's death, he became a keen proponent of the de-Stalinization reforms under Khrushchev. Eventually, he became a secretary of the party's Central Committee, then joined its governing Politburo. 3 years after Brezhnev died, following the brief tenures of Andropov and Chernenko, the Politburo elected him General Secretary, leader of the Soviet Union, a reformist. He ended the Cold War, introduced new political and economic freedoms in the Soviet Union, tolerated the fall of communist regimes in Eastern and Central Europe, and paved the way for the reunification of Germany. The world loved him. But in Russia, he had his enemies. Many believed that the dissolution of the Soviet Union weakened Russia's global influence and precipitated its internal economic collapse, which gave rise to the oligarchs and organized crime, who now controlled much of the Russian Federation. It also gave rise to a populist philosophy, one that several men, including Konstantin Franco, had exploited to become president of Russia. In some respects, then, he was responsible for the current state of chaos. But he bore only partial responsibility for Red Star. Project Zenit was a series of military photo-reconnaissance satellites launched by the Soviet Union starting in 1961. Those flights carried the public designation of Cosmos, and there were thousands of them. The basic design was similar to the Vostok manned spacecraft, a spherical re-entry capsule with a mass of around 2,400 kilograms. Inside were high-resolution cameras, film, recovery beacons, parachutes, and a self-destruct charge. In orbit, the capsule was attached to a service module that contained batteries, electronic equipment, an orientation system, and a liquid-fueled rocket engine that could slow the Zenith capsule for re-entry. They flew in an orbit of around 200 to 400 kilometers, but some went even higher. The missions lasted between 8 to 15 days, and were legitimate efforts to bring back to Earth reams of photographic images that KGB analysts pored over to gather intelligence. Publicly, the program was ordered abandoned by Khrushchev a year after the Cuban Missile Crisis. But, covertly, the launches continued until just after the fall of the Soviet Union. Red Star sprang from Zenit, first authorized by Brezhnev, brought on by the paranoia and fear the later Cold War stoked. Zenit capsules were modified to accept and hold anywhere from a 2 to a 15-kiloton nuclear weapon, designed for tactical strikes in the West. They could drop from orbit with a moment's notice and explode over their target before any enemy could effectively react. Originally, the idea was to have a constellation of satellites numbering as many as 50, each Red Star a first-strike weapon, able to reach targets faster than any ICBM. They came equipped with a weighted nose cone that would not only shield the warhead during re-entry, but also maintain a precise downward-aimed trajectory for accuracy. A potent weapon, completely illegal. The 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty ended all atmospheric and exo-atmospheric nuclear tests. The 1967 Outer Space Treaty banned the stationing of nuclear weapons in space, in addition to all other weapons of mass destruction. The Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1996 prohibited all nuclear testing anywhere. Yet, the Soviet Union kept launching Red Stars. When Alexei assumed the presidency, he'd been briefed by the military that the program was winding down. 36 platforms, though, were still in orbit, operational. He'd been horrified. So many nuclear bombs circling the Earth. When the Soviet Union crumbled, he'd made sure they were deactivated and destroyed. Each carried a self-destruct charge. 35 were obliterated. 1 remained. Red Star 4. He'd agreed to that as a failsafe. Insurance for an uncertain future. And it was still above the Earth in a 400-kilometer orbit, carrying a 6-kiloton nuclear weapon. The same person who'd briefed him on the entire program years ago had been the one to send him the reminder. Red Star still flies. Yefim Kozar, currently incarcerated in the Russian prison system. The old scientist had managed to get himself arrested, so there was little Kozar could do to Franco. But, working together, they could all do something. Chapter 22. Bryanska Oblast, Russia. Luke's phone indicated that the drive north to Vologda would take almost 15 hours, including time for food and refueling stops. He wanted at least 24 hours to surveil Fedot Osipov before Danielle was scheduled to meet with him. That seemed the prudent thing to do, considering. It was his turn to drive while Danielle grabbed a quick nap, so they found a gas station to top off the tank. Refueling was tricky in Russia. He'd been trained in the do's and don'ts. Do use one of the national brands like Gazpromneft, which had over 1,000 stations. Diluting gas was a national pastime, so don't go to a station where there were few to no people, as that indicated the locals knew the gas was bad. Do pour a little into the palm of your hand. If it evaporates fast, then it's good. If not, the longer it takes, the more water it contains. Don't allow the tank to drop below half full. Do fill up at every opportunity, as you have no idea when the next opportunity might come along. Gas stations in East Russia were sparse, but the farther west they went, the more they saw. He managed to get the tank topped off, and they headed back out on the highway. He'd kept out of sight and quiet and allowed Danielle to pay for the fuel. The eyes and ears of the FSB would be everywhere. And an American? In rural Russia? That would draw a lot of attention. Driving at night was also a challenge, since the roads were cratered with potholes, big, deep ones. And he was careful with speed, not too fast or too slow. All of the police were corrupt. Bribery was a way of life. About 90 minutes after the gas station stop, Danielle roused from a nap and asked, "We good?" He nodded. So far, so good. Back at the pipeline hub, after tying up the survivors, they'd collected all of the weapons. In addition to the assault rifles, there were 3 semi-automatic shotguns and several 9mm handguns. They'd also gathered the spare ammunition, which they'd loaded into the Polo and taken with them. Miles away, they'd tossed most of the weapons into the woods, keeping only 2 handguns and some spare magazines. Bad enough they were driving through Russia on their own. To be caught with so much firepower would have only made a bad situation worse. They had, of course, taken all the car keys, too, just in case the men managed to free themselves. "Were you frightened back there?" she asked. "During shooting?" "Scared to death." "You did not act it. That's the trick. Be scared, but don't let anyone know you're scared." And while training didn't kill fear, it sure slipped a muzzle on it. "Fear's a natural reaction," he said. "I never killed anyone before. It was not how I thought it would be. It never is. The only thing that helps is time. It's gonna play in your head for a while. He would have killed you, I know, and I appreciate what you did, but it still doesn't make it any easier to deal with." And he spoke from experience. They drove in silence for another hour. Danielle slipped in and out of sleep. The topography was flat and open, like the American Midwest, with fertile plains, steppes, and forests. The Ural Mountains divided Russia into 2 distinct parts. European Russia was the western portion and the most populated area, geographically situated in Europe, as opposed to the country's sparsely populated and vastly larger eastern part, which was situated in Asia. European Russia was founded first by Slavs, then by Vikings who migrated from Scandinavia. They became adventurers, merchants, and pirates, creating Rus dynasties that eventually came under the sphere of czars. "Where are you from?" Danielle asked. "Tennessee. Why?" "I like your accent. It comes at birth. I am not good at small talk, in case you not noticed." He had, but said instead, "Did John ever mention me?" "He liked you. You were reliable, trustworthy, resourceful. His words, not mine. I still not made up my mind about you yet." "What's your working theory?" She didn't reply. "Okay, I get it. Work in progress." "Feel up to a question." "Your last name?" "Otera." "Spanish, right?" "It is. My grandfather fought for Republicans during the Spanish Civil War. He was a general, apparently good one, dedicated communist. He survived 4 assassination attempts by nationalists. The last one, a grenade attack, took his left hand. A Russian advisor offered to get him, his wife, and their 3 children out of Spain and into Soviet Union. My grandfather was torn between dedication to homeland and worry for family. He decided sooner or later the nationalists would succeed and maybe kill his children. So the Oteras left Spain in 1938 and became Soviet citizens a year later. 3 years after that, Hitler invaded. My grandfather volunteered to serve and was tank commander. 4 years later, he froze to death outside Stalingrad." "I'm sorry to hear that." Apparently, my grandmother was never impressed by communism, either in Spain or here, especially when she realized she could only practice Catholicism behind closed doors. With my grandfather gone, she was free to raise children her way. Which was, he asked, play along, be dedicated party member, but never forget it was all a lie. But she felt that better than having her children killed by Spanish nationalists. Your father wasn't a believer either. As a teen, he dabbled, but it never took. His mother raised him to be a thinker, not a follower. He raised me same way. Which begs the question, why did you join the SVR? I was born a year after Berlin Wall came down. My parents were Spanish Soviets, for lack of better term, but I born Russian. When 9 years old, my parents told me stories of their early days. I decided they knew Russia was better than USSR and worth fighting for. So when I graduate from university, I apply for government service. Apparently, tests said I would make good intelligence operative. And here you are, decades after your family left Spain, facing your own tough choices. Just like your grandmother and your father. Danielle glanced sideways at him. What do you mean? The easier path for your grandmother and your father would have been to buy into the system. They didn't. They saw it for what it was. You looked at Russia, at least Konstantin Franco's version, and also refused to take the easy path of following orders. Doing your duty. Going with your Porok team into Ukraine. You just walked into that embassy in Moldova. You're your father's daughter. And for the first time since he'd met Danielle Otera, she smiled. I suppose I am. Chapter 23. They reached Vologda just as the streetlights were coming on for the night. Danielle, who'd told him she'd been here before, offered Luke her version of a travelogue, which turned out to be more a bullet point outline. The city sat nestled beside the river Vologda with 300,000 people. It was classified as a historic city by the Ministry of Culture, and a couple of hundred buildings were marked as heritage monuments. The entire place had a long history dating back centuries, and had been one of the first places in Russia to come under Soviet dominance. Enemy territory at its historic finest. Their main task was to get some food, rest, and not be noticed. Luckily, there were lots of museums, theaters, and exhibitions that drew people from all over, more than enough visitors for them to disappear among. I have hotel where I stayed a few times, she told him. The atrium on Ulica Yertsina. A little bit on the expensive side, but worth it. Not to worry, he said. I have plenty of rubles. Their adjoining rooms were spacious, meticulously clean, and decorated in subtly Spartan, mid-century modern burnt orange and brown tones. He knocked on the pass-through door. Danielle opened it. It has been a while since I stay in a place like this. He could believe that. Going to ground came with sacrifices. Don't get too comfortable. If we get what we need from Fido, we might be living rough for a while. Wherever they're keeping John, it's going to be off the beaten path. And it's okay, you know. What is letting yourself be something other than miserable? You know nothing about me. I know you've been carrying a heavy load. There's nothing wrong with putting it down for a while. I do not want your advice. He caught the sharpness in her tone. He'd hit a nerve, unintentionally, but still a hit. When I want advice, I let you know. He was about to apologize and beg for forgiveness, but she closed the door. He shook his head. She was volatile, raw. While he understood why and didn't blame her, doubts crept into his mind. Could he rely on her if things got dicey? especially with her being so tunnel-visioned on John. No, not if, when. They were extracting a man from a high-security prison and sneaking him out of a hostile country. Things were definitely going to get bad. But she'd expertly taken down the guy with a gun back at the border. What would Cotton say? Not bad for a rookie. Still, she could lose her cool over the simplest of observations. He placed a check mark on all that, telling himself to keep a close eye on her. He then showered and found a pair of socks in his lug bag. He folded them neatly and tucked them in a drawer. An old ritual. He couldn't remember when or how it started, but it settled him. It always worked as a ranger, so he'd maintained the habit with the Magellan billet, along with calling his mother every Sunday, no matter what. A soft knock came on the pass-through door. He opened it. "I am sorry," Danielle said. "Don't worry about it. You are right. Wherever John is, he is miserable beyond words. Feeling happy for me, even for a moment, feels wrong." "Like a betrayal?" "Exactly. He wouldn't see it that way. And we're going to find him." She nodded and forced a smile. Finally, they were making a little progress. "How do you feel about fried onion rings?" he asked. She wrinkled her nose. "Never had those. I saw them on the room service menu. Let's get some." Luke watched as her apprehension quickly turned to delight after a first bite. She'd eaten several of the onion rings before realizing what she'd done. So he ordered a second plate. "They're hard to resist," he told her, and she agreed. His phone vibrated with a text alert from Marcia. The message simply said, "Call me." He speed-dialed her and talked on speaker, introducing Danielle. "We had a run-in with some folks on the way here," he said. "I'm going to send you pictures of license plates. Have a look and let me know if there's anything we need to worry about. Fair warning, it's all in Russian." "Yevolnyutis." "You know Russian?" Danielle asked. "I know how to say, 'no worries' and 'where's the bathroom' in 5 languages. After that, there is Google Translate. So, you two want to hear about Fedor Osipov? You say he's a prison guard with Russia's federal penitentiary system. If so, those folks need to tighten up their human resource procedures. They let a nasty one slip through the cracks. His criminal record is a thing to behold. Drug dealing, pimping, burglary. Boys never met a crime he didn't like. But no violence, which might say something. Anything recent. He's only 28, so everything for him is recent. Here's the interesting thing. He's got a healthy bank account and a 2023 Land Rover. I only ever see him drive ugly brown pickup truck." "How healthy a bank account?" he asked. "About 20 times more than his annual salary, and that's not counting accounts he might have hidden. As for his apartment, it's in one of Vologda's better neighborhoods. Comps put the price high. He's supplementing his income somehow, and you don't have to be a rocket surgeon to guess how." "A what surgeon?" Danielle asked. "That's just me trying to turn a cute phrase, honey. It's a cross between a brain surgeon and a rocket scientist." "I like that. It's yours. Have fun with it." "Marcia, what's the drug of choice in these parts?" "Black tar heroin is the cash cow." For Luke, that completed Fedot's portrait. Heroin plus access to prison inmates equaled a cash flow monopoly. Add the tattooed friend with a gun into the mix, and you've got a fledgling gang. Hopefully, one unaffiliated with Russia's organized crime. That was a complication they did not need. A thought popped into his head. I have to wonder if those guys back at the border belonged to Fedor. They were too sloppy to have been SVR or FSB teams. "It is possible," Danielle said. He knew I was coming, but why go to trouble? What does an aspiring drug kingpin fear most? She nodded along. He thought me trying to set him up? It's possible. He may have thought you were police, but it's too late to change course. Feedouts are only conduit, assuming he's being truthful. Marcia, he supposedly rotates among 3 different prisons. Could that be true? The FSIN is underfunded, and incarceration is skyrocketed under Franco. More inmates, less money, more deaths. Floating the postings is something they might try. As for which prisons, I'll take a look, but that kind of access sits behind thick firewalls, and Russia has its fair share of gifted IT nerds. Bottom line it for us, he said. 50-50 I can crack the database, but it's not going to be quick. Better tack is to see if anyone here has already accessed it. I have friends at NSA and military intelligence. I bet you do, he said. See what you can find out. Also, can you get me info on the local mafia activity, and if our friendly guard is part of that or freelance? In the meantime, we'll just have to rely on Fidot's good nature and generous spirit, and hope for the best. Chapter 24. Vologda, Russia, Friday, May 23rd, 9:05 a.m. Luke followed the pin Marcia had dropped onto his phone's map and drove across town to Mira Park, a 5,000-acre forest preserve tucked into a bend of the river Vologda. Fedot Osipov's apartment overlooked both. Marcia, working her computer magic and connections, had determined that Fedot would be on duty at one of the northern prisons until early afternoon, which meant they had the morning to get into the man's apartment and hope he was stupid enough to keep his drugs where he slept. Danielle pulled the Polo to the curb about 50 feet from the address. A trio of 3-story buildings, all in salmon-colored brick, sat behind a black wrought-iron fence with gold spearpoint tops. Connected to its neighbor by a covered breezeway, each building consisted of a pair of 3-story apartments fronted by windows that ran from foundation to eaves. The view into Fedot's apartment was blocked by white curtains. It's the one on the far left, nearest the trees, he said. He's a bit obvious with his money. In this country, no need to be afraid, if you know who to pay. And this guy surely knew. A champagne-colored BMW with blood-red spinner rims pulled up to the apartment building's gate. Let's go. They climbed out of the car and headed toward the gate. Let me talk, she said, passing him. Keep quiet. Follow my lead. He saw the wisdom in all of that. The gate began rolling shut behind the car, and she and Luke slipped through just before it closed. She leaned down and waved to catch the driver's eye in the rearview mirror. The car braked and the window came down. The man inside behind the wheel was middle-aged, with a wispy mustache and thinning blonde hair. Dobrое утро, Danielle said with a smile. The two of them proceeded to have a conversation that sounded friendly, with a few smiles. She even jerked her thumb toward him once, then shook the driver's hand, allowing the grip to linger a few moments longer than normal. Then the car drove off, headed behind the building. She watched and waved until it disappeared. I asked if Fedot around. Told him my idiot cousin lent him his Xbox. Now you have Call of Duty match you forgot about. He said he was just getting home and has not seen Fedot today. Smooth, he told her. The entrance to Fedot's building was on one side, down a hedge-lined concrete walkway. Inside was a tiny lobby of black marble tile and potted fake bamboo. They climbed the stairs to the first floor. A plaque on Fedot's door read A1. No peephole. He pressed his ear to the wood. After 30 seconds, he gave a slight nod of his head, indicating somebody was there. He drew his 9mm, tucked it behind his leg, and knocked. A voice shouted out some Russian from the other side, and bare feet slapped on tile. The door swung open, revealing a bald man wearing only a pair of loose-fitting black jeans, bare-chested, bare feet. A revolver dangled in his right hand. He studied Luke, then Danielle. His eyes narrowed. Luke noticed the tattoos on the arms. The man raised his revolver, but Luke was a split second ahead of him and fired a sound-suppressed 9mm round into the man's chest. The guy folded slightly, then staggered back one step before straightening up. Eyes wide, he stared at them as though confused. Then he collapsed straight down. "Grab the gun," he said. He gripped one wrist and dragged the body. The shot had sent out a dull pop that others in the building might have heard. Danielle closed the door. The apartment loomed quiet. He checked the man's pulse. Dead. He jerked his thumb upward, motioning that they should search. She produced her weapon and headed off. She returned 2 minutes later. All clear. Nobody here. She motioned at the corpse. "I was not expecting that." "Me neither. Is he the same guy?" She nodded. "I thought it was hard. Killing." "It is. But it had to be done. This guy was not up for a debate. And he didn't want to dwell on it. There's some blood outside the front door. Find a towel and clean it up." She nodded, trotted off, then returned and dabbed up the splotches. He ran another circuit of the ground floor until he was satisfied there was no alarm, cameras, or security panel. The place had an open layout, with a 30-foot ceiling and half-loft second and third floors, each of those fronted by polished wood balustrades overlooking the black-tiled main floor. All 3 stories were connected by a spiral staircase near the kitchen. "Where do I put this?" she asked, holding up the half-saturated towel. "Kitchen sink." He took a moment to decompress. There was a difference between being prepared for violence and experiencing it. He hated killing, always an ugly thing. But when it came to kill or be killed, he'd always take the former. He glanced down at the dead man, whose eyes were open, staring at nothing. He bent down and frisked the man, coming up with a wallet containing some cash, credit cards, and a Russian driver's license. He handed it to Danielle. "Vasya Barden," she read. "He lives here in Vologda. What do we do with him?" "Leave him right there. Too risky to move him. It's a miracle no one else heard the shot. Maybe a dead man will rattle Fido. Or send him into a rage. We can make that work, too. I'll be right back." He left the apartment and hustled to the polo and his Pelican case. From inside, he removed an RF detector. He returned with the unit, a little larger than a cell phone and studded with 3 blunt antennas. He scoured every corner of the apartment before declaring it camera and listening device free. "You know what black tar heroin smells like?" he asked. She shook her head. "Strong vinegar, with a trace of sweet. Given Fido's lifestyle, he's moving a lot of product, so it'll probably be kept in something larger than a shoebox. I'll start on the 3rd floor. You take the 2nd, then we'll meet down here. Let's be quick about it." 40 minutes later, they were done. No sign or smell of heroin. He stood still, looking around, thinking. Something was scratching at the back of his brain. Something he'd glanced at, then dismissed. He walked back through the kitchen. There, on the tiled island in an amber quartz bowl, a ring with a single key on it. The tag read SRA1. He snatched it up. Storage room, apartment A1. Like his daddy would say, even a blind squirrel sometimes finds a nut. They located the lobby basement door and took the stairs down to the storage level. There were 2 units, marked A1 and A2, each fronted by a steel door. He used the key and opened the former. An automatic overhead light glowed to life. A strong scent of coffee filled their nostrils. He knew why. An old wives' tale, he said. Coffee throws drug dogs off the heroin scent. That Fedot still believed it told him two things. One, the man hadn't been in the game long enough to have been arrested or imprisoned. And two, he probably wasn't affiliated with organized crime. They wouldn't stand for such stupidity. Inside the small space were 3 jumbo plastic storage bins with black and yellow lids, each full of coffee beans. He and Danielle started digging. Inside the second bin, Luke yanked out 4-gallon-sized cellophane bags, each one containing 60 purple heroin bundles. Jackpot. What we do with them? He grinned. We take 'em. That'll get Fedot's attention fast. They returned to the polo. His cell phone vibrated. Marcia Pooler. How do you feel about the phrase, 2 out of 3 ain't bad? She asked, without preamble. Context is everything, he said. Hit me. I've found 2 of 3 prisons Osipov works at. One is outside Zamzia, northeast of Vologda. The second one in Yandima, due north of Vologda. These 2 have been around for a while. There are references to them on the web. The third one, though, is a different story. It's called Site 6439. Nothing good ever happened at places with anonymous names. That has to be placed, Danielle said. They would not put American spy in general population prison. No, put him somewhere secret. Did you find out anything about this Site 6439? He asked Marcia. Just the name reference, and I think that supports Danielle's point. It's a secret site. And here's a factual tidbit you might find fascinating. In the early days of the Gulag system, the Soviets named some of their penal colonies based on their latitude and longitude coordinates. I assume it was a way to keep track of them by region. Does 6439 correlate to anything? It's a spot near Arkhangelsk and the White Sea. Chapter 25. Lake Biela, Russia. Alexei stood on the dock and cast a line out into the calm lake. Wisps of fog rose from the surely chilly water. An amphitheater of hills sheltered the wind. The spectacular residence that adorned the shore was initially planned as one of Stalin's dachas, but he thought it too dangerous, since it sat on a small peninsula, surrounded by dense forest, with only one escape route to the mainland. The house was finally completed in 1980 and used by a succession of communist premiers. He'd inherited its use as the first duly elected president of Russia. Plenty of elegance. French and Italian furniture, a swimming pool, cinema. All the conveniences that meant little to nothing to him. Trying to snag one of the striped bass that occupied the muddy lake bottom. That interested him. But so did his visitor. He signaled, and his security detail allowed the man who he'd summoned to come onto the dock. Yefim Kozar, Soviet scientist, head of the Zenit space program, which had been a huge success, launching over 1,000 satellites into orbit, including 36 designated Red Star. Mr. President, it is good to see you again, Kozar said. They'd last talked 2 years ago, a few months after he assumed office. Do you know Pushkin's tale of the fisherman and the fish? He asked Kozar. I have heard of it, but I confess to not know the details. It is an interesting story. An old man and woman live in a small hut. Every day the man goes out to fish. One day he manages to snag a golden fish. Once out of the water, the fish pleads for its life, promising any wish in return. However, the old man is scared by the fact that a fish can speak. He says he wants nothing and lets the fish go. He tightened the slack in his own line, dancing the lure along the muddy bottom. The water, like a polished silver plate, shone in the reflection of the low-angled sun. When the old man returns home, he tells his wife about the golden fish. Now, she is much more pragmatic. She gets angry and tells her husband to go back and ask the fish for a new trough, as theirs is broken. So he goes back, catches the fish again, asks, and the fish grants that small request. The next day the wife asks for a new house, and the fish grants that too. Then the wife asks for a palace, to become a noble lady, to become the ruler of her province, to become the Tsarina, and finally to become the ruler of the sea and to subjugate the golden fish completely to her boundless will. Pretty ambitious, would you not say? Kozar nodded. More like greed. Precisely. And the fish cured her greed by putting everything back to the way it was before, including the broken trough. He jiggled the rod, trying to make the lure as attractive as possible. We have a similar situation. More and more are asking for more and more. I, as the fish, cannot grant all the requests. Factions are forming. Resentment is setting in. Our newfound federation is bristling from greed. Tell me, is all as it was before? Officially, Red Star is gone, Kozar said, getting the point. He kept his attention out on the water. But one still remains. As you ordered, I noted in the records that all 36 activated their self-destruct mechanisms and burned up on re-entry. But Red Star 4 is there. His election had been close. 10 candidates on the ballot. None received a majority in the first round. Alexei and the communist Zyuganov faced each other in a runoff, the first in Russian history. Alexei won 54% of the vote and the election, but a solid 46% of the country had voted against him, a fact he'd been painfully aware of for the past 3 years. The communists were still out there. He'd already decided that one term was all he would seek. He'd presided over enough upheaval. The USSR was gone. The Russian Federation had been born. The question now was, would it survive? There are threats everywhere, he said. Red Star 4 is our safety valve, in case everything goes wrong. He paused. Our little secret, and we shall keep it that way. A bit of insurance. Finally, he turned toward Kozar. For both of us. Many years had passed since that day on the dock. He'd actually forgotten about Red Star. Thankfully, Yefim Kozar had not, and the secret had apparently rested safely with them both. Red Star still flies. Thank goodness. Chapter 26. Vologda, Russia. Luke was enjoying the Russian version of chopped steak. The server had called them kotletya, pan-fried patties made of ground pork, egg, breadcrumbs, onion, and garlic, all loaded with plenty of fat, salt, cholesterol, and calories. But what good-tasting thing wasn't? They'd returned to their hotel and tried to stay out of the way, retreating to the in-house restaurant and enjoying lunch. Daniel had called Fedot Osipov and left a message on his phone, which was returned an hour later. Apparently, Fedot had found his dead compatriot and determined that his drugs were gone. The idea was to trade those for good information on John Vince, payable only if they were able to safely extract John from the prison. Another call just came, which Danielle took. It lasted less than a minute. "He's changed the location and time," she said, ending the call. 10 o'clock tonight. Same place. She shook her head and told him the new location. He used his phone to determine the address was a local scrapyard. Nothing good will come from that place, and Fido knows we'll know that. The attempt on their lives at the border had failed. Then came the dead tattoo man and the missing drugs. Fido had to be pissed. Luke had dealt with a lot of nasty people over the years, both in the army and at the Magellan billet. One thing he'd learned: be afraid, that's okay, but never ever show anyone that you're afraid. "We're definitely heading into a trap," he said, "but that guy is our only link to John, so we're going on our terms." They retreated to their rooms and rested. Whether Fido actually planned to crush them in a scrap compactor, Luke wasn't sure, but the man had chosen a remote location for a reason. Around 7:30 p.m., he and Danielle drove in the Polo to Vologda's city limits. Coming early made sense, unless, of course, Fido had the same thing in mind. They found the scrapyard, full of shadows from the ever-dimming daylight. "Start circling," he told her. He was looking for places that would offer a tactical advantage, given that Fido and his men had chosen such an isolated locale. They'd gotten the better of Fido and boxed him into a corner, which was always a dangerous move. So he listened to that little pang of fear in the back of his brain that was screaming, "Be careful." They cruised the area for the next 30 minutes until Luke had committed the landscape to memory and run all of the what-if scenarios for the most likely contingencies. They then parked where the car could not be seen and found a good hiding place that offered a full view of the scrapyard's front gate. 20 minutes before the meeting, Danielle spotted a pair of headlights coming their way. Luke used the night vision binoculars from his Pelican case and zoomed in, seeing a pickup truck, dark-colored, with a wonky taillight. "It's him," she said. A second vehicle followed Fido's truck. He shook his head. "Those fellas are a few clowns short of a circus. It's the SUV from the border, same license plate, probably the same guys. Back from more." Mystery solved as to who had sent the attackers. He kept tabs on the vehicles through the binoculars. Fido's truck sat idling before the scrapyard gate. Farther down, the SUV did a U-turn and pulled to the opposite curb about 100 feet away. The truck's passenger door opened. In the glow of the dome light, Luke counted 3 heads. One of them unlocked the gate and pushed it open. Fido pulled the truck through. He said, "As soon as you walk into the yard, the guys in the SUV will box you in." From the backpack, he removed one of the gallon-sized cellophane heroin bags they'd taken from Fido's place. The other 3 they'd left at the hotel. "You're going to give me 10 minutes to get set up, then walk into the yard. If they invite you into an office or anywhere inside, don't go in. Stay outside. If they try to force you, open fire with your 9mm. If all goes smoothly, as soon as you see Fido, toss him that bag and drop the name Marcia gave us." He'd been supplied with plenty of good intel on both Fido and the local criminal organizations. "You know the script. Keep him talking. You won't see me, but I'll be there. When I make my move, you'll know it." "I will hold you to that," she said. He knew she was scared. Who wouldn't be? "You can count on it. You had mine. Now I've got your back." Luke followed his mental map and sprinted back down the street, the MP5 slung across his chest. At the next intersection, he turned right, then ran on flat feet to the scrapyard street. He eased up to where a scrub tree grew at the corner of a tall fence. Through its branches, he could see the rear of the SUV. He scanned the back window through the binoculars. In the gray-green glow, he made out two heads in the front seat, one in the back. He checked his watch. 8 minutes had passed since he'd left Danielle. He crouched as low as possible and made his way to the rear of the SUV, where he knelt and checked his watch again. 9 minutes. Headlights glided over the pavement back down the block. He pressed his face to the ground in time to see Danielle pull the Polo to the curb just short of the yard gate. She climbed out and walked through. 10 seconds passed. The SUV's doors opened. 3 men emerged and walked side by side toward the scrapyard. Each was carrying a pistol. He rose, snugged the MP5 into his shoulder, then called, "You boys aren't exactly fast learners, are you?" The men spun around. "I told you what'd happen if I saw you again." "You bastard," one of them growled. "Oh, you do speak English. Okay. I'm feeling generous tonight. I'm going to give you a chance to drop your weapons and walk away." "You killed our friends," one of them said. "What's it going to be? Gunfight or surrender?" The tallest one's hand loosened on his pistol's grip, then tightened again. The shoulders bunched, arms tensed. Every sign pointed to foolishness. The man made his move. Too slow. Luke shot him in the forehead. Then he dropped a second man. Both shots were sound-suppressed. The third man sprinted right, a pistol coming up, ready to fire. Luke planted a round in his side. The guy staggered, dropped to one knee, teeth gritted, and rotated his torso toward Luke. His still extended gun hand drooped, lifted, and then wilted again. "Give it up," Luke said. The gun came back up. Luke shot him in the chest, and the man toppled backward onto the pavement. "Stupid," he muttered. He brought his mind back on task and jogged toward the gate. He entered the scrapyard, pausing for a moment to attach one of the GPS trackers from the Pelican case to the underside of Fedot's pickup. Then he headed toward the party. "Sorry I'm late," he said, with the gun held at high ready. Danielle stood facing 3 men in a semicircle lit from the side by an open office door. The man he assumed to be Fedot held the heroin bag in his right hand. The other 2 men reached for their hips. "Don't do that," he warned. "Hands at your sides." The men complied. "How far did you get?" he asked Danielle. "He is better talker than listener." "You both will pay," Fedot said in English. Luke fired a round into the asphalt between the man's feet. The frightened Russian backpedaled and dropped the heroin bag. "All of you stand still. Levy, check the office." He used her cover name to keep up the pretense. No sense these guys knowing her real name or his. Danielle drew her 9mm and disappeared inside. She emerged a minute later. "Clear." "Here's the deal," he said to Fedot. "We don't want your heroin, and we don't want to be in your life any longer than we have to, but we need information. On the American in prison. You got it. How about you go—" He offered no chance for the insult to be finished. Instead, he took a quick step forward, reversed the gun in his hand, and popped Fedot's nose with the buttstock. Blood gushed out. Fedot dropped to his knees. Luke jammed the gun's muzzle into an eye socket. In his peripheral vision, Luke saw Fedot's men going for their guns, but Danielle beat them to it. "Not a good idea," she said, gun aimed. He turned his attention back to Fedot, who was nursing his bloody nose. "Do I have your attention?" The Russian nodded. Luke stepped back and motioned to Danielle. "You know the name Kiselova?" he asked. Fedot climbed to his feet, head tilted backward, squeezing the bridge of his nose between his finger and thumb. "No. He heads the Organizatsiya in Arkhangelsk. In fact, Officially, we're standing in his territory right now. I know that, too. Last year, they flayed a brothel owner alive for shorting them 3,500 rubles. Kept him alive a week and played with him. Don't ask me how, Luke said, but somehow, Kiselova doesn't know about the racket you're running in the prisons. How you know? It's my job to know. Or more accurately, Marcia, who'd provided the good intel. Who are you? Fedot asked. We're people who can cause you a whole lot of trouble, Luke said. Here's our proposal. That bag is yours to keep. You get the others we stole once we have what we need. If you screw us on anything, we send those bags to Kiselova, along with your name and address. Needless to say, that would be really bad for you. I help with prison thing. That it? That's the deal, Luke said. What's it going to be? Chapter 27. Perm, Russia, 10:15 a.m. Edmond came awake. The plane's lone flight attendant was leaning down, gently shaking him. We are on approach to land. If you could fasten your seatbelt. How long have I been asleep? About 2 hours. You looked like you needed it. He smiled. I am not sure how to take that. She was in her late 20s, pretty and blonde and far too skinny for his tastes. Besides, he'd have a stroke trying to keep up with her. I didn't mean I am teasing you. Is my companion awake? He never went to sleep. He drank me dry of coffee. That sounds about right. He glanced over his shoulder to see a smiling Dominique Barkov sitting in the last row, a coffee cup in one hand, a slice of honey cake in the other. They exchanged waves. His old friend made his way forward and took the opposite aisle seat. No one else had made the flight with them today. Dominique was a decade younger, with coarse black hair, a thick mustache, and a face rarely without a smile. They'd been friends since starting out together as Moscow militia recruits, then occasional partners as their career paths diverged and re-intersected over the years. Taken together, there wasn't a facet of Moscow policing they had not experienced. When Edmond resigned to join Alexei's protective detail, Dominique continued on. After nearly 3 decades, 2 bullet wounds, an acid-burned neck, and more knife slashes than wrinkles, he retired as one of the most decorated starshia praporshikas in the history of the force. Edmond had lured him from the boredom of retirement as a part-time security consultant. Dominique was one of the few people in the world he truly trusted. Back at the prison in Kem, he'd provided 2 more cups of tea and listened as Yefim Kozar explained. There are records, Kozar said. Only I know about them. Of what? Red Star. It is all there. Why do these still exist? For a situation just like this. As I told you, Red Star is useless unless brought back to life. To make sure that would be possible, I kept some of the most vital records. But they are encoded. Only I can decipher them. You get me out. I will do that for you. I want those documents, first, or no deal. You may not come back for me. As you said, they are encoded, and only you can break the code. Kozar had pondered the ultimatum for another few moments, then shrugged and said, A person who provides me hot tea is certainly someone I can trust. I will have to speak to my wife, to let her know you are coming. So he'd shut off the jammer, produced his cell phone, and allowed Kozar to make a call. They spoke for a few moments, talking about nonsense. Then the call ended. We have a code, Kozar said. She will be expecting you. After leaving the reception center, Edmond had boarded a chartered helicopter for the 90-minute trip back to Arkhangelsk, where he teamed with Dominique. They'd waited until the early hours of the morning before boarding another private jet eastbound for Perm. If Yefim Kozar was to be believed, Perm wasn't simply where Kozar had lived for the last 5 decades before being imprisoned, but also a stone's throw from where he'd cached the Red Star documents. They were now at the end of a 2,000-kilometer-long journey Edmond hoped would begin to fill in the blanks on their Red Star knowledge. "Have you talked to the boss today?" Dominique asked. "Yesterday." "How is he feeling?" The public position, including with Alexei's staff, bodyguards, and housekeepers, was that the former president was working through a stubborn case of bronchitis. Only Alexei, his doctor, a private nurse, and Edmond knew the truth. "He is tired, but in good spirits." Their call had been brief, and Edmond had been talking for nearly a minute before he realized Alexei did not know it was him on the phone. To be expected sometimes, the nurse had explained. Alzheimer's evenings were most challenging for GBM tumor patients. That sundowning would steadily worsen, Alexei becoming quasi-catatonic at night, only to wake to his old self the next day, with no memory of the lost time. How quickly this would come on, neither the nurse nor the doctor could say, which raised another specter in Edmond's mind. Might there come a crucial moment when Alexei could not make decisions about Red Star? He hoped not. "I am not one to pry, Edmond, but this job we are doing, you have been pretty tight-lipped about it. I am sorry for that, my friend. The boss has some—" He paused as though searching for the right word. "Worries about the direction the country is going. He is not alone in that. There are some loose ends he wants to tie up, should the worst come to pass. Not to worry, though. He will take care of everyone, yourself included. He always does." Dominique grinned. "Do not worry about me. Put me on enough of these pampered private charters, and I will work for free. Have you tasted the coffee? It is heaven." The jet made a smooth landing at Perm's Bolshoye Savigny airport. The air outside was a nippy 13 degrees Celsius. Both he and Dominique came prepared with wool coats, gloves, and ushankas. Dominique was a man of many talents, primary of which was as a fixer. He'd always been the person for tasks that needed to be done yesterday, and he'd apparently not lost that knack in retirement. He followed a friend down the jet's steps to the tarmac, where a man walked over and handed Dominique a set of keys, pointing to a late-model dark green Bremok SUV. Dominique headed straight for it and slipped in behind the wheel. Edmond took the passenger seat. "Efficient as ever," he said. "Perm is not exactly chock full of rental agencies. Should I ask how you arranged this?" "If I have to tell you, then it is no longer special. Where are we headed?" Edmond pulled the map up on his phone and tapped starting route, then set the unit in the center cup holder. "Just follow the voice directions." Perm was home to 1 million people and served as another of the many local administrative centers. It sat in eastern Russia on the banks of the river Kama, near the Ural Mountains, a big, sprawling place that always felt much smaller to Edmond. In short order, they were across the river and into a crowded residential neighborhood. The homes were small, built long ago, he guessed, by the communists, but well-maintained. Much better and far preferable to communal apartments. The phone's navigation voice announced, "Destination reached," and Dominique pulled to the curb before a house painted in a faded pastel green. "Keep the engine running," he said to Dominique. "I will not be long." "This is one of those need-to-know affairs." "Is that a problem?" "I just like to know the rules." "It is for your own good." "I am a big fan of my own good." Edmond climbed from the car and followed a cracked concrete walkway to the front door, which opened before he could knock. A plump woman in her mid-60s with a bright red kerchief on her head stared out at him. Kozar had told him that prisoners in good standing at Site 6439 were allowed 10-minute weekly calls to family. The calls were closely monitored, but Kozar and his wife, Galina, had developed a verbal shorthand to stymie the listeners, which he'd witnessed firsthand. Galina, Kozar asked, "Who is in the car?" "A friend. He will not bother us, but he will also make sure we are not disturbed." She invited him inside. He stepped through into a tiny sitting room, occupied only by a worn plaid recliner and a small television atop a plant stand. Perched on the back of the chair was a Siamese cat that hissed, then scurried away. The air was laced with scents of sugar and yeast. He knew what was expected, so he said, "Diablo," devil. The code word Kozar had provided so Galina would know he was the right person. "Fitting for all this," she said, "for it is all the work of the devil. I am sorry that your husband is in prison. It is not fair, nor right. Two things that no longer exist in Russia." He agreed. "I am to give you this," she said, lifting a small shoebox without a lid from the side table. He pointed at the container. "Do you know what all this is about?" "I do. Yefim told me a long time ago. Neither one of us thought anything would ever come from it." That was troubling information. He glanced in the box and saw no papers. "This is not what your husband mentioned. That is because we do not keep them here. Too dangerous after his arrest. They are safely hidden nearby." And she told him the location. "It has been abandoned for years. Yefim worked there at the end of his time with the government." She paused. "He said you might be able to do something about his prison time." "I will try." Her eyes brimmed with tears. "I would move closer to where he is, but he told me not to. He wants me here." "You have visited?" She nodded. "Several times. But it is a long way. You are better off here." This old woman was alone simply because her husband had dared to offend Konstantin Franco. Alexei was right. Russia was sliding backward into a dark, Stalin-like place. With a groan, she lowered herself into the recliner. He moved a couple of pillows aside and sat on the settee. "Kill them all," she said. Had he heard that right? She stared at him with nothing but hatred in her eyes. Without a doubt, she knew. Every last one of them. Make them dead. Drop it right on top of them. She clenched her fists in a helpless rage. He probed. "Why would you say such a thing?" "Because that is why you want Red Star, is it not? To kill them all?" He could neither admit nor deny the answer to that question, but the fact that she'd asked changed things, dramatically. He'd been prepared to learn what he could and leave these people alone. That was now no longer possible, and he hated the situation. Many times in his career he'd been called upon to do things he had not personally agreed with, but they had to be done. It had been a while, but another one of those difficult scenarios had just manifested itself. "Is there anything more I need to know?" "That bomb could be the salvation for us all." He said nothing. "It is the only thing men like Franco understand, so give it to him." Her bitterness was understandable. She pointed. "Take the box, kill them, then get my Yefim out of jail." May God forgive him. He reached with his right hand beneath his jacket and gripped the pistol. His left hand lifted one of the pillows. He withdrew the gun and used the pillow to muffle a shot to her chest. Her body lurched, her face filled with shock. He fired one more time. She groaned. Then all movement stopped. He'd had no choice. No trail could exist. None at all. The silence in the house seemed to radiate menace and made him uncomfortable. He lifted the shoebox and left the house, returning to the car where Dominique asked, "Did you get what you were after?" "Let us find out." He sifted through the contents. Not much. A ring containing a dozen tarnished keys. A sheet of paper titled Inventory, Z Roman numeral 3/RS. 2 scraps of paper, each covered in what he assumed was Yefim Kozar's block letter printing. On one was written 8R9L0L5R4, the other C312. The keys would obviously open locks. Was C312 a door number? The 9-digit code could open a safe. Possibly? Hard to say until he arrived at the next destination, which Galina had directed him toward. "I assumed the second pin on your map is our next stop," Dominique said. He nodded. Chapter 28. Edmond stayed quiet as Dominique drove them south, back through Perm, then onto the 6-lane P242 toward Frauli, Fierma, and Balandina. The land opened up into black soil fields and pastures fuzzed with late spring grass. Occasionally, a stretch of rolling pine forests would close around the road before opening again to more farmland. At Zaguzny, the navigation took them west into the town before turning south again onto a rutted asphalt road. After 3 kilometers, a dilapidated guard shack came into view and his phone announced, "You have reached your destination." Dominique coasted to a stop beside the empty shack. "Welcome to Bershot ICBM base," Edmond said. "Once home to mobile SS-24 intercontinental ballistic missiles aimed at the United States." Back at the reception center, Kozar had explained that for the last 6 months of his career, he'd been stationed here with a dozen other engineers, tasked with the dismantling of the SS-24's 90 MIRVs, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, for eventual transport east to Siberia for disposal or storage. Once done with this, Kozar and the others stripped the computers and equipment of classified parts and destroyed them in an industrial shredder. Along with the missile de-arming, the Zenit and Red Star satellite programs had also been ended, with the Red Star satellites supposedly destroyed. Signs everywhere designated the place as off-limits. Do not enter. "You take me to the loveliest places," Dominique said. He smiled. "Drive ahead and keep going straight." After a few hundred meters, the road bisected railroad tracks. "Careful on those," he said. Tracks all over Russia jutted above the road and could destroy the undercarriage of a car. Dominique eased across at a snail's pace. "Where do the tracks go?" Dominique asked. "There were missile sites like this all over the country, all connected with thousands of kilometers of track. The idea was to keep the ICBMs moving at all times, so the Americans would have a harder time targeting them. Harder, but not impossible. This whole area, including Perm, would have been a priority target for American nuclear missiles. Turn left up here." Dominique made the turn. Kozar's wife had told him that at one point, this place held the equivalent of 3,000 Hiroshima bombs, but the base was shuttered in 2005. "See the hangar in the distance," he said. "Park there." The closer they came to the structure, the more apparent its enormousness became. The railroad tracks led directly inside under a towering folding door. "You could fit a dozen airliners in there," Dominique said, craning his neck as they eased close to the pedestrian door. Edmond found the ring of keys. "Time to see if we are in the right place." They climbed out and walked up to a metal entrance door stained with rust. Edmond tried each of the keys in turn until he found the right one. The interior was illuminated by daylight spilling through opaque windows high on the walls and ceiling ventilation soffits. Aligned in a grid pattern were 20 massive diesel locomotives painted in forest camouflage. "This isn't something you see every day," Dominique said, his voice echoing. Not sure where he'd find room C-312, if it even existed, Edmond walked the perimeter around the locomotives. Doors led into ancillary rooms bearing signs in Cyrillic that read Repair 1, Parts, Launcher, Scaffolding, Welding. In the northwest corner, they found an administrative office filled with desks, chairs, and empty filing cabinets. Everything was iced in a patina of thick dust. No one had been here for a while. A shadow detached itself into 2 smaller forms, which materialized into dogs. One began growling deep in its throat. Edmond lifted a piece of metal and hurled it toward the animals. Both quickly fled. "Look there," Dominique said, pointing toward a closed door at the far end of the room. They walked over and Edmond tried his keys until the door lock opened. Dominique clicked on a flashlight they'd brought along. A stairwell led down into darkness. Edmond started down. Dominique followed. 2 flights led them to another doorway labeled Level A. They kept going, passing Level B, before stopping before the Level C door. The air was cold, thick and musty. Scabrous black mold crept up the concrete walls. Edmond unlocked the door and they stepped through into a T intersection. Right and left hallways stretched into the blackness. On the wall before them was a plaque invaded by mold, but still readable. C312 is that way, Dominique said, pointing right. The flashlight cast a cone of light before them as they carefully started down the hallway until they reached a steel door labeled C312. Edmond found the right key on the second try. On the other side of the door was about a 10-meter square room that contained nothing but a steel safe, welded to the room's exposed I-beams. "Wait outside," he told Dominique. His old friend knew better than to argue. Once Dominique was gone, he knelt before the safe and dialed in the code from the scrap of paper. He heard a double thunk, and the tumblers disengaged. He carefully swung open the door, mindful of any booby traps. Inside was a thin brown accordion folder. He'd been cautious the whole day, subconsciously thinking this was all a wild goose chase. Yet it had not been. Yefim Kozar had told the truth. Thank goodness his wife had not died in vain. Chapter 29, Saturday, May 24th, 1 p.m. Luke knew that, for all its faults, the CIA did many things quite well. One of those was technology. In this case, the miniature GPS tracker he'd planted on Fedot Osipov's pickup truck appeared to have limitless range, as the signal bounced off some obscurely named satellite in high orbit, then back down to his phone. They were about 200 miles north of Vologda, navigating a reasonably kept highway free of potholes. Though they'd made a tentative deal with Fedot, information and help with the escape in exchange for silence and the drugs, he was glad they had some insurance with the tracker. Ronald Reagan had been right about Russians. Trust, but verify. "So far so good," Danielle said from the passenger seat. The pulsing orange dot representing Fedot's truck was about 60 miles ahead of them. Luke was in a foul mood. Their progress in reaching John Vince seemed molasses slow, despite only 2 days having passed since they'd crossed into Russia. Anxiety gnawed at him, along with a sickening feeling that John was not okay. Late last night, Fedot had texted Danielle the location of his next prison rotation, Site 6439, along with a message. "This is the place." She and Fedot had then spoken on the phone, and the Russian explained that while as a temporary guard he was paid more, he was also subject to extra security procedures, namely having to park his vehicle in Vorzogorye, a village at the base of Onyega Bay. Normally, before being ferried to one of the Solovetsky Islands on which Site 6439 was located, he was also required to surrender his cell phone. But the guards at Site 6439 never enforced the rule. Not unusual for Russia, where the farther one went from Moscow, the more lax authority became. And this was certainly far away. Thankfully, though, the location fell within Marsh's latitude and longitude theory relative to the site's numerical name, so they had a pretty good idea as to its location. He'd decided to take the chance and told Danielle to inform Fedot that his truck was tagged, and for him to take the GPS tracker off the truck and in with him, ditching it in the water once he reached the island. Fedot had not appreciated the extra surveillance, but was in no position to argue. The man wanted his drugs back, and for the local mob not to kill him. Danielle returned to her study of Fedot's hand-drawn map of the prison. This had been another demand. They needed to know the lay of the land inside Site 6439. According to Fedot, the bulk of it was underground, with an inmate population between 30 and 50. Small, but special. It was supposedly situated on the site of an old monastery with little overt security. The isolated location itself, an island in the White Sea, and its overall secrecy were its main protectors. The total acreage was around 15. His backyard at his childhood home in Tennessee was twice that. She traced her fingertip over the map. "Fedot says John's cell is on the lowermost level. It is not going to be easy to reach him." "Here's a news flash," he said. "Not a single thing about this is going to be easy." Luke woke. Danielle had shaken him. He glanced at his watch. He'd been out about 5 hours with Danielle behind the wheel. They'd switched earlier. He checked his phone's map and saw that Fidot's dot was now almost overlapping that of Vorzagori. He zoomed in and watched the dot wind its way through the fishing village before coming to a stop near the shoreline. He kept watching. The dot remained still, then started out over the water. "He's on the boat now," he said, and following directions. "I'm not sure if that's good or bad." It was after dark when they reached Vorzagori. Taking the course Vidot had taken, they arrived at a church parking lot overlooking the dunes. There, Fidot's truck sat. The tracker had worked, finally going still just off one of the islands to the northwest. He'd checked with Marcia, and the geo-coordinates matched for a Site 6439 designation. He assumed the tracker was now at the bottom of the White Sea. So far, so good. Save for a few lighted windows, the village was dark, apparently buttoned up for the evening. They drove down what appeared to be the main road, which revealed a few shops and diners, all closed. No motel in sight. So they headed east to Onega, which boasted a population of 20,000, the largest town within 100 miles, and the best chance at finding lodging. Danielle opened an app on her phone and studied the local offerings. "This one looks good. It even has room service." "Onion rings?" he asked with a smile. "I highly doubt it. As long as there's a bed, count me in." "It's the Jubilinia on Prospect Lenina, left at the next light." Luke had dozed in and out of sleep for the past few hours, one eye on the door and any possible trouble, the other trying to get some rest. He had one of the guns at the ready. Danielle had the other. The Pelican case remained in the car with all its assorted goodies. His phone vibrated near midnight. "Marcia Pooler." He answered. "First off," she said, "I've established this comms link through a multitude of foreign servers. Our signal is bouncing around like a pinball. Not impossible to track, but really difficult. It should allow us a reasonable means for communication in the short run. Efficient as always." Danielle had woken too and came close. He switched the call to speaker. "Here's the short version," Marcia said. 100 years ago, the Solovetsky Islands were home to one of the most brutal gulags in history, the Solovki Special Camp. Alexander Solzhenitsyn called it the mother of all gulags. He listened as Marcia provided background info. Around 1922, near the end of the Russian Civil War, the Bolsheviks appeared on Solovetsky Island and commandeered its 500-year-old monastery. They burned all of the wooden outbuildings, murdered most of the monks, then converted everything into the first prison camp, where they dumped priests, landowners, White Army officers, intelligentsia. Anyone they considered a threat to the revolution was shipped there to be out of sight and mind. If you ended up in the Solovetskys, that's where you most likely died. If the forced labor didn't kill you, disease would. And if not that, then the brutal Arctic winters finished the job. The prison's fence was the White Sea. The nearest mainland lay 22 miles away. The average water temperature hovered around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. Once you submerged in that, the body had about 2 hours to live, and that was assuming the current didn't drag you away. In short, there was never a successful escape. The original camp was closed in 1953, the site converted to a naval cadet training facility. Now, it was a tourist destination. Depending on which historian you ask, the Gulag system existed for around 30 or 40 years, Marcia said. At its height, there were around 30,000 camps across Russia. And the new prison. Your tracker shows it sits on Anzarsky Island, one of 6 that make up the Solovetskys. It's small, with the upland covered by dense forest. The sandy, stony shores are pierced by bays, the most prominent being the Guba Troitskaya in the north, and the Guba Kapelskaya in the south. Either one could be an embarkation point. It seems like the perfect place for a secret gulag. He was thinking ahead. There was a lot more he needed to know. "Marcia, we're going to be leaning heavily on you for intel. We need it right and fast." "Lucky for you, that's 2 things I specialize in delivering." Chapter 30. Lake Biela, Russia, Sunday, May 25th, 8:15 a.m. Edmond stared at the array of documents on the kitchen table. He'd arrived last night. After leaving the Berchat base, he and Dominique had wasted no time returning to Moscow. While Dominique went home to his wife, Edmond drove to Alexei's dacha to find his old friend fast asleep. It had been a bad day, the nurse told him. Terrible headaches, confusion, outbursts, asking about his late wife. Now Alexei was up, dressed, nursing a steaming cup of tea, and staring at the cash he'd managed to retrieve. 73 pages, he said. You counted them? I did. But there was a problem. Every one of them was encoded, the words all gibberish. Not a thing could be read or understood. It seems Yefim Kozar was cautious, Alexei said, which explained why the old man had been so willing to offer up the documents before being released. He knew I would have to come back, he said. What was your opinion of him? He looked bad, and he trusted me quickly. True, there is the connection to you, but it made me wonder. Who else he might have told? Who else he might have dealt with? He nodded. Precisely. He wants out of there. Bad. He would work with anyone to make that happen. Over a breakfast of fried eggs, porridge, and tomato slices, he recounted his talk with Yefim Kozar and the subsequent visit with the man's wife and the Berchat base. He left out the part about killing her. No need for Alexei to know those details. So he pivoted and said, Kozar told me that these papers are needed, along with that other person. Alexei's eyes narrowed as they sat at the kitchen table. Ilya Mashir. Do you think Mashir can decode these? Kozar wants us to think only he can do that. You believe him? I do not. He paused. I think Mashir can do it too. And if you are wrong, then we will deal with Yefim Kozar. He'd also laid the groundwork to deal with Kozar if Mashir proved useful. His overtures to the young guard named Sorokin. He'd made a point of establishing enough of a rapport to set the hook. He'd also left his contact information. If anything odd happened with Kozar, or someone else came to see him, he'd told the young man to call. On the other hand, if they were successful with the entire plan, the guard would be helpful in eliminating Kozar, which would need to happen. He could see that Alexei agreed with his thinking. He had a question, but was hesitant to ask. Finally, he said, How powerful is this weapon? 6.2 kilotons. Fireball radius, 300 meters. Heavy blast damage radius, 400 meters. Third-degree burn radius, 1 kilometer. Estimated death toll in the tens of thousands. It was hard to hear those words, and he saw the pain in his old friend's eyes. So he said, I stand with you, no matter what comes, and I appreciate that. But this is not some notional exercise. Red Star is real. What it will do is real. Many people will die. If you have even the slightest doubt, no doubts. None. And he meant it. They'd been through so much together, and now they were making one more play. You have my loyalty, he said, always. And I appreciate that. But we are at a standstill unless we find Ilya Mashir. Fast. The clock is ticking. Not to worry. I will locate him. Chapter 31. St. Petersburg, Russia, 9:10 a.m. Ilya Mashir sat before a bank of computer monitors, eyes closed, rhythmically rocking back and forth. He was not having a good day. He generally could tell within 2 hours of rising whether the day would be one he would enjoy or regret. His mind was slipping, no question. He tried hard to keep it to himself, but it was becoming increasingly difficult, even behind a facade of being eccentric. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself, Barnhart's account has the best maps of that period. I'll check Barnhart. Definitely Barnhart. His workroom, or the cockpit as he called it, was tiny, with no furniture save a boomerang-shaped desk and a curved triple monitor array connected to the world. The dacha sat close to the cold Baltic Sea, and he enjoyed his daily walk along its shores. All of the windows in the large house were sealed with blackout curtains, leaving the room in darkness save for the glow from the monitors. A man stood behind him, like always, skinny, with torn jeans and a black t-shirt emblazoned with Blondie. "Did you hear me?" the man asked him in Russian. "I heard you." "What does a map have to do with what I asked?" "Not a thing." "Tell Yoga I'll have the new code ready when it is ready, and not before. He wants it now. What he wants is a microtransaction skimmer that is not trackable by an adolescent with an iPhone, because that is what he has right now, and the Deutsche Bank experts will find it before the end of the first trading day." "I do not know what any of that means." "Shocking development," he said. He lifted a pill bottle from his desk and rattled it over his shoulder. "Get me more of these. I am almost out. The blue, oval-shaped ones." "You take too many." "Just do it. I'm not your errand boy, old man." "Really? That is exactly what you are." This one, whatever his name, was his third minder in the past 2 months. The others had been useless, more an annoyance than an aid, and oh so sure they were on the fast track to success in the mighty Anton Hurtin's criminal empire. But they were merely fodder for Hurtin's money machine, nothing more. Their life an endless cycle. Sell the drugs, kill for the drugs, go to jail for the drugs, then rinse and repeat until there was nothing left of them. He dealt with a special part of Hurtin's enterprises. No drugs. Instead, targeted electronic attacks on businesses, individuals, and governments around the globe, which netted a hefty sum in the 8 figures from the ransoms paid by its victims, all tacitly supported by the Russian government as a way to terrorize the West. "And by the way," he said, "the band's name is Blondie, with an I-E, not a Y. You should ask the merchandise vendor for a refund. That t-shirt is a fake. Now, go get my pills." The man finally left. Good riddance. For the moment he had control thanks to the drugs, none of which a doctor had prescribed. But that would not last for long. So unfair. Once he'd been a brilliant scientist, creator of the Zenit satellite program, father of Red Star, a valued Soviet asset. Now he was an old man in the service of greed. He'd made a mistake, a big one, and violated his family's sacred pledge. But it had been the only play at the time, a pure matter of survival. The question now was how to rectify the situation. He told himself to concentrate on the practicalities. That always worked. And wait, for however long it took, for an opportunity. Chapter 32. Luke's first and most important request to Marcia, detailed satellite imagery of the Solovetsky Islands, and in particular Anzerski Island, came dead on arrival. She'd made contact with a CIA friend in the National Reconnaissance Office. Every available satellite was focused on Ukraine, southern Russia, and the East and South China Seas. One of the satellites snagged some peripheral images of the 6 Solovetsky Islands, but they were little better than those found on Google Earth, which he'd already studied. "I wish I had better news," Marcia told him over the speakerphone. "Where does all this leave us?" Danielle asked. "We do it the old-fashioned way," he said, boots-on-the-ground reconnaissance. "We go out there and have a look around. Marcia, how quickly can you get us there?" He heard keyboard clacking over the phone. "There's a flight out of Arkhangelsk first thing tomorrow morning, the first of only 2 this week, and that flies directly to Solovetsky Island. But you might want to avoid that." He got it. "I'm too American." "Take the ferry," Marcia said. "Slower, but there will be far less questions. You have to assume FSB are all over the place. I'm checking the hotels there now. It's not peak tourist season yet, so there should be plenty of vacancies. You can take your pick when you get there." "Does CIA have an asset in the area by any chance?" he asked. thinking where there were lots of FSB, there should be some CIA. You want me to find out? Contact Sean Fernando off the record and see what he says. I don't like him. Who does? The ferry docked near Solovetsky Island's airport, which came with one runway and a barracks-style terminal painted a dull gray-blue. Luke and Danielle were among about 20 others who made the journey across the choppy Onega Bay. He'd stayed out of the way and silent on the trip. They weren't 50 feet from the dock before the ferry turned around and headed back out to open water and the Russian mainland. Aside from a woman digging for clams in nearby marsh grass, there wasn't a local in sight. The others from the ferry quickly headed off toward town. The woman straightened up, stared at them for a long 10 seconds, then returned to digging. The air was wet and chilly and carried a sharp bite. A road headed west along the shoreline and eventually merged with what Luke's map told him was a popular monastery complex. Marcia had provided by email some additional local information. The 6 islands in the Solovetsky archipelago separated Onega Bay from the White Sea. The closest mainland was the Onega Peninsula. The shores of all the islands were severely indented, formed of granites and gneiss. The relief of the islands was hilly, most covered with pine and spruce forests, along with swampy marsh. There were countless lakes, some joined by the monks long ago through a series of canals. The existing monastery stronghold was erected in stone during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, renowned as a strong fortress, able to withstand attack and siege. In 1974, the Solovetsky Islands were designated a historical and architectural museum and a natural reserve of the Soviet Union. In 1992, they were inscribed on the World Heritage List. The monastery remained open and thousands visited every year. Tourism was the island's main source of income, though fewer than 900 people lived here full-time. The whole place seemed the precise definition of isolated. One thing was certain, though. Site 6439 was off from the main island, on one of the nearly deserted other locations. Danielle led him toward a bicycle corral at the end of the dock. A hand-printed sign was in Cyrillic. "Free use for visitors," she said, translating. They chose a pair of newer-looking 3-speed cruisers. Luckily, they'd come traveling light, each with only a small backpack. They'd brought the handguns, some spare ammo, and the night vision binoculars, but left all the rest from the Pelican case inside the Polo back on the mainland. They headed off toward the main settlement. The closer they came, the more people appeared, either sitting on porches or strolling along the road. Aside from the occasional curious glance, no one paid them much attention. Visitors were common here. Luke kept his eyes open for signs of a military or police presence. There had to be eyes and ears here, somewhere. They reached what seemed to be the main road, as it was wider than the others and more tightly packed with buildings, part Dr. Zhivago, part Fiddler on the Roof in style. Their windward side nearest the shore had been sandblasted to an almost satiny gray finish, while the leeward pastel-painted facades remained unscathed. "It takes a special kind of person to live here year-round," Danielle said. "Or a prisoner of the state," he added. They found a hotel at the southern limit of town sandwiched between a tidal marsh and rolling sand dunes. If not for its blood-red exterior, an architectural feature Luke had found fairly common in Russia, the place could have passed for a Montana lodge. They leaned their bikes against a nearby tree, then climbed the steps to the lobby. An early-20s woman in a white blouse and burgundy vest smiled at them from behind a reception desk. Her black hair was tightly packed in a ponytail. Danielle checked them in and chatted with her. Were there any areas they couldn't ride their bikes? Any dangerous places they should avoid? Was there a police station on the island? Could she recommend a local guide? The kind of things tourists would ask. The receptionist answered the questions, then handed over their room keys and directed them to a nearby cottage. They hustled over to it. The inside was done in log cabin style with exposed lodgepole walls, knotty pine flooring, and rustic furniture. "I feel like I'm at summer camp," he said, dropping his backpack on the bed. "I have no cell signal," she said. "You?" He shook his head. "Let's try outside." It took 10 minutes, but finally they found decent reception atop one of the dunes overlooking the bay. On the beach, a tumbleweed danced across the sand to the wind's tune, startling a cluster of foraging gulls who lifted off, circling and cawing. Thanks to the wind, the beach was a good 20 degrees cooler than inland. "It's ringing," he said. When Marcia came on the line, he put her on speaker. "The tracker is definitely off Anzarsky Island, north of your position," she said. "As to where the prison is on that island, no way to tell. But it's not a big place, only 7 square miles. And I spoke with Sean Fernando." "How was he?" "Not anxious to help, for good reason, considering what you're doing is unsanctioned. Hopefully he overcame that reluctance." "He did. Good news. There's an asset in the Solovetsky Islands." Chapter 33. Luke and Danielle rode their bikes for a quarter-mile until Danielle spotted the Prisons and Camps Museum, a 2-story gray building with a red roof and white shutters. They leaned their bikes against the building, mounted the steps, and walked inside. Above their heads, a bell tinkled. Luke was expecting some hodgepodge of gulag artifacts on rickety wooden shelving, but he was wrong. The interior was stylishly lit by recessed spotlights above plexiglass display cases, with more rope lighting hidden among the rough-hewn ceiling joists. Strains of traditional Russian folk music played through hidden speakers. Arrayed beneath the displays were artifacts from the former gulag's 30-year lifespan, along with beds on which prisoners slept, punishment devices, even picks and shovels the inmates once used in their forced labor. Counterclockwise around the room, the lighted displays told in text and imagery the story of Solovki and the people who were forced to live there. They stopped before a display showing an inmate grinning at the camera. Across his back lay a curved wooden bar, his arms strapped to each end. Another strap secured the yoke's middle to his throat. No one knew his real name, a voice behind them said in English. They called him the one from Novgorod Mushina. They turned around to find a short man in a baggy black suit, with a bald head, large Roman nose, and thin lips. "Why is he wearing that thing?" Danielle asked. "And why is he smiling?" Luke added. "It was called a pillory yoke. Novgorod Mushina wore it for a year before he died in the winter of 1937. He was an escape artist, albeit a poor one. He built rafts that sank within a few hundred meters. He once swam to Anzarsky Island and hid in the swamps for a week, lighting signal fires at night in the hope of drawing the attention of a passing ship. He even tried to build a flying machine of sorts. Today it would be called a hang glider. He launched himself off the monastery roof, then promptly crashed into the lake. Finally, the guards got sick of having to rescue him. Thus, the pillory yoke." One thing bothered Luke. "Why did you speak English to us?" "Because I received a message that you might be by." "I'm guessing you're Pyotr," Luke said. "I am." "You like American football?" "I love the Jaguars." The correct answer to his question, which identified them both. Luke made the introductions, then said, "We understand you're the man to ask about all things Solovetsky." Pyotr shrugged. "I should hope so. I was born here. My parents were inmates, so I became an inmate by default. The youngest one in Solovki history, actually. They died in 1953, the same year Solovki was closed." "I am sorry," Danielle said. "It is life. What can you do? I was 16 and in love with a girl, and once Solovetsky became just an island, not a prison camp, we decided it wasn't so bad a place. So, we stayed." "Children?" Luke asked. 6. 3 girls and 3 boys. And as of a week ago, 11 grandchildren. Most of them live in Arkhangelsk. I am a blessed man." Pyotr walked over to the front door and twisted its lock. He was broad-shouldered, dark-eyed, with a tawny mustache and a face shining to match the clear spring air. Nothing about him suggested that he was nearing 90 years old. "Sadly," Pyotr said, The islands have once again become a dangerous place. Are you out here in the middle of nowhere spying all alone? Luke asked. I do not look at it as spying. I just hate Constantin Franco. He is definitely expanding his presence around here, so I agreed to pass on what I see and hear to my handler. That is all. Their host led them to a small office at the back of the building. Once the door was closed, he gestured toward a pair of chairs before a battered roll-top desk. The new prison is on Enzersky Island, Pyotr said. 5 years ago, soldiers in helicopters arrived. The 8 people who lived there, mostly hermits, were removed. Notices went up all over the settlement here. By government order, Enzersky Island is now off limits. Cargo ships came and went. Then more helicopters, some of them with trees dangling from cables. Big trees, with their bottoms wrapped in burlap. Lots of them. Camouflage? Luke said. That would be a good explanation. For 6 months, sounds of construction could be heard across the water, day and night. Then, suddenly, it all stopped. It has been quiet ever since. A few months ago, 2 local boys ignored the warnings and swam over to Anzersky. They were never seen again. Security? The best I have been able to determine is that they use the isolation and the island itself as a fence. No need for anything more overt. But there will surely be cameras, sensors, fences, all that sort of thing. We have a friend in that prison, Daniel said. Leave him there. That's not possible, Luke said. I have been watching that place for a long time now. People go there, but they never return. I doubt your friend is still alive. You may be right, Luke said, but we have to find out for certain. I am told this is not sanctioned. Does it matter? Pyotr considered that inquiry for a moment. No, really. What was once old here is now new again. Only now, instead of here, it dwells on Enzersky. Give us all the intel you have, Luke said. Pyotr offered a fatalistic shrug. Okay, but you will need 2 things. The first is a boat, a fast one. I cannot help there. But on the second, that I can supply. Chapter 34. Alexei sat on the front porch, 2 wool blankets across his lap, staring out at the forest and the calm waters of Lake Biela beyond. The winter freezes would soon be over, the water reasonably accessible for the next few months. Once he loved to take a boat out in search of the best catches, but of late his fishing had been confined to the dock, or to when Edmond could take him in the boat. Things were changing within him, irrevocably, but his mind could still conceive a plan. That had always been his strength. He'd faced down the communists at a time when they were not ready to relinquish control. But the people had spoken by electing him their president. They'd had enough of power and privilege. What a big lie. Communism, from the Latin communis, meaning common, universal. A left-wing to far-left socio-political philosophical ideology that sprang from socialism. A socio-economic order centered on equality and common ownership. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Karl Marx's belief from the late 19th century. A means of production, distribution, and exchange that allocated products to everyone based solely on need. No private property, no social classes, no money, no government. A voluntary state of self-governance. For Marx, it was all made possible by an abundance of goods and services, more than enough to satisfy everyone's needs. But it was simply unachievable. Communists loved to proclaim that within capitalism there were 2 exploitative classes. One, the proletariat, who made up the majority of the population and who sold their labor to survive. the other the bourgeoisie, a small minority that derived profit from employing the working class. According to their lies, a communist revolution was the only thing that could place the working class in power, transferring private property to common ownership. But nothing close to that was ever achieved. Instead, a few controlled the many and reaped all the rewards, using force, violence, terror, and genocide to retain control. The system Lenin created for his Soviet Union had nothing to do with communism, nothing to do with giving the worker power or eliminating capitalistic greed. Instead, he established a dictatorship of the proletariat, led by a revolutionary vanguard that supposedly provided the working classes with the knowledge and means to depose capitalism. But what they failed to mention was that to achieve success, there had to be strict discipline for workers, no strikes allowed, obligatory labor duty, and total control over every aspect of their lives. Everything communism claimed to abhor. All a lie. And millions died for that lie during purge after purge, all designed simply to keep the man at the top in power. He'd openly continued Mikhail Gorbachev's glasnost and allowed, for the first time, people to speak about the Great Terror. After Lenin died in 1924, a power vacuum opened in the Soviet Communist Party. Many tried to rise to the top, but it had been Stalin who succeeded. He solidified his power with years of bloody purges in the 1930s. Anyone and everyone perceived as a threat was arrested or executed. Nobody really knew how many, but certainly into the millions. During Alexei's time in office, people finally began to locate the killing grounds and identify those who lay buried. One at Bykivnia, near Kyiv, contained 200,000 corpses. He personally dedicated the shrine erected at the Butova firing range near Moscow, where 20,000 of Stalin's victims lay buried together. Mass graves were found all over Russia and its once ancillary territories, and Konstantin Franco wanted to bring all that back. Last year, Franco had opened the Wall of Sorrow, supposedly an official recognition of the crimes from the Soviet regime, a public statement repudiating the horror. It all looked good in the media, and Franco milked the coverage for all he could muster, but the man's actions were far different from his words. The gulags were back in business, though now secreted away, out of sight. The world today was a far different place than in the 1930s, far more connected. Information could be disseminated in a matter of seconds to billions. Any self-respecting dictator had to be careful. But that had not stopped Franco from sending political opponents, enemies, or anyone who merely opposed what he said or did to the camps. After 18 years of leading Russia, Franco retained a firm hold on power. He used war in Chechnya, Georgia, and Ukraine to unite Russians in simplistic myths of nationalism. As history had taught, it was just a small step from there to a belief that repressive rule was so essential that it must be eternal, and elections became a joke. Franco had run unopposed 3 times. In anything merely resembling democracy, that was an impossibility. Without help. He adjusted the blanket, bringing it closer to his chest. The weather remained chilly. Warmth this far north was rare, maybe in July or August. But would he even be alive then? Hard to say. The doctor had been non-committal on how much time he had left. A few months, maybe. But things could progress faster. He was not afraid of dying. In fact, he welcomed it. What scared him was what he might leave behind. A few months ago, he was in town buying supplies and noticed a funeral happening adjacent to the nearby Orthodox church. He'd walked over to find an elderly couple preparing a grave, shoveling dirt and packing it down. A headstone lay nearby, ready to be placed. "Who are you burying?" he asked. "Our grandson." "How old was he?" 19. "What happened?" "Ukraine." Another woman approached who'd been standing off to the side. "You need to leave," she said. "Were you his mother?" "I was. My son died for the motherland." "Shut up," the grandmother said with open bitterness. "Forgive our daughter. She is foolish." "Stop talking about this right now," the daughter said, "or I will report you all to the FSB." That conflict within a family, tearing it apart, had struck a chord with him. He had spent his entire political life trying to end those dichotomies, trying to give the people free choice. And he made progress, sending Russia along a path toward more democracy and away from totalitarianism. But Franco had come along and changed all of that, amending laws and modifying the Russian constitution, allowing him to be re-elected over and over. The press had been either eliminated or gagged, the people subjugated. Then, war. One after another. Franco seemed to love death and destruction. Okay, fine. That was what he was going to get. Chapter 35. Luke found that aside from fishing skiffs and a few trawlers that home-ported here, boats weren't all that popular among the locals. Nothing sleek or fast. They required a craft capable of making the crossing to the mainland at night, possibly in bad weather, and in less than an hour. That was how long Pyotr figured it would take reinforcements to arrive, should their rescue of John raise the alarm. His biggest worry was the nature of those reinforcements, namely, as Pyotr had reported, the heavily armed Svetlak-class patrol boats stationed at the mouth of the White Sea-Baltic Canal 12 miles southeast of the Solovetsky's. No matter how fast their own boat, if the Svetlaks intercepted them, they'd be blown out of the water. Finally, he called Marcia and placed the speedboat question to her. "I've never scrounged for a boat before," she said, "especially in a foreign country." Challenge accepted. The faster the better. Navigation radar and GPS would be a bonus. And one more thing. It's Sunday. Could you call my mother and tell her I can't call? Too risky from here, but I will when I can. That's a good son who thinks of his mother. I try. Pyotr had drawn them a detailed map of Enzersky Island that included landmarks and structures invisible on Google Earth. He pointed out uncharted shoals, areas with treacherous currents, and inland hiding places should they find themselves on the run. By the time Pyotr was done talking, Luke knew there wasn't a square foot of the Solovetsky archipelago the man had not studied. Thoroughness and accuracy were what made for a good asset. "One last thing," Pyotr had said. "There are dozens of skitis on Enzersky." Seeing their confused expressions, he'd explained. "It's a Greek word for monastery. The ones you'll find over there come in all varieties, from barn-sized to cramped huts. On Enzersky, if it's big enough to live and worship in, it was once a monastery. I'm telling you this because they're a part of Solovetsky's cultural history, and if I had to guess, that prison is located inside or below one of them." After leaving Pyotr, they walked east to Restaurant Expeditia, a restaurant near the middle of the main settlement. The interior was predictably rustic and cramped, but the fish stew was tasty. They finished it off with some strong coffee and sweet-and-sour bird's milk cake. Then they headed back to the hotel where Danielle pored over Pyotr's map. Around 10 p.m., Marcia called. "Your mother was lovely as usual. She said to tell you that she loves you." Danielle threw him a smile, a rarity for her. "Message received," he said. "How do you feel about a well-loved 1952 Sievmash 17? "Beats me. I have no idea what that is." "It's an all-wood vintage runabout." Oh, he'd seen pictures. Sounded cool. Nowadays, Sievmash builds nuclear submarines for the Russian Navy, but back in the day, they built some damn fine speedboats. Does well-loved mean beat to hell? He asked. It means meticulously maintained by a retired accountant from Kem who recently died of a heart attack. I'm going to do my best to not take that as an omen, Danielle said. His widow, who apparently hated the thing, is keen to get rid of it. How in the world did you find it? He asked. There's this thing called the internet. How do we get our hands on this runabout? The widow's brother will bring it across from Kem, then take the ferry back. I used PayPal and threw in an extra 8,000 rubles and paid for the gas. You'll meet him tomorrow morning at 9. Chapter 36. Edmond was old enough to remember when St. Petersburg was called Leningrad. He greatly preferred the traditional label over anything that reminded him of the Soviets. He hoped it stayed that way, though given Konstantin Franco's ego, he would not be surprised to someday wake to the news that it was now Francograd. He and Dominique were now on the ground, having arrived in the city just before dark. Dominique, true to his nature, had arranged for a car, which they claimed in an airport parking garage. The two of them then headed out across the evening traffic. St. Petersburg was the country's second-largest city, home to nearly 6 million people. Peter the Great founded it on the site of a captured Swedish fortress and named it after the apostle St. Peter. It had always been associated with the birth of the modern Russian Empire and its emergence as a great world power, serving as the capital from 1713 to 1918. After the October Revolution in 1917, the Bolsheviks moved the government to Moscow as a way to further distance themselves from the Tsars. Tourism was huge. Tens of millions came each year, though that number had dwindled since Franco had begun his territorial expansion and the world had imposed sanctions. Notable government bodies were still located here: the Constitutional Court, the Heraldic Council of the President, the National Library, and the Supreme Court of Russia. The Russian Navy was headquartered nearby, along with the Western Military District of the Russian Armed Forces. St. Petersburg remained an important place, which was why many oligarchs called it home. He'd spent the better part of the day on the telephone, calling friends and associates who remained in positions of power. People who were not sympathetic to Konstantin Franco, but were smart enough to keep their opinions to themselves. Instead, their opposition came from quietly supplying information to people like himself, who could work outside the boundaries of government, where few rules applied. He quickly discovered that Ilya Mashir had once been a known commodity, a brilliant mathematician and engineer who metamorphosed into an equally brilliant computer scientist. Mashir is a genius, he was told, not the run-of-the-mill type like Lomonosov or Einstein. He is in a class by himself. He was vital to the Soviet space program. Another source had finally tracked down something more substantive. Most of the people I talked with are afraid of Mashir for two reasons. He is unstable, and he works for Anton Khurtin. That information grabbed his attention. Khurtin was one of Russia's most renowned oligarch mob bosses, a hybrid, a cross between criminal and businessman. He was most notably known for what he didn't do. In recent years, Khurtin had steered his organizatsia away from the traditional revenue streams, such as prostitution, money laundering, smuggling, and gambling, opting instead for drugs, cybercrime, and extortion. He relied on ruthless brutality to maintain his empire, which had gone largely digital, the perfect place for Mashir. Moscow turned a blind eye to Khurtin's cyber-extortion schemes. Anything and everything that could be done to disrupt the West was okay by them. Crossing Anton Khurtin risked cyber annihilation of infrastructure, network contacts, and financial holdings. His reach was global and legendary. The Americans considered him one of their most wanted. Curtin hires only the best hackers and pays obscene commissions, plus bonuses, Dominique said. They get cars, apartments, women, men. They live like kings. I know a few of them. So there is no incentive to stray. I was told the last hacker who defected was chainsawed into pieces and fed to bears. A video was made that Curtin shows to anyone even thinking about leaving. Traffic had congealed, and they were at a stop waiting in a long line before a red light. They'd come to St. Petersburg because Anton Curtin had headquartered his empire here. My guess, Dominique said, is that Curtin has Masher secreted away somewhere in the city or nearby. At last check, Curtin's properties number in the dozens for this district. Masher could be in any one of them. Finding him might actually be the easy part. Stealing him away, that will be the problem. Maybe not. He'd done some homework on Curtin, too. His rise to power began as a young man selling hot dogs, shortly after being released from prison for armed robbery. The Wiener venture became a smash hit, and within a few years, he'd opened high-end restaurants that counted Russia's leaders among their clientele, earning him the nickname the Chef. Legend said that he made use of those bureaucrats' presence by recording their conversations and using what he knew to get what he wanted. He currently owned a majority stake in Russia's second-largest phone network and a huge piece of the iron and steel industry. Particularly interesting was his early investment in Facebook. Curtin had poured nearly $1 billion into the company, owning as much as 10% before selling and netting even more billions, which showed the man was both smart and savvy. Another half-hour in traffic and Dominique found their hotel, a modest establishment near the Hermitage. In the old days, they would have worked all night, barely sleeping. But they were older now and had to be mindful to pace themselves. Besides, it would all be there tomorrow, ready to find. Chapter 37, Monday, May 26th, 6:30 a.m. Luke and Danielle were up before dawn, and after a quick breakfast in the hotel's rustic lodgepole-walled restaurant, they set out on their bikes. Rain had filled the night, and morning had broken with a bright, cloudless blue sky. Offshore, the wind was brisk, tearing the tops off incoming waves. They would meet the widow's brother and take possession of the Siebmash runabout in 3 hours. In the meantime, Luke wanted to get the lay of the land and its inhabitants. Pyotr had assured them there were no off-limits areas on Solovetsky proper, so he planned to put that to the test, especially on the island's eastern side nearest Anzersky. All it might take to sabotage their rescue mission before it started was a suspicious local or a phone call to the mainland police. The coastal road was more a trodden sand path, broken by the many tidal marshes. So they stayed on the main road, which sat a mile inland and generally followed the contour of the shore before curving eastward. The farther from the ocean they got, the more the island's true landscape revealed itself as thick evergreen forest, winding streams and ponds, some no longer than the swimming pool, while others were a mile wide and riddled with islets. Archipelagos within an archipelago, Danielle said. They'd covered 2 miles before seeing their first person, an old man sitting on a stump casting a line in one of the ponds. He spotted Luke and Danielle, raised his chin in greeting, then returned his attention to his bobber. Danielle yelled something out in Russian. "Konyeplede," the man called over his shoulder. She translated for Luke. I asked if he'd caught anything. He said 3 routes. Lots of dirt paths not on their map branched off the main road, each one leading to either a ramshackle cabin or an orthodox skiti, most of which were well tended with fresh paint and tidy postage stamp-sized gardens. None appeared inhabited, however, which he thought odd. 8 miles after leaving the main settlement, the road abruptly ended at a wall of trees. Danielle consulted the map. "We are about a kilometer from Sosnovia Bay, which puts Enzersky that way," she said, pointing through the forest. "We're on foot, then." Leaving their bikes behind, they set off. While mostly flat, the terrain was marshy, frequently forcing them to hop their way along from dry spot to stump to fallen trunks. By 7 a.m., they broke through the trees and found themselves on a rocky beach overlooking Enzersky Island in the distance. "Let's stay hidden," he said, and crouched down. "You see something?" she asked. "I'm more worried about being seen." Though Enzersky was a couple miles away and it would take some sophisticated camera systems to pick them out, he was assuming the worst-case scenario. Here on the leeward side of Solovetsky, the bay was calmer with no visible whitecaps. By watching a cluster of seagulls perched on the water's surface, he realized the current was moving fast. 5 to 6 miles per hour, he judged. They stayed among the trees and walked the coastline, taking pictures for half an hour. Finally, something caught Danielle's attention through the binoculars. "That dead tree," she said, pointing. "When the sun bounces off the waves, you can just make it out." He took the binoculars and zoomed in until he spotted it, a device of some kind embedded in the tree's trunk. She asked, "Camera?" "Motion detector. See, there's a path beside it." "Where there is one, there be more," she said. In short order, they spotted across the water 4 more detectors, each adjacent to a path that led to Anzersky's interior. These were Site 6439's first line of surveillance, which begged the question of whether there'd be more stringent measures closer to the prison. Or were Site 6439's guards relying on Solovetsky's natural barriers to discourage both would-be escapees and intruders? Pyotr thought that to be the case, as overt security had always been light. But from the description of Site 6439's construction, it seemed Constant and Franco had spared little expense in building the prison. The chances of him relying only on a few tree-mounted motion detectors were slim. There had to be more. He checked his watch. "We better head back. We have a boat to buy." Chapter 38. They returned to the docks in the main settlement shortly after 9 to find the widow's brother waiting for them. The Sievmash runabout wasn't hard to spot among the few aged and rusting fishing trawlers. They walked down the pier and stopped beside the slip where the boat was moored. A tall, lanky man in black woolen pants and a cream-colored cable-knit sweater lay dozing on a rear cockpit-style bench. An unlit cigarette dangled from his mouth. "The apostle," the man said without opening his eyes. Danielle said something to him in Russian, and the man righted himself and nodded. "My English is good. I am Lester." "You are early," she said. "Beautiful craft, no?" That it was. A mahogany-finished runabout, shaped like a truncated teardrop, gleaming in the morning sun, its brass fittings polished to perfection. Apparently, this guy wanted to make a sale. On the way over, Danielle had explained that bartering was the Russian way. Here, though, with a mysterious buyer over the internet, hurried haggle-free sale and remote delivery, he must have sensed an opportunity to exploit. "How beautiful is it?" she asked. Lester waggled his head and pursed his lips. "I have already been paid." Luke reached into his pocket and gave the man another 10,000 rubles from the stash he'd brought along. "That enough for you to forget all about us?" Lester accepted the money and handed over the key. "Happy boating." And he headed off down the pier to the waiting area for the next ferry off the island. As promised, the boat was fully gassed and ready to go. They headed into the settlement and found a shop where they could rent fishing gear and bait. Danielle obtained enough local knowledge about the best spots to provide sufficient cover for their trip should they be intercepted while at sea or questioned after returning to port. He kept his mouth shut. Their bike tour had raised no alarms, but this boat trip would be the real test. The distance between the Solovetsky main settlement and Anzersky Island was less than 10 miles, as the crow flew, but their boat journey up the coast, around the Sosnovaya Bay headland, and across the gap to Anzersky more than doubled that distance. Halfway, they paused, and Luke spent a few minutes scraping the boat's hull registration numbers from the bow. It was noon before they arrived half a mile offshore. He dropped the anchor overboard. They got busy rigging their fishing lines. In the process, he tapped a button on his phone, which he'd tied to the starboard gunwale, partially covered with their pole net. He and Danielle tossed their lines over the port side and concentrated on fishing. Behind them, the phone let out a soft shutter click. "It will take a picture every minute," he explained. "We'll sit for a bit before moving on." Incredibly, they each snagged an undersized sea bass. Not bad for not really trying, but it helped with the facade. After an hour, he hauled in the anchor and they followed the coast east until they were off the northern tip of Sosnovia Bay. They hadn't been fishing 15 minutes before he heard the sound of an outboard motor. He glanced over his shoulder. A white speedboat emerged from the mouth of the bay, came about, and headed their way. He returned his attention to his fishing line until a couple minutes later, a voice echoed across the water in Russian. He and Danielle turned, smiled, and waved. The speedboat stopped 30 feet away. 2 men were aboard, one behind the wheel, the other standing beside him, arms braced on the windshield. They were dressed in civilian clothes and did not look like the fishing type, whatever that might be, despite a pair of poles standing upright in the gunwale rod holders. More Russian was shouted. Danielle answered them. "How is fishing?" one of them asked in English. A test? To see if he spoke English. "Sea bass, saffron cod, none big enough to keep," she said in Russian. "What bait you using?" the man asked. "Whole smelt. Maybe chunked herring is better?" "It is." "Are you from Solovetsky?" She nodded. "Photography vacation. The monastery's been on our must-see list for a long time. How about you? Where are you from?" "Orlov Bay. We have shack there," the man said without hesitation. The speedboat drifted broadside to them. One of the men adjusted his position and planted his boot on the gunwale. Luke noticed the driver had only one hand on the wheel. The other dangled out of sight between his knees. The guy's eyes kept scanning from Luke to Danielle, concentrating not on their faces but rather their hands. The other man's black boot tip was polished to a mirrored shine, and there was a distinctive bulge on his right hip. Luke also saw the softball-sized dome attached to the boat's rear view. The camera's lens aperture tiny but unmistakable. "Beautiful boat," Bootman said. "We noticed it and came for a look." "Not ours," Danielle said. "Belongs to the man we met at hotel restaurant. Cost us plenty to rent, but only live once, eh?" "You headed down the coast?" he asked. "Thinking about it. The current is dangerous near the mouth of the bay. Watch yourself. Best to steer away." Subtle, Luke thought, but message clear. "Thank you. We keep eye out." With waves and smiles, they brought the speedboat about and headed back toward the mouth of the bay. Luke reeled in his line and busied himself changing bait until the speedboat disappeared from view. "We finally get too close," she said. "Our faces will be on their system before the hour's out," he said. "Best to assume our missing registration number will also raise questions. Nice job with the rented boat. We're on their radar now. Our window is closing. We're going to have to make our move tonight. We ready? We're gonna have to be." Chapter 39. St. Petersburg, Russia. Ilya Mashir finished his last round of code debugging. Micro-skimming transactions from a high-volume brokerage house was not overly complicated, but covering his tracks was a tougher nut to crack. The algorithm designed to detect exactly what he was attempting worked frighteningly fast, so the code needed to be faster and cleaner. The idea wasn't just to steal on behalf of Anton Hurtin. Ilya also nibbled away on those ill-gotten gains without anyone ever noticing. Embezzlement. Sure, it was sophisticated and high-tech, but it was stealing nonetheless. The plan seemed simple enough. Extract enough money that Hurtin would have no choice but to deal with him. He'd already made one deal with that devil, a bargain he should have never made. But there'd been no choice. 2 years had passed, and now he had choices. So far, he'd squirreled away nearly 50 million euros, all safely deposited in a confidential Swiss account. The whole thing had actually been easy since Hurtin trusted him, with not only the execution of the ransomware attacks, but the subsequent payments as well. The victims who'd opted to pay had delivered the correct amounts. The skimming came once the money was transferred. Nearly 200 million euros flowed through Hurtin's accounts every year. Ilya had devised a program that showed them all intact, balanced, and correct, though the reality was far from that. At some point, he'd escape, then make a second deal with the devil, one Hurtin could not refuse. But to do that, he had to be far away, out of sight, impossible to find. He finished what he'd started, satisfied that his algorithms would work. Currently, there were nearly 1,000 ransomware attacks in progress across the globe. Not all would bear income. Some opted to take the loss and never pay the ransom. Most, though, caved. They kept the ransom amounts within reason, since the alternative would be a waste of time. People would never pay. The trick was finding the right amount to get their attention, but not enough to chase them away. Ransom had to be a viable option. Of course, they tailored each amount to the respective victim. Others in computer centers scattered around Russia carried out the actual attacks. He alone handled the payments. Hurtin thought it provided an added measure of security if only one person dealt with the money. And how was an old man any threat? More than anyone might imagine. He walked a delicate balance, skimming off amounts that, in the grand scheme of things, would never be missed. Thankfully, there were no internal audits, no accountants overseeing things, nobody to contradict the reports he regularly provided, all of which were false. He'd been at it for a few hours. Today seemed like it was going to be a good day for his brain, so he called out to one of his guards. The man appeared. "Let us take a walk," he told the younger man. "I would like to enjoy some of the sea air." The dacha by the Baltic had been his home for 2 years. He both lived and worked here. A cook was provided who made some delicious meals, and 2 women kept the house spotless. His workroom, the cockpit, was off limits to all but himself and his 4 guards. He'd made no effort to come to know or like any one of them. Quite the contrary. They were all thugs, paid by an even greater thug who lived off the misery of others. But who was he to talk? He too was profiting off that same misery. But he'd had no choice. Once valued by the Soviet Union as a vital scientist, he had seen his services terminated by the Russian Federation. No severance pay, no pension, not even a thank you, just a summary dismissal. He'd moved around from place to place, finally finding a job at a university in Irkutsk, far away from Moscow, forgotten for decades. When that job ended, he'd been lost once again until the opportunity with Hurtin came along. But that had been forced. By him, with that bargain with the devil. He had to fix that mistake, while he still could. Chapter 40. Solovetsky Island. Luke had been concerned about Fedot Osipov's radio silence. They'd heard nothing from him since arriving on Solovetsky, but around 5 p.m. a text finally came their way from the wayward prison guard. Danielle showed him the screen. 65 degrees, 11 minutes, 0.51 seconds north. 35 degrees, 59 minutes, 20.58 seconds east. 2330. Confirm receipt. Latitude, longitude, and a time, he said. He plugged the coordinates into Google Earth. The dropped pin was located on a sandbar just inside the mouth of Troitskaya Bay, where their speedboat visitors had come from earlier. Interesting. With its mouth facing northeast into the White Sea, the crescent-shaped Troitskaya Bay bisected Enzersky Island's western half, its course narrowing through a pair of elongated lakes before ending at a dock and a cleared area of forest. Abutting the clearing's south side was another lake, this one landlocked. "What do we tell Fedot?" she asked. "You ever heard the tale about the scorpion and the frog?" She shook her head. "My daddy told me when I was young. One day a scorpion asks a frog for a ride across a stream. The frog says, 'No, you'll sting me,' to which the scorpion says, 'I would never do that. We'd both drown.' So the frog agrees, and the scorpion climbs on. Off they go. About halfway across the stream, the scorpion stings the frog. 'Why'd you do that? Now we're both dead.' The scorpion just shrugs and says, 'I'm a scorpion. It's what I do.'" "Fedot's our scorpion?" He nodded. "Definitely. The question is whether our threat to feed him to a mob boss is enough to keep him from stinging us. Fedot's no genius, but self-preservation is a hell of a motivator. Trusting this guy comes with a massive amount of risk. We have to assume he's setting us up. We have no choice. We get John either tonight or never." "Fair point. Text Fedot back and confirm receipt." She did. A reply came almost immediately in Russian. "Duty post tonight is external access control. Can get you in unseen. Midnight is shift change, less oversight. Be at coordinates then." She translated. "Like you pointed out, we have no choice," Luke said. "Tell him we'll be there." Danielle texted back okay in Russian. Then she returned her attention to the phone. "I want a better look at that clearing," she said, expanding the image, which revealed an icon near an old building. "Sviato-Troitsky Skit, a monastery, biggest one on Enzersky." In addition to the main building, Luke counted 8 smaller structures. He also saw a long, multi-gabled roof with an attached onion dome surrounded by scaffolding. That suggests renovation, which means people, equipment, traffic. It could have served as cover during the construction. "I count 3 roads in and out," she said. "North, east, west." He clicked on the screen's measuring tools. The main building is 300 feet by 60 feet, which puts it at about 18,000 square feet. But these images are a few years old. Who knows what the place looks like now? If Pyotr was right about those trees being brought in, big sections of clearing could be covered by now. Throw in some camouflage netting, and you're in business. For the next 10 minutes, they studied the terrain until Luke spotted a plume of discolored water near the docks. "I've seen this before. It's an outflow of some kind." He clicked on a photo beside the plume. The resulting pop-up window was heavily pixelated. "That's called downright suspicious." He looked closer. No watercourse accounted for the outflow. Best guess? An underground conduit to the freshwater lake south of the clearing, which probably ran directly beneath the monastery building. A freshwater supply for plumbing, showers, food preparation. "It's a safe bet a few of those outbuildings are dedicated generator sheds," he said. "We should also count on more motion sensors, cameras, foot patrols, the works." And those roads, all blocked off. Anyone who goes too close is arrested, like the two kids Pyotr had told them about. It's a bit genius if you think about it, he said. The only traffic in and out is by water. It's fairly easy to secure the perimeter. Even if someone manages to get in and out, they still have to head back on the bay, bare ass to the wind. She stood up straight, ran her fingers through her hair, and exhaled. She was tough, no doubt, but she had limits. So how we get in? He was thinking on that. There are still 100 things that could go wrong. They had to be ready to deal with every one of them. He checked his watch. We've got 8 hours to figure that out. Chapter 41. Luke erred on the side of caution and waited until night had fully fallen before leaving the docks. He had no idea if their encounter with Site 6439's surveillance fishermen had sparked suspicion enough to prompt a search for them, but he thought it best their departure go unnoticed. This whole thing could be a trap that he was walking straight into, but to get something in this world you had to give, and in this case, he was giving himself up on a silver platter. But he remained optimistic. He was the kind of guy who, when walking through a field of crap, was always looking for the cows. But there was still that crap. Danielle handled the GPS while Luke drove the runabout. He kept the navigation lights dark, and they retraced their earlier journey, hoping the moonless night would make them harder to spot. Once they were around the headlands, the weather took an abrupt turn in the form of a 20-knot wind that delivered a broadside chop strong enough to repeatedly swamp the port gunwale, shoving them toward the White Sea. The Solovetsky Islands marked the boundary between the relatively calm Onyega Bay and the more turbulent sea. He struggled to keep the runabout's bow aimed at the incoming swells, while Danielle assumed double duty as navigator and bailer. Waters swished at their feet. Rain spattered the windshield. "I am not best swimmer," she said, and he caught the concern in her voice. "We're okay. It'll ease up once we turn south." Or so he hoped. He knew boats well enough, but next to nothing about negotiating open ocean. After all, he was Army, not Navy, and there was pride in that. What had a ranger colonel once said to him? Never forget that the lowest plebe at West Point is better than the best admiral in the Navy. A bit strong, but damn right. The runabout's bow slammed into a wave crest, then plunged into the trough. Danielle lost her footing and crumpled to the deck. Spray burst over the windshield. The stern vaulted, lifting free the propellers, which let out a high-pitched whine, then resubmerged. "You okay?" he asked. "I am good. You were saying about not sinking? Just hold tight. Another mile and we'll be clear." He estimated for every 100 feet gained they were losing half to the swells and wind. They'd be lucky to round Enzersky's upper peninsula in the next hour. And his estimate was about right. Shortly after 10 p.m., he spotted the peninsula off the starboard bow and fought the wheel until they were aimed south. The headwind turned into a tailwind, and within a few minutes the chop halved. His arms were trembling, his hands numb from clutching the wheel. So they changed jobs, and he took a few minutes to work the kinks out of his muscles. He studied the GPS screen for a moment. They were in Troitskaya Bay. He scanned ahead through the night vision binoculars until he spotted a smudge of land against the black sky. "Steer to port," he said. "Let's put a little distance between us and land." She did so until they were about half a mile from shore, then straightened out and shifted the engine to idle. He looked through the night vision binoculars and saw nothing. He checked his watch. An hour to go before they were to meet Fedot. Plenty of time for some reconnaissance. "Take us in," he said. "Maybe 200 yards from the mouth. Let's see if we attract any attention. Once they were in position, he tossed out the anchor, and they settled in to watch and wait. He realized that though it was pitch black, infrared cameras and radar could find them. He handed her the binoculars. First sign of lights, or any movement, let me know. He reached for the small case that Pyotr had supplied. A godsend, actually, and totally unexpected. A drone, which Pyotr used occasionally, but with caution. Having practiced a few times earlier, he quickly assembled the craft following the directions Pyotr provided. Then he ran a quick diagnostics program from an app Marcia had forwarded. This was no ordinary drone. Though built on a commercial chassis, it had been tweaked by the CIA. It came with a quieter, more powerful engine and variable pitch rotors so it could go farther faster with minimal noise output. The controls were virtually foolproof with auto-hover stabilization. You would have to work at crashing it, Marcia had said. Most important, the drone was armed with an infrared, high-resolution camera that could pick out hotspots like people and electronic sensors. Getting around those obstacles, though, would be up to him and Danielle. "See anything?" he whispered, knowing that sound could travel far over water. She shook her head. His phone vibrated. The diagnostic program was done. "Okay, let's fly." Time to make use of those instructional classes Magellan billet agents were required to take on drones. He worked the controls and lifted the unit straight up until it was 30 feet off the water, then aimed it toward the mouth of the bay, watching the GPS coordinates shift ever closer to the sandbar Fedot had chosen as their meeting spot. When he was 100 yards out, he ascended to 100 feet, then stopped in a hover. "We're there," he said. Danielle scooted closer as he turned on the camera. A gray-green image filled the phone's screen. He worked the buttons until the camera was pointed directly downward. The ground color was a green monochrome. No heat signatures. The resolution impressive. He could pick out individual bushes and marsh cattails. 11:15, she whispered. "They should be here any time." They were assuming Fedot would arrive early. But not too early, since he was definitely playing in his own sandbox. He sent the drone into a slow, flat spin, this time looking for hot spots in the air. It wasn't inconceivable Site 6439 had its own drone fleet. All clear. He returned the camera to its downward angle. 5 minutes passed. Then a trio of figures appeared, red-yellow silhouettes picking their way along the lake bank, coming from the east, which further confirmed their suspicion that Site 6439 lay somewhere around the monastery clearing. The 3 figures arrived near the sandbar, and one kept going. The other 2 turned into a cluster of bushes and crouched down. "He wants to ambush us," she said. "Like my grandma would say, he ain't got the sense he was born with." "What do we do?" "Depends on how you feel about having to shoot someone." "These people? I do not care. What you have in mind?" He explained his plan. When he was done, she said, "That is pretty cold-blooded. We'll give him a chance to do right, but here's the thing. If any of them manages to get word to the prison, it's over. We don't get John out, and we don't live to see morning." "I know." They bobbed in the choppy water. Now or never. He yanked up the anchor and used the current to drift them away from the island. The wind and rain continued, which should mask any sound of them and the drone. They were now away from where Fedot and his companions were waiting. Finally, he switched on the engine and moved slowly toward the mouth of the bay. Past its encircling arms, he eased them to the middle of the channel. A thick fog swirled over the surface. The runabout's engine idled softly. "We should be getting a signal soon," he said. Danielle kept her focus on the island where they'd last seen the Russian. A flashlight blinked once, then twice more. Fedot's invitation to come ashore. "Get ready," he said. She crouched below the windshield. He gave her a nod, which she returned. He could only hope she'd do what was necessary. They'd brought only their handguns. His, sound-suppressed. Hers, not. The entire success of their rescue mission depended on what happened in the next few minutes. Chapter 42. Anzersky Island. Luke drove the runabout straight for shore. Through the darkness, shapes began to form. First trees as splotches in the dark, then the beach itself. His night vision was excellent, but he cheated and used the goggles to zero in on a form standing between the water and the trees. The drone was down, on the beach, away from where he was headed, saving battery power and awaiting further use. He cut the engine and drifted the last 20 feet until the bow kissed the sand. He tossed the anchor over the side so the boat would not drift out, marching toward the figure, stopping 6 feet away, close enough that he could use Fedot as a shield from his buddies. "Where's the woman?" Fedot asked. "I don't need her anymore." Fedot's eyes darted toward the runabout. "Feel free to check if you're nervous," Luke said. "I am not nervous." "You look nervous. How are we going to handle this?" "I will go back to control shelter. You follow at distance." Fedot shifted slightly on his feet, hands at his side. "Don't even think about it," Luke said. "Keep your hands down." "What do you mean?" "You two, there in the bushes," Luke called out. "I sure hope he's paying you enough." "Shut up," Fedot said. "If it was just me you had to worry about, that's one thing. But there's this Bratva boss in Archangel." "Stop talking," Fedot said. "I am warning you. Named Kishalova, who's about to find out this guy has been poaching his customers." Fedot reached into his waistband. Luke was ahead of him and cleared his own 9mm from his waist. His first shot caught Fedot in the sternum, just right of the center line. The retort was no louder than a soft clap in the wind and rain. Fedot backpedaled a couple of steps, then collapsed straight down. From the bushes, the other two were up and moving toward him. Luke dove to the sand just as Danielle unleashed 2 rounds that whined by. Hers were louder, but mostly lost in the wind. Both men dropped to the ground. "Keep your gun on them," he told her, first checking Fedot for signs of life, then his partners. All dead. He then dragged the bodies into the bushes and checked his watch. 11:40 p.m. He was hoping there was some sort of shift change within the prison, like Fedot had told him, and midnight seemed like a good time for that to happen. They stayed still and silent for a few minutes. He scanned the area through the goggles looking for trouble. All quiet. The rain had slackened, but the wind continued to howl. He frisked the bodies and found Fedot's prison ID badge and a nondescript white keycard that he hoped would access Site 6439's exterior doors. The alternative, that the doors were controlled by a remote location, would further complicate their already cobbled-together plan. On Fedot's pals, he found nothing but wallets. He showed Danielle the driver's licenses. "These are Vologda addresses. They are not guards. Must be part of his crew from home." He liked that. 1 missing guard at shift change and you get confusion. 3 missing guards and that's panic. Maybe a lockdown. This works for us. "So what the plan?" "Beats me," Luke said. "We'll improvise." They headed back to the runabout and eased out into the bay. Before leaving, he sent the drone back into the air in hover mode. A river led inward, so they followed it, keeping the motor to not much more than idle. Ahead there were lights and a clearing among the trees, along with a building. He took the drone up to 60 feet and sent it sprinting toward the monastery clearing. In the gray-green glow of the phone's screen, the main building slid into view. He used the night vision goggles and studied the layout. The old Google Earth photos had not shown the landscaping and other upgrades performed by Site 6439's construction crew. This clearing was now packed with trees strategically placed to interrupt the building's straight lines. He searched for signs of sensors or cameras, but saw none. Nor were there any roving foot patrols. To all appearances, they were staring at an abandoned monastery on an uninhabited White Sea island. Had they gotten this wrong? All signs pointed to this old monastery being Site 6439. The drone approached a shed on the extreme west side of the clearing. A yellowish heat plume appeared on the phone's screen. Closer in, the yellow turned red. He tapped the screen and switched on the microphone. Rangers were taught to use all of their senses, never favor one over the other. He'd already used sight to maximum advantage. Time for sound. Through the phone's speaker came a faint, rhythmic whine. "That's a generator," he murmured. He knew what that meant. Jackpot. Let's go get this done. Chapter 43. Alexei could not sleep. That blissful state, once something he truly enjoyed, had become harder and harder to come by. He'd never been a long sleeper. 5 or 6 hours a night had served him well ever since he left university long ago. The older he'd become, the less sleep he enjoyed. Now, it was down to 2 or 3 hours, at best, none of which was restful. He sat alone in the den, a fire crackling in the hearth, no lights on. His caretaker was still asleep upstairs. She'd become accustomed to him being up at all hours of the night. He had to think, be sure. The clock was winding down. The party congress would happen in 5 days. A formal gathering inside the Kremlin that had started back with the communists. The first happened at Minsk in March 1898. 9 Marxist undergrounders met and proclaimed the establishment of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. They were promptly arrested by the Tsarist police. The Second Congress convened at Brussels in July 1903 with 57 participants. More gatherings happened both before and after the 1917 October Revolution, at a time when the Communist Party functioned as a democratic entity. By the time of the 20th Congress in 1956, Stalin was dead, and Khrushchev was chosen to succeed him. The Congresses then became the supreme decision-making body for the Soviet Communist Party. But, in reality, they merely rubber-stamped the beliefs of the current leader in power, whoever that might be. He'd attended the 28th Congress in 1990, convened with 4,863 delegates, the largest ever gathering and the last before the collapse of communist rule and the breakup of the Soviet Union. Times were different then. Gorbachev had taken decisive steps toward democratization, including the surrender of the party's political monopoly. That led to a schism. The conservatives on one side, radical reformers on the other. The 1990 Congress was the most open, no-holds-barred debate since the communists took power in 1917. Incredible to witness. For the first time, resolutions were confined to the internal organizational business of the party, steering clear of national political issues. Barely a year after that, conservatives attempted a coup d'etat, which failed, setting the stage for the total demise of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And his own rise to the presidency of the new Russian Federation. What an exciting time. He felt a great honor to have been a part of it. The early congresses took place in heritage buildings like the State Armory or the back rooms of the Great Kremlin Palace. Since 1961, they occurred in the State Kremlin Palace, built by Khrushchev for that exact purpose. A modern glass and concrete design that conflicted sharply with the rest of what stood inside the Kremlin walls. Huge, too. About 40,000 cubic meters. Over 800 rooms. Its center occupied by a massive auditorium that seated 6,000. The gatherings had continued since the fall of communism at regular 5-year intervals. The modern congresses were not all that different from decades past. The main change was the participants. No more communists. All who attended now were allies and loyalists to the President of Russia. For the last 18 years, that meant they were all Franco-loyalists. Not a single opposing voice. Sure, dissent arose from time to time, even growing loud on occasion, but those voices were quickly silenced. Franco's hold on power was absolute, and thanks to convenient changes in the law, he would continue in power for as long as he desired, destroying Russia in the process. Alexei focused on the fire, watching the flames lick the blackened stone hearth. So many decades of soot were there, layered one onto the other, becoming darker and darker. Was what he planned to do the right thing? Not in the least. But it was the only thing. What had his father said so many times? Even if it is wrong, do something. Russians had never been good at looking after themselves. They had always been dominated, first by Tatars, then Tsars, next communists, and now by Konstantin Franco. Only once had the people risen up in resolution, that one fueled by Lenin's radicalism. But all that newfound independence quickly evaporated into just more totalitarianism. He knew that if he did not do something, nothing would be done. So, he had no choice. 5 days. And all would change. Chapter 44. Luke steered the runabout toward the dock until he judged it close enough, then cut power and let momentum take them the rest of the way. Danielle hopped out and used her boot to keep the hull from banging into the wood, then secured the bowline. For a few moments after climbing out, they waited and watched. No movement, no lights. The clearing beyond seemed a ghost town, which worried him. He thought about bringing the drone in closer, but decided against it. Time for some old-fashioned eyes and ears on the ground. The first structure in sight, a shed with a sagging roof, stood 50 yards ahead down a dirt road. The monastery itself was out of sight around a bend, hidden by a shrub-covered hillock. His mental alarms were clanging now. They were in the right place, of that he was certain, but was this a decoy site? No. He decided. That was overly elaborate, especially for a prison in the middle of nowhere. An ICBM site? Maybe. But not this. Enough. They weren't going to think John out of prison. I'll take point, he said. He headed down the dock, then continued onto the road. Danielle followed, watching their rear. They reached the shed and pressed against the side wall, waited a few beats, then circled the corner, moving toward the clearing. His brain worked in worst-case mode, half expecting they'd stumble into a shock-and-awe trap. Better to worry and be wrong than the other way around. The monastery's west wall and scaffolding came into view. He stopped again, crouched, watched. All quiet. They sprinted to the wall, then headed down its length. "Hold," Danielle whispered. He stopped. That window we just passed was blacked out. He circled back around her. She was right. The glass pane was spray-painted on the inside. Unless they'd stumbled onto some monks who loved their movie nights, they were on to something. They continued down the wall to the next corner. He peeked around, then drew his head back. Just beneath the eaves, there's something mounted on the wall. She stole a look. "Birdhouse," she whispered. "The glint in the opening," he said. She nodded. Camera lens. Cleverly concealed, too. He noticed the birdhouse's height, which suggested the camera had a downward angle. The question was whether there was a blind spot between it and the wall they could squeeze past. He'd done this before, both in training and in the field. "Stay glued to the wall," he told her. They stepped around the corner and found themselves standing beside a wooden door. He touched its surface. Wood grain like paint, steel underneath. He studied the hinges. Gray steel. Last time he saw something similar was the armory at Fort Moore. A rusted black metal box was mounted beside the door. He ran his fingertips around the edges until they reached a pencil-shaped protrusion. He leaned in for a closer look. A barcode scanner, beside which was a latch. He found Fedot's key card from his pocket and pressed it against the aperture. A snick. Then the front of the box opened, revealing a card reader. A lone red light blinked back at them. Time to see if Fedot's key card worked. Problem was, they had no idea what was on the other side. Could be a lot more of nothing. Or it could be a guy with an automatic rifle. He inserted the key card, which brought a thunk from a deadbolt sliding open. He grabbed the doorknob, turned it, then gave it a tug so the panel swung open on its own. He waited for a 5 count and, hearing nothing, went through and sidestepped left. Danielle followed and moved right. The interior was pitch black. He tapped his boot on the floor. The echo told him the space was empty. This wasn't the prison. Then it occurred to him. It was below. His eyes adjusted, and he noticed they were not in complete darkness. Halfway down the space, a vertical rectangle was outlined by pale, milky light. Fluorescent bulbs, judging from the color. A closed door. Chapter 45. Luke realized that the light suggested occupants. He ran the scenarios in his head. How many? Armed or unarmed? First order of business, make sure no alarms were raised. If the prison was below them, the next room might be the separation point between access control and inmates. He whispered, "Once we go through, no noise, I know." Smart girl. She stepped forward, but he stopped her. "Not yet. If there are cameras in here, a response team might be coming through that door. Better if we've got an exit at our backs." Something Cotton Malone had once told him rang true. Stealth is 50% patience. He gave it a full 5 minutes. Satisfied no welcoming party was coming, they approached the door, this one constructed of wood. He touched the wall. Unpainted sheetrock. He pressed his ear to the door and heard the muffled squelch of what sounded like mobile radio traffic. He tried the knob. Unlocked. He nodded at Danielle, which she returned. He swung open the door and they repeated their entry pattern. Guns up, Luke left, Danielle right. 20 feet away was a bank of video screens and a long crescent-shaped desk lined with monitors. Seated at the middle console was a man, his back to them. To their right was another sheetrock wall and a doorless entryway. He pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then at the doorway. "Watch. Keep it covered." She nodded. He crept up behind the man and aimed the 9mm. The young man turned, the eyes immediately wide with fear. "Do you understand me?" he asked the guard. The head slowly nodded. He was hoping that what he'd been told in training was right. Russians liked their prison guards to speak English. You never knew what you might overhear. You move, you die, he said. You raise your voice, you die. You don't answer my questions, you die. Understand? The man nodded. Your name? Kirill. Interlace your fingers on top of your head and turn back to the monitors. He did so. You were expecting Fedot at midnight? Shift change. Just him. Kirill nodded. He turned to Danielle. Check what's beyond. She disappeared through the doorway but re-emerged 30 seconds later. Bunk room. Empty but for one man sleeping. There's a stairway leading out. Why isn't Fedot sleeping here? He asked Kirill. It gets hot. Some choose to sleep in tents. Where? West side of the clearing, near the water. How many? Tonight, just Fedot. He got Danielle's attention and pointed toward the doorway, his hand signaling, take care of the sleeping man. She disappeared through the door. He kept the gun aimed at the guard's head. Kirill asked, Are you going to kill me? Not unless you give me a reason. Including you and Fedot. How many guards are on duty and are they armed? 9. All have rifles and pistols. That left 6 to deal with. Is there an armory? Sub-level, 1 below us. How many inmates? Single cells or shared? 49, single cells. Show me the cell roster and building layout, just with your left hand. Kirill used a trackpad to call up 2 windows, one a spreadsheet, the other a blueprint image. His hands shook as he pointed at the screen. Danielle reappeared and nodded. Done. One more thing, he said. Which cell is the American Vince? 22, level 2. You've been great, Kirill. Sorry about this. He rapped the young man hard behind the ear with the butt of the gun. Kirill slumped forward. He caught the head before it could smack the desk. At least he owed the guy for all the information, then sat him upright in the chair. We go get him, she said. Hold on. He stared at the computer screen. My guess is all access controls are run from here. The cell doors can't be opened from anywhere else. So open John's cell. This is an isolation prison. Inmates rarely leave their cells. When they do, it's a scheduled thing. If a door opens unexpectedly, guards are alerted. There are 6 around here somewhere. He studied the prison's blueprint again on the screen. I'm going down. Give me 10 minutes, then open John's door. I go. You stay here. He asked for me. If alarms go off, we have to assume reinforcements will be coming from the outside. I'm counting on you to clear the way to the runabout. She was about to argue, but he raised a hand to stop her. Do this, please. Finally, she nodded. Before he left, he made a quick search of the room and discovered a wall locker that contained several handguns, along with pepperball pistols, effective at short range to disable someone without killing them. Probably came in handy at a secret prison with high-value inmates that were useless dead. He grabbed one of the pepperball pistols and made sure it was loaded. He then moved into the bunk room, spotted the stairs she'd mentioned, and started downward. He noticed that she'd tied up and gagged the sleeping guard with what looked like socks. The man was not moving. Another blow to the head, surely. The relatively bright lights of the nerve center gave way to dimly lit cage sconces. Concrete walls, shot through with hairline cracks, dripped with condensation. Green mold speckled the ceiling. With each step, the air grew mustier. He reached the bottom and found himself at an arched doorway and an L intersection. A graded catwalk stretched straight ahead and to his right. At each end was a ladder well leading down. In white paint on the wall beside his head was an arrowed placard that read, Amari and Kamari 1-20. He was assuming that meant cells 1 through 20. Okay. So far, Kirill appeared to have been telling the truth. Site 6439 seemed to have been built on a traditional vertical gallery layout, with tiered cell blocks on one side, observation catwalks on the other, a chasm separating them. Here there were 3 tiers of 20 cells each. Connecting the cell wing and the observation wing were single-file catwalks and ladders designed to not only slow down escaping inmates, but also create gunfire funnels through which they had to pass. But that was for unarmed, desperate civilians, not him. The lighting in the gallery was little better than that of the entrance stairwell, with similarly sized wire cage sconces, only more of them. Aside from the occasional dripping of water, the interior was utterly silent. To his right, footsteps thunked on the catwalk, moving at a leisurely pace. Good. No one was concerned. He considered retreating from view up the steps, but decided against it. Odds were he'd eventually be spotted. Best to start reducing resistance now. Besides, his 10 minutes was clicking down to 0. He took a step back, drew his 9mm, and aimed on the archway. The footfalls grew louder. Then he realized that pepper balls were really effective with frontal sternum-up shots, so he changed weapons. A figure in dun brown coveralls and a matching garrison cap appeared and started to turn right toward the cell block. The guard stopped and angled his head slightly. Something had caught his attention. The man spun. "Jdato!" Luke shot him in the chest. The effect was instantaneous. A cloud of white powder engulfed the man's face. The guard's mouth opened, but only a faint croak emerged. He dropped to his knees from the pepper, and Luke rushed forward. A quick strike on the temple from the gun laid the man out. He caught the body as it slumped forward, then dragged it back through the archway. One down. "Privyet!" a voice cracked over a portable radio. He spotted the unit at the guy's waist. The radio squelched again. "Akim, use this. Odvechet. Odvechet," the voice said. A 10-second pause, then more Russian came over the radio. Whatever the prison's construction might have lacked, its security procedures were surely strict. The unconscious guard, having failed to respond, had initiated some sort of dead man's clock. He had a few seconds to reply and end any suspicion. If not, the alarm would surely be raised. Then, a new voice. Not on the radio. He stepped to the archway and focused in the direction the voice had come. A black coveralled guard stood on the lower catwalk, radio raised to his ear. Luke decided to gamble. He plucked the radio from the unconscious guard's belt and stuck it over the railing. With his other hand, he made what he hoped looked like a "there's something wrong with this thing" gesture. "Akim, odvechet, odvechet." So much for trying. He drew his pepperball gun, leaned out, and fired a round into the guard's upturned face. The man sagged against the railing, then turned and, trailing a white plume, stumbled down the catwalk. Luke planted another ball between the shoulder blades. The guard collapsed and kept crawling, coughing and wrenching, but managed to find an object from his belt. The screech of an air horn tore through the underground space and echoed off the walls, doubling the decibels. So much for 2 down. He switched back to the 9mm. Which one he used from this point on depended on what kind of greeting awaited him. The air horn blast faded and was replaced by an even louder pulsing klaxon. Red lights strobed the walls and the ceiling burst to life. He sprinted toward the ladder. Below, a guard rushed toward his fallen comrade. Luke kept going, and as he came around the next bend, raised both the pepperball gun and the 9mm. The man skidded to a stop. An insignia on the shoulder patch told him he was a junior lieutenant. The man put his hand on the butt of his holstered pistol. Luke shook his head. The man froze. From the lower level, voices shouted. Booted feet pounded up ladders. Behind the lieutenant and across the chasm, 2 more guards appeared on the catwalk. Over one of their shoulders, Luke spotted the number 22 painted above one of the cell doors. "English?" he asked the lieutenant. "Some." "Tell those men to drop their weapons." The man shook his head. "I will not." He cocked the 9mm and extended his arm. "You have 3 seconds." "I have duty." 1, 2. Chapter 46. St. Petersburg. Edmond had turned his hotel suite into an ad hoc war room. His and Dominique's focus was split between finding where Anton Khurtin was keeping Ilya Mashir, and then figuring out how to extract Mashir from Khurtin's grasp. To those ends, Edmond had turned to Alexei. "I know of Khurtin," the former president had said, "but I am afraid I have nothing to offer him. And once he knows I want Mashir, he will realize he has something of value. The price then will be high. I suggest a different approach. It is better to ask forgiveness than permission. You concentrate on getting your hands on Masher, however necessary. And the repercussions. There will be some, but it is just a matter of how expensive it will be to buy that forgiveness. And how difficult. Khurtin's tentacles surely extended not only into the St. Petersburg governor's office, but also into the local police and prosecution services. The man possessed enough clout to shut down the entire district, which could present a problem. His phone chirped, half startling him, an alert he'd recently set. Another benefit of working for the former president of Russia was access to communications lines inaccessible to the general public. He checked the screen. Emergency distress call to PSKR 926 Voron. Arkhangelsk Command Authority. Source coordinates 65 degrees 9 minutes 29.45 seconds north. 35 degrees 58 minutes 21.48 seconds east. Facility incident 6439. Code Alpha 9. Respond best speed. Emergency distress. After his visit with Yefim Kozar, he'd added the Site-6439 prison to his watch list. "Do you still have the FSIN database open on your laptop?" he asked Dominique, referring to the Federal Penitentiary Service. His old friend nodded. "Check what Code Alpha 9 means." Dominique worked the keyboard. "It is a facility breach." "A prison break? Attack? Hard to say." He read the alert out loud. Dominique tapped the keyboard again. "The Voron is a Svitlak patrol boat stationed in Onyega Bay." That was near Site-6439. He knew about Arkhangelsk Command. The primary airbase, Lakhta, was home to Tupolev bombers and a few helicopters. Help from them for Site-6439 would be a long time coming. He grabbed his phone and made a call to a friend in the Defense Ministry, one he'd known for a long time, a person he trusted. It being Monday evening, he found her at home and told her what he wanted. 5 minutes later, she called back and gave him the Voron's current position and top speed. "How far from Solovetsky?" 80 miles due south. Top speed is listed as 40 knots. He thanked her and ended the call. "At top speed," Dominique said, "the Voron will reach the emergency coordinates in roughly 90 minutes. He checked his watch and did some quick mental math. Their jet could have them on the ground at Solovki Airport in less than 90 minutes. Yefim Kozar was being held at Site-6439. This was way too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence. His fears about Kozar talking to someone else about Red Star suddenly became a reality. Ilya Mashir would have to wait. "Call our pilot," he said. "Tell him to prep for departure. I also want a helicopter fueled and waiting for us when we land." Chapter 47. Luke never made it to 3 and heard from the level below shouts of Otgrevatogon. He didn't need a translation. The fusillade of bullets thudding into the grating beneath his feet made the meaning clear. Time to go. The lieutenant also took advantage of the moment and leaped over the railing, trying to escape. A sickening crunch signaled that the landing had not been optimal. Luke sprinted down the catwalk and rounded the corner onto the cell tier, back where the pepperball clouds still lingered over the retching guards. He sucked a deep breath and held it. The lead guard tried to raise his weapon, but Luke kneed him in the face, then smashed the gun into the crown of the next guard's skull. He checked his watch. 10 minutes had passed. Danielle needed to open the cell door. At the far end of the tier, another guard came charging up the ladder. He took aim with the 9mm, but the guard was faster. The muzzle flashed orange. 3 bullets snapped past Luke's head. He retreated around the corner of the railing. The guard, now moving at a trot, kept firing. Luke stuck his pistol through the railing, returned fire, but the guard's rounds kept coming. He was pinned down. The guard rapidly closed the gap between them, and with each step, Luke became an easier target. He heard a loud buzz, followed by a double clunk. Finally, Cell 22's door swung open a few inches, revealing a rectangle of pale light. Startled, The guard spun that way. The door burst open. A silhouetted figure half-shambled, half-charged out of the cell. Tall, gaunt to the point of concern, skin pale like wax, dark hair hanging to his shoulders, an unruly beard shielding his face. But he still recognized it. John Vince. The guard fired. But John kept coming and slammed into the guard like a linebacker, driving him over the railing, the man screaming as he plunged downward. Vince's arms dangled over the top rail, the body slumped forward. Luke ran to him. Vince reacted and spun, ready for a fight, chest heaving. Luke raised his hands in surrender. "It's me, John." "Luke." Oily eyes appraised him. "It's me, John. Luke Daniels." Vince squinted and blinked, the eyes sizing him up in an intense glare. His friend was a solid 30 pounds lighter, eyes and cheeks sunken, skin crinkled like a crumbled sheet of paper. The shirt and pants filthy and stinky. My God, what had they done to him? Recognition finally came in the eyes. "Rangers never quit," John said. "Damn right." "You up there, do you hear me?" The voice came from below. "What can we do for you?" Luke asked. "Reinforcements are coming. No escape." The guard sounded young and shaken. Of the 9 men on duty, Luke had taken 7 down. So the guy was blustering, but probably not bluffing about reinforcements. "If you come up here, I'll shoot you dead," Luke said. He didn't wait for a reply and whispered to John. "Danielle's upstairs, waiting." His eyes lit with surprise. He ducked under John's arm and stood him up. "We gotta take someone with us," John said. "Cell 21, right next to mine." "Why?" "He knows things." "Is it that important?" "It is." That was enough for him, and he knew arguing was pointless. John was as stubborn as a palmetto root. "Can you make it to the control center?" "Tell me the way." "Up that ladder, then down the catwalk to the arched entryway. Stairs will take you to the control center. Tell Danielle to open the cell. I'll keep an eye on our friends below." "Got it." Vince braced one hand on the railing and shuffled forward with unsteady feet. It took a full minute for him to climb the ladder. Luke watched until he disappeared through the arch. "You fellas still down there?" he called out. "We here," the guard replied. "You will never make mainland." "Who says we're leaving? Solovetsky's a big place. Lots of nooks and crannies." He was buying time, giving John a chance. "Who knows? Maybe we'll—" Cell 21 buzzed and the locks thunked open. He swung open the door. On a cot, an old man was struggling to sit up. "What is it now? What is happening? Come with me. Can you walk?" "Who are you?" "I came for John Vince, and he says you have to come with us." He waited, keeping an eye on his 6 until the old man was up and moving. Then he led him down the catwalk, up the ladder, and into the control center, where he found Danielle half-holding John. "Late addition to the guest list," he said to her. "You need to hear what he has to say," John said. "Right now, we gotta go." "Who are you?" he asked the newcomer. "Yefim Kozar. We'll talk later. Promise." He told Danielle and the others to stay 20 feet behind him, then stepped through the door. He switched to pointman mode, gun up, ready to pivot toward threats. The problem was that he had only a few rounds left in his weapon and just 1 spare magazine. Danielle would have more rounds. "Keep them together," he said to her without turning. He reached the exterior door and paused to listen. Nothing. He debated bringing the drone into play, but there was no time. He realized there could be a contingent out there lying in wait. There had to be more than one way in and out of the prison below. So 1 or more of the guards left could be out there. But that was the thing about ambushes. Sometimes the only way to know they existed was to trigger them. And with only 2 weapons between him and Danielle, they wouldn't have the firepower to fight back. Their best bet would be to run like hell and use the darkness. But that would almost certainly lead to casualties. He relayed his assessment to the group. "Are you up for a sprint?" "I'll sprout wings and fly if it means getting out of there," John said. "Is will I," Yefim added. But he knew their mobility had limits. "Danielle, once we're out the door, head straight to the runabout. I'll cover our tail. No matter what, keep going." John said, "No chance. Luke hardened his voice. "This is not a debate. Give me a gun. I can—" "Shut up, John. I'm in charge now. Danielle, you hear me?" "I hear." "Okay, here we go." He turned the knob and eased the door open with the tip of his boot. He glanced down the exterior wall to his left. Clear. He peered through the hinge gap to the other side. Clear. He swung open the door, stepped out, and assumed a blocking position across the threshold. "Go now." They moved. Gunfire erupted across the clearing. Chapter 48. Luke had two thoughts. First, Kira lied about the number of guards. Clearly there were more men on the island, most likely off sleeping in those tents that were mentioned. And second, the ambushers were not good shots. The initial fusillade had only chopped up the ground, not come close to them. Did that mean the two prisoners were valuable enough not to kill? He could only hope. "Keep going," he said. Danielle passed by and gave his shoulder a pat. He backstepped around the corner and dropped into a crouch. Full cover would have been better, but there was none around. After the initial bursts, the shots became sporadic. Rounds smacked into the stone wall around the doorway, slowly shifting left as the shooters realized their targets were on the move. Lots of random fire with little to no purpose. The only smart thing they were doing was staying concealed in the trees. He waited for an orange muzzle flash, then responded with a pair of snapshots. Whether he hit flesh was a toss-up, but he was at least making them think twice. Paper targets never shot back, and he suspected that's all the training these guys had. He spent another 30 seconds muzzle flash hunting, then changed magazines and fired 3 rounds into the tree line. He turned and ran. The dock came into view, and he saw that Danielle had U-turned the runabout and positioned the stern for his arrival. He stepped up to a full sprint. Behind him, gunfire opened up again. He heard the snap of rounds passing by his head. Bounding off the end of the dock, he landed butt first in the back seat between Yefim and John, who was curled into a ball, chest heaving from gurgled wheezes. "Let's go," he told Danielle. She jammed the throttle forward. The boat's stern dipped momentarily before the propellers grabbed the water and surged the runabout forward. Despite having no headlight, Danielle navigated the waterways expertly, zigzagging through each lake's narrow channel until finally the mouth of Troitskaya Bay came into view. "We are free," Yefim said. "John, we are out." Danielle called out, "Look, take the wheel." They traded places. Danielle slipped off her coat and wrapped it around John's shoulders. It was obvious that he was not well. Yefim said, "It is pneumonia. He's had it for a while now." He drew the boat even with the bay's southern peninsula. The earlier storm had passed, and the ocean's surface was broken only by a slight east-to-west chop. He aligned the bow with the incoming crests, and soon the runabout rhythmically skipped over waves, the engine settling into a steady buzz. With each bounce, John let out a sharp cry of pain and coughed. "Can we slow down?" Danielle asked. He checked his watch. By now, patrol boats would have been alerted. They needed to reach Kem before they were found. "If I slow down, we'll get caught in the open." "Keep going," John spit out. He agreed. 10 minutes later, the eastern tip of Anzarsky Island came into view. "Hold on," he said. "We're making the turn south." He hugged the shoals with one eye fixed on the approaching headland and sent the runabout into a tight turn. A sheet of water arced from the starboard gunwale. When the dashboard compass read due south, he straightened out. Here, sheltered in the leeward side of the main Solovetsky Island, the channel's waters were calmer. The runabout gained a couple of knots until the speedometer pegged at 40 knots. He did a quick mental calculation. They were about 30 miles from Kem. But by the time they reached Kem, the FSB, the border service, and every police station within 100 miles would be on the lookout for them. Even worse, somewhere out here on the water were Russian patrol boats, surely closing in. He wished he'd brought the drone along. "Look," Danielle called out. "He's bleeding." He glanced over his shoulder and saw her straddling John's lap, flashlight clamped between her teeth. "How bad?" From behind her gritted teeth, Danielle told Yefim, "Help lift him forward. John, can you hear me? John!" Vince mumbled something. A gunshot wound was the only thing that made sense. A stray round back at the dock. Check his spine." She and Yefim manhandled John into an upright position. She handed Yefim the flashlight. "Right there, bullet hole. His clothes are soaked with blood. Is it oozing or spurting?" "Oozing. Keep pressure on it. Where's the hole?" "At the spine, below shoulder blades." Probably not a heart shot then. Maybe a punctured lung. Nicked the subclavian artery. Either way, it was bad. "What else I do?" Danielle asked. "Lay him on his side, bullet hole down. Keep pressure on the bandage. How's his pulse, his breathing?" "Pulse is fast," Yefim said. "Breathing is shallow." "Keep going, Ranger," John said. "You got it." Danielle climbed over the seat and sat beside Luke. "He will not make, Kim. Too much bleeding." He heard the concern in her voice. This had to be tough for her. "I can't lose him," she said, voice cracking. "Not again." He didn't know what to say. She'd been living in her own kind of hell of regret for the past 2 years. "I get it, and we'll do our damnedest to make sure that doesn't happen." "Where are you going to go?" He stared out into the darkness. Good question. Chapter 49, St. Petersburg. Ilya finished typing in his journal. It was a habit he'd developed about a decade ago, when he first started noticing the mental changes. Subtle, imperceptible, but they grew over time, until they were big problems. Thank goodness for the drugs. They helped, but they came with issues. Lots of them. He closed his eyes and searched hard for the right memory. They were becoming increasingly difficult to delineate. Memories were more blurs than images, and many were confusing. But he could always return to one that never wavered. The story his father would tell him. From 1929, of Georgy, his great-grandfather, who started it all. Georgy Alexandrovich Sheremetyev picked his way through the rubble-strewn streets. Moscow was in ruins. Night had fallen an hour earlier, and the nearby buildings cast shadows deep enough to hide him each time a Bolshevik roving patrol approached. Patrol, though, was too generous a term. That suggested proud, disciplined soldiers. This was nothing but a gaggle of drunken thugs. The Bolsheviks had shattered all of the surrounding streetlights with rifle practice. The ongoing artillery barrage, having finished its work with the shelling of the Ascension Convent, had moved a few streets to the east. Every minute or so one of the cannons boomed, and the ground beneath his feet trembled as another church crumpled. Having won the Russian Civil War and vanquished the Tsarists' White Army, the Red Revolution had taken religion as its new enemy. But not all of the whites were gone. Cells existed throughout the country, though not so many here in Moscow. Tsar Nicholas II had been gone for over a decade, most likely murdered in 1917, along with his wife and children. Probably by more criminals, just like the ones now taking potshots at Moscow's most sacred places of worship. Reds. Godless monsters. Ahead, a trio of red soldiers rounded the corner, their arms intertwined as they tried to march in a drunken lockstep. He ducked left through an archway and crouched behind a pile of shattered bricks. They stumbled past his hiding spot and disappeared around the next corner. He waited until their voices faded, then sprinted across the street, through another open doorway, into an enclosed courtyard. He took a moment and grabbed his bearings. This was the third time this week he'd made this trek, each effort probing farther and farther into the ruins. The destroyed streets looked so unfamiliar, especially in the dark.